The captured priestess of the Holy See was forcibly filled with holy light. The campus beauty pursued by countless people. In front of me, they can only submit. Just because I crossed over into the body of an ogre chieftain, opened a leisure club in the endless desert, taking in those who are homeless. Humans, elves, orcs, and demons. Passing caravans. Give me half of your goods. Then arrange for a powerful ogre to protect you. You can also come to my club to watch exciting performances. Otherwise, I'll show you what a huge unspeakable existence is. After dealing with the caravan that refused to watch the show, I walked into the club. 6 attendants from different races walked out. There's a new elf who obediently followed the other 5. If it weren't for her 5 seniors already telling her about the treatment here, she absolutely wouldn't take the initiative to do this because I strictly forbid it. Ogres. They are not allowed to be rough with the club's staff. After experiencing the initial fear and uneasiness, they have given up the thought of escaping because my size doesn't match theirs, so as long as I'm here, they all step up together. In this godforsaken endless desert, they only need to put in this kind of labor here. Just being able to eat and drink without being in danger, why not do it? As for shame, compared to eating, drinking, and life, that's nothing. Now, they even regard it with a hint of gratitude. Every time the chieftain comes to enjoy, he always goes to clean himself up first, especially the young chieftain. He washes himself particularly clean. It's a sign of respect. If possible, they even want to introduce themselves to their friends. Together with sisters, most women and weaker men have a low status in this world. In this world, the strong are respected. At this time, the club's door was being smashed loudly. Outside came the angry voice of the tribe's top thug. There's a caravan. I picked up my big bone hammer and went out. Outside, there were already more than 10 ogres gathered. Listening to the distant shouts, the caravan was getting closer. I roared, "Brothers, grab your weapons, it's time for business." I saw a goblin in the distance, sitting on top of a huge stone statue. There were countless hyena people behind him. Seems like a wealthy guy. The goblin had brought this group of desert hyena people to our tribal oasis. What do you want? The goblin was also surprised. He was ready to start something. I didn't expect that the ogre, who was always known for being reckless, you actually took the initiative to speak. Can I pass by and get some water supply? Ha ha ha. Of course you can. Do you want to visit my tribe? You can enjoy the warmth of the bonfire and receive the protection of the ogres. Taste the delicacies you've never had before. Then sleep soundly and set off refreshed. The goblin was stunned by this series of words. How come this set of rhetoric sounds so familiar? It's like my cousin uses it to deceive people. But the goblin is indeed a bit tempted. At this point, my subordinates really don't understand. Boss, we could have directly slaughtered these gnolls and killed that one-eyed monster. Everything this goblin has belongs to us. Why bother doing any business? I'll hit him on the head with a stick, then no one will dare to come to our side in the future. I don't know if trade can benefit everyone. Don't use your pea-sized brain. You won't understand even if you think about it your whole life. Just listen to my command. In this group of goblin caravans, after enjoying the services of my club, they will definitely help me promote it everywhere. It will only bring more benefits. At this point, the goblin spoke, saying they can go to the service area to rest. As an exchange, I have 2 human servants to give you. I took a closer look and was delighted to see that they were 2 women wearing modern clothes. At least they would be considered goddess level in college. They must have just crossed over. It looks like the club is expanding again. Zhao Hong and Yang Xingqing, the 2 school beauties, who were brought here by the earth gnomes. They learned from the club's waiter. When they need to face something, they are completely overwhelmed. It would be fine if the other party were human, but it's obvious that this world is a multiracial world. Facing those messy races, the 2 of them cowered in the corner in terror. The other waiters ignored them and went to find a place to rest. Hong Jia, do you think it would be better for us to commit suicide? Maybe we can even go back, before Yang Qingqing arrived here. At most, I've dated a few boyfriends, and I haven't even experienced those messy things. Even in college, there were a bunch of suitors behind me. Where have we seen this kind of situation before? Do you dare? If you dare. If we had committed suicide when we met that man before, we wouldn't have been double-teamed by others, and Qingqing's face wouldn't have turned pale. We know how terrifying the indigenous men here are. How can we bear that place? It's unnecessary to worry about it now. Didn't you hear them say? There are no guests at all now. Only when the head ogre chieftain returns, we just need to be with them. Just serve the head ogre chieftain well. Zhao Hong is a bit older, but she's not even 30 yet. Her previous experiences are a bit more than Yang Qingqing, the campus belle. But thinking about those ogres outside, the monsters are at least 5 meters tall, with arms thicker than any humans. Yang Qingqing shivered, especially at those ogres, even though they were all wearing loincloths. But that's for beings of the same height. Those who need to crane their necks to see the ogre's face can just about see through the tattered loincloth. Seeing that thing over a meter long. Hong Jia, did you see that just now? It was too terrifying. And now, a succubus is coming over. Hi, I'm Lena. Succubi in orcs. The waiter's height is probably the tallest among all the waiters. If I insist on coming, according to the succubus's physique, I could withstand it if I had to, but I might end up broken after withstanding it, so, when there isn't another succubus in our tribe, it's better to let them use their mouths. Sisters, you need to learn to comfort yourselves here. Don't be so nervous. If we're really going to die, your fear won't help. I was also terribly scared at first, but now I'm happy all the time. Just work hard with your hands. What's not to love? You're the chief. We still have a lot of respect for this matter. At least he washes himself very clean. The hope in Zhao Hong and Yang Qingqing's eyes gradually disappeared. The fate of serving customers is unavoidable, especially at night. I walked into the club. The new waiter is still a blue star person. As a fellow villager, I have to show my support. The school bell doesn't have any special privileges here with me. I can only be a slave to the club, especially with the terrified expression on their face. Made my little chief even more erect. The next day, another caravan came to the oasis, and I bought 4 elves and a human from their leader. This way, the club expanded to 12 people. Bring in a few girls, give me a massage. I shouted at the door and then lay directly on the sand. Today, I also casually wiped out a team. Didn't want to see the showy caravan. I'm actually a bit tired from the fight, and in a few minutes, 6 waiters walked in. That orc went out to change an elf monster, and the female orc left reluctantly, pouting. There used to be only these 6. No choice, but now there are 12 waiters, 5 humans, and 4 elves. Why should I leave this white and tender one and choose someone with green skin? And the female orc with fangs. The 6 waiters massaged my shoulders, shoulders to arms, arms to legs, each doing their job. I lay with my eyes closed for a while. I fell into a deep sleep and slept for most of the day. The sun is almost setting. I stood up refreshed, and the 6 waiters who had been waiting by my side, waiting for my next command. What was your name again, Sister Chief? I'm called Lena. Yeah, I remember you were the first to come to me voluntarily. Yes, that's right. Chief, I was being chased by someone. I accidentally entered the territory of the Dragon Clan. Thanks to the chief's display of power, you killed those demons that were chasing me. Otherwise, Lena would have died long ago, unlike the other attendants. She was the first to willingly become an attendant. Well done, your skills are also the best. I can feel you are the most agile. Now there are more attendants in the club. The skills are also uneven. I am somewhat dissatisfied. For now, you are in charge of the entire club. Pass on your skills. It is necessary to ensure that all attendants' skills are improved. The club is currently our tribe's only flagship project, apart from the employment service. The only flagship project. I entrust it to you. You have to take on this responsibility. Do you understand? Lena immediately knelt down, absolutely not to disappoint the chief's high expectations. Right, take them down. Work hard now. The various members in the tribe are gradually increasing. It is necessary to establish the corresponding management level, otherwise it will be inconvenient to manage. We can't eat everything at that time. I am currently inspecting the tribe. I saw a burst of purple light coming from Mom's house. Could it be that the treasure chest has respawned? In this world, treasure chests will respawn randomly, in any location. But only the blue star people who have traveled through time and space can see it. It seems that my own mother is the guardian of the purple treasure chest. You can freeload one. At this point, I walked in, opened the treasure chest, and obtained the imprint of loyalty. After planting the imprint on the tribe members who are loyal to you, they will never be able to betray you. And the body will be strengthened by the imprint, having a certain magical resistance and physical resistance. This is a huge win. I should have gained an ability to discern loyalty. Whoever is 100% loyal to themselves can be imprinted. Then, naturally, they are one of us, and I want to achieve my goal. It's definitely not enough to rely solely on ogres. In the future, the tribe will ultimately move towards racial diversification. With this, for those non-ogre species, there is also a crucial task. I immediately called for a tribal meeting. After everyone had gathered, I took a turn and tried to imprint everyone. As expected, all the ogres were successfully imprinted. Only Lena among the waitstaff, without exception, neither the servants nor the blue star people, showed any loyalty. At this point, I raised my left arm and displayed the imprint. This is the tribal imprint. It is a testament to loyalty, only to the tribe. A mark that can only be obtained by being absolutely loyal to the chief. Raise your left arm, take 2 steps forward if you have the imprint, including the ogres. All members with the mark, step forward to the fire. Those without the mark, with pale faces, your loyalty pleases me. Tonight, I will take this opportunity. Temporarily announce the hierarchy of our tribe. I and my mother are the absolute rulers. Next are my ogre kin. This is the first tier, followed by you outsiders. Members temporarily marked. I now declare you officially part of the tribe. The tribe will not restrict your actions and freedom. You will also be under the protection of the tribe, but you also need to make corresponding contributions, except for the ogres. Those who do not work shall not eat. Below are those without the mark. But for those who contribute to the tribe, when you are still useful, the tribe will protect you, but if you are useless, the tribe will not get rid of you. Exile is the greatest mercy for you. And finally, slavery. Speaking of which, I will look at those slaves brought back today. You are the lowest level of the tribe, can be treated as food at any time. To rise, either make a huge contribution, or offer your absolute loyalty, have the mark, otherwise, tremble in fear at all times. Lena, you are very good. As a member of the tribe, other than me, you can decide whether to work. If you don't want to, then nothing can force you. For this succubus, I am becoming more and more satisfied. High looks, good figure, exotic charm, grow a little taller, and still so loyal. Alright, it's okay now, the meeting will be dispersed inside the club. Lena has her own seat in bed. He looked at the row of waiters in front of him. With a faint smile on his lips, the chief is so good to us. Why can't I get your loyalty? It's really disappointing, Lena feels. Today is the happiest day of my life, not only becoming the manager of the club, but also obtained the brand, becoming a true member of the tribe, and no need to entertain guests. But still, the chief must be served well. 1 week later, I originally sent the demon Karen with dozens of ogres to trade with the surrounding cities for supplies. But suddenly one day, he came back and told me, the city has been taken. Now I am already the lord of the city. I was so shocked that I almost spewed water and killed the elf. The early morning of the next day after receiving the news, I took 2 waiters together to the captured city. Blue Star School's beauty Yang Qingqing and the elf lady. This Lita was considered the best among the elf waiters. As for Yang Qingqing, she's all about being pampered. She hides in the club every day, avoiding the sun and cold, and manages to take a bath every now and then. He still maintains fair and smooth skin and a youthful face. As a chief who seeks enjoyment when he goes out, he doesn't bring along 2 girls to massage his neck. That's nonsense. In his previous life in Lanshin, the chief didn't have this ability. In this ghostly place, he became the chief. He doesn't even let himself enjoy. He then chose a goblin craftsman to depart as the driver. At this time, Lena, as the overall commander, would be waiting for me outside. I got out of the car. 2 waiters followed closely behind, watching as the foreign warriors and Qingqing greeted them upon the arrival of the city lord. Trembling nervously, I stared at the sister kneeling in front of me. I asked you to lead the team for the transaction, but you just went ahead and captured them. A succubus dared to command us. Ogre, you have a lot of nerve. Have I been too lenient with you? At this moment, Lena let out a sigh of relief. According to my character, if I didn't immediately kill myself, then there is still a chance, and the more I scold myself, the greater the chance. Lena trembled, burying her head deeply in the ground. Showing absolute submission, she raised her head and looked straight at me. You're hiding pretty well. If it weren't for you, the brand on my arm would have blinded me. My tone was filled with deep killing intent. Lena didn't intend to conceal anything. It's just that Lena's strength is only slightly higher than an ordinary person's. In front of the powerful chieftain, there's no difference between us and ants. Before this, Lena was just sincerely serving the chieftain. There were no other thoughts. It was the chieftain who gave Lena this opportunity, so she dared to act so boldly. Get up. I will punish you later. Since you and that stupid dog have agreed to occupy this oasis, what's next? You happily divided this city, but do you know that you have sent a message to the surrounding tribes? Conveyed a message. The demons are fierce. If you don't believe it, go see the surrounding cities. Other races are definitely fortifying their defenses now. They might even develop weapons against the ogres. At this point, we are no longer a neutral ogre service area. Instead, we are brutal bandits. You've ruined my well-thought-out plan. You tell me, should I punish you or not? Lena deserves to die. I looked at her coldly. After returning to the tribe, clean up and roll into my house. Lena's body suddenly trembled, then she gritted her teeth in despair. This punishment will definitely not be like the previous tasks. Otherwise, it can't be considered a punishment. The 2 school flowers remembered the terrifying little field. There was a chill in the heart, and the look towards Lena was also somewhat affectionate. This succubus was the first to be valued by the chief and the first outsider to act freely. But I didn't expect it to be such a result. Chief, is there any way to remedy this? Of course, there are currently 2 ways to solve it, either regain all the surrounding races, or kill all the surrounding races. Karen's eyes widened, showing great shock. This is the style of the chief. I turned around and shouted loudly at all the enslaved people around me, following my ogres, and flattened all the surrounding cities. Surviving means no longer being a slave. Those who kill the enemy bravely can hold official positions, while the cowardly become food. You poor insects, dare to play a big game with me? I stood in front of the slaves with a blood-stained mouth. Behind me was a boulder, and a burly ogre. The armor, full of battle scars, spoke of the unmatched ferocity of these ogres. Several orcs looked at each other, seeing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. This was an opportunity, a chance to risk their lives. They raised their hands high and roared loudly. Other slaves were ignited with emotion. Lena, I still give you the command now, you and the slave together. Rush with the slaves at the fastest speed, wait for the slaves to arrive. The entire tribe's army attacks, take down the nearest dwarf city. After saying that, I took the 2 attendants and returned to the tribe by car. At this moment, Yang Qingqing's body suddenly trembled. This ogre chieftain must be from the Blue Star. Definitely from the Blue Star. Yang Qingqing roared madly in his heart, but he dared not show it. This ogre is too brutal. Thinking about the inexplicable appearance of the building in the camp, Yang Qingqing seemed to have discovered some earth-shattering secret. This ogre can definitely see the treasure chest that only the Blue Star people can see, the world chat interface owned by the Blue Star people. He can see it too. After the storm in Yang Qingqing's heart, what followed was deep despair, the privileges that the Blue Star people have. He has it, and he is still an ogre with such power. The chieftain and Qingqing have completely realized the reality. He began to try to persuade himself to let go of the so-called dignity, face, and shame of the Blue Star, and the chance to survive. Only on this ogre chieftain, who has the soul of a Blue Star person. This is a comprehensive war of the ogre tribe. After returning to the tribe, I called Lena. Tell him to prepare 3 days worth of rations and food. Lena hesitated a bit. Should we prepare more? No need for 3 days. It's the consumption on the way to Shark City. I will dine in Shark City in 3 days. Lena no longer hesitates. She is a great chieftain. Now, I can only rely on Lena, who made my own people brainless. I'm starting to assemble the team. Mom stands behind me, with the remaining dozens of ogres, standing in disarray at the forefront. Behind the ogres, slaves of various races, everyone, obey the command. The target is Dwarf City. Gold made his mother sit on the Kodo beast, and he himself climbed onto the tracked transport vehicle. He brandished his cleaver, opened his bloodthirsty mouth, and his long fangs were razor-sharp. Let's go! Wah-ag! The orcs raised their weapons and roared. This was their cheer. The slaves, who were originally shouting their own slogans, also followed suit. The resounding whack echoed through the Dragon's Nest tribe. Immediately, a trembling goblin mechanic was pulled out and the steam-powered tank started moving towards the giant sand city. Honey rode on a Kodo beast, followed by ogres, and finally the slaves who were holding their breath and hoping to carve out a future for themselves. Gold sat in a specially made chair, with Lena standing behind him. Chieftain, can those unarmed slaves really fight against fully armed dwarves? Gold said coldly, dwarves mostly use hammers or axes. Aren't they just ready-made weapons? If the ogres break open the gates and they can't even take down weapons, then they might as well be dead. The Dragonmaw clan can accommodate them, but not the useless ones. You're strange, Lena. When did you start showing mercy like a woman? For a moment, Lena didn't know what to say. She was even a little confused. Me? Showing mercy like a woman? I was thinking of getting rid of all these slaves at first, and now the chieftain is calling it mercy like a woman. Lena was a bit at a loss. But I learned it all from you, chieftain, just as Gold had anticipated. Since the dwarves of Ironforge returned, they had been nervously preparing to fortify their defenses. The materials and resources obtained from the division of the Burning Steps allowed the entire Ironforge to start operating thoroughly. Anyway, these resources were all given by the goblins, so there was no hesitation in using them. At the same time, the elite dwarven forces and militia began to expand. Even with ogres watching, the dwarves inevitably suffered casualties in battle. But compared to the gains, it seemed insignificant. Thinking about the large iron shield made for the ogres, the dwarven leader wanted to slap himself. A solid iron shield 10 centimeters thick, and now he had no idea how to break it. Enchantment? The dwarven leader checked all his people, and none of them had the talent for it. They could only imitate the goblins, increasing the caliber of the city's defenses, increasing the weight of the cannonballs, and solidifying the density of the flames. Goblin airships began flying day and night, keeping watch in the direction of the Dragonmaw clan. From the elderly to the children, all the dwarves in Ironforge were mobilized, except for the infants who needed care. In the face of survival, not a single dwarf had any complaints. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, all this effort was worth it. Bang! The goblin airship floating in the sky suddenly fired a signal flare emitting black smoke. The black smoke was extremely glaring in the cloudless sky at noon. Dong dong! The dwarves on the city's clock tower immediately sounded the alarm upon seeing the black smoke. The deep sound of the bell echoed throughout Ironforge. The bronze-skinned dwarven leader's face turned pale, his heart sinking continuously. Finally, they had come. This was the alarm he had set, and if there were other circumstances, such a bell would only ring once. But 2 rings meant that the ogres were spotted heading towards Ironforge. And now, they had come. Everyone, to the walls. The dwarven leader brandished his hammer and shouted loudly. The ogres are coming. Chieftain, look. Lena noticed the dwarven airship emitting black smoke high in the sky and immediately pointed it out to Gold. Oh, the Ironforge dwarves were prepared long ago. Lena, do you still think I'm just fear-mongering? The Ironforge dwarves have been keeping an eye on us, believe it or not. When we arrive, you will see even stronger defenses than when you last came. Lena lowered her head in shame. Chieftain, while you were happily developing the oasis and building shelters with the slaves, the dwarves were frantically fortifying the city walls and making weapons, all for our Dragonmaw clan. Gold squinted at the airship in the sky and sneered. But in the face of absolute strength, their actions can only delay the inevitable. Even the Burning Steps headquarters lost, they only divided the resources of the Burning Steps. How much can they strengthen? Spread the word, halt the advance, and after everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, we will take down the city of giant sand in one fell swoop. Gold waved his hand, and Lena immediately went to spread the message. The Dragon's Nest troops and the slaves, who had been marching in haste, finally stopped. Those who needed to eat, ate, and those who needed to drink, drank. Even the slaves received enough water and food. Since he had promised them a chance to fight, Gold would not let them go hungry to face the fully armed dwarven city head-on. The airship in the sky turned towards the city of giant sand. When the Dragon's Nest tribe had finished eating and drinking and was ready to continue their advance, the airship flew over from the sky and gradually descended. Chief Gold, the city of giant sand has not provoked the Dragon's Nest tribe. What is the meaning of this? Shouted the dwarf chief, holding a large horn and poking his head out from the flying gondola. Mom, drive them away, Gold said to Honi, who was riding on the back of a kodo beast beside him. Honi's left head said, let him taste the burning flames. Honi's right head said, leave it to me. Honi placed her large bone hammer on the back of the kodo beast, spread her arms, and faced the direction of the airship with her palms, gathering fiery elemental energy in her hands. Thump 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 thump, a series of basketball-sized fireballs flew towards the gondola in the high sky like a machine gun. Ding 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 ding, the airship began to rapidly ascend as the urgent sound of copper bells continued to emanate from within. Advance at full speed, no need to waste words with the dwarves. The ogres will lead the way, and we will break through the city of giant sand first, Gold ordered. Honi fiercely patted the kodo beast's head, and the kodo beast, feeling the pain, began to gallop madly. Wah-ag! Roaring with 3 heavy machine guns on his shoulders, he followed suit. The entire Dragon's Nest tribe began to charge. The dwarf chief who had returned to the city of giant sand turned pale. They're mad. They're mad. Those damn ogres are mad. Be on full alert. Once the ogres are spotted, attack immediately without waiting for orders. The fireballs had almost reached his airship just now. The entire city only had this one airship. Although several large-caliber cannons had been urgently constructed on the city walls, the shells and barrels were too heavy, and although powerful enough, he felt that there was only enough time to fire one shot. Boom! The first city defense cannon roared. The dwarf chief immediately looked outside the city. A rolling dust storm was coming. All cannons except those few heavy ones, fire immediately. The dwarf chief swung down his warhammer forcefully. Boom 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 boom, the dense sound of gunfire made the entire city walls tremble. The intense explosions made the kodo beast's eyes turn red. It went mad. Lowering its head, it aimed its long and short horns forward and thrust violently. Honi's left head said, ha ha ha. Honi's right head said, feel the cruelty. Sitting on the kodo beast, she continuously sprayed a red light behind her with both hands. Bloodthirst. A wide-range bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, after being blessed, the target becomes fanatical, increasing attack speed and movement speed, as well as a small amount of attack power, duration and caster-related. The two heads laughed loudly, then began to spray out endless flames. A wall of fire. The dwarves in the city let out painful cries. Magical flames were not something ordinary flames could compare to, and even though dwarves were relatively more resistant to high temperatures, they could not withstand a wall of fire. Most of them were stopped by the charging ogres. Led by the furious ogre, who was clad in heavy armor, they easily intercepted the cannonballs. The other ogres didn't care either. The effect of the purple box's rock imprint was excellent, able to resist most of the damage. Even without the rock imprint, the cannonballs from these ordinary cannons could not take down an ogre in one shot. Moreover, these front-loading prototype cannonballs had really poor accuracy. Gold waved his hand, and Lena immediately rushed out as well. In the state of the entire army attacking, she could not be an exception. Since she was unwilling to be just a manager of the servants, she had to take on the corresponding risks. Then Gold turned his gaze to the goblin driver. I understand. Chief, I understand. The goblin craftsman, who was temporarily driving, shivered and quickly exclaimed. Then he asked Gold to get off the car first, adjusted the direction of the steam tank, and then stood under the car, gently manipulating a button next to the steering wheel with a wooden stick. The steam tank immediately started and rushed towards the city gate. What are you doing? Gold grabbed the goblin. Chief, rest assured, we are professionals in explosions. I just need to make a slight modification to turn this car into a huge bomb. The goblin craftsman was very scared, but he became excited when talking about explosions. In terms of explosions, those dwarves are no match for us. If it weren't for, the goblin was about to say that if it weren't for the participation of the monstrous ogres, the dwarves would not have been able to break into the hot sand. But then he realized that he was now a captive of the ogres and immediately shut up. Humph. Gold casually threw the goblin craftsman down, took out his bone knife, and rushed forward. Boom! With the entire army of the Dragon's Nest tribe launching an attack, the super-caliber heavy artillery also roared deafeningly. A huge shell smashed into the slaves charging with visible speed, even bouncing twice on the sand. The landing and bouncing locations were instantly cleared. Gold estimated that at least 100 slaves would be lost in this attack. But who cared? The three-barreled machine gun also began to roar, and countless bullets hit the dwarf's city walls, preventing them from raising their heads. He was becoming more and more proficient with this weapon. The battlefield was chaotic. Once they were in a frenzy, who cared about a few deaths? Moreover, the human population and the slaves did not even make up 1%. The rest were all related to beasts. Their inherent ferocity was unleashed, and they didn't hesitate to charge even if they were missing an arm. Moreover, the ogre leading the charge was too fierce, and he was on their side. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. The dwarves only realized afterwards that they had not put in much effort to break into the hot sand. The three-barreled machine gun suppressed a large part of their firepower on the city wall. Boom! The steam tank hesitated in the dust and plunged into the dwarf's city gate. The goblin was not bragging. It was unclear how he did it, but the tank, after hitting the gate, erupted with a huge burst of energy, engulfing the entire area near the city gate. The dwarves above the gate were instantly turned into a half-cooked state, their bodies completely mangled. The goblin in the back saw this and shouted with joy. "Ha ha, damn dwarven rats! I'll blow you up!" The goblin was ecstatic. Previously, this group of dwarves had followed the ogres and poked at the backside of their city. Now it was the ogres on their side who were attacking the dwarves. How could he not be happy? Gold was also somewhat surprised. This goblin couldn't do anything else, but he was really a genius when it came to explosives and bombs. However, what disappointed the goblin was that the city gate did not collapse as expected. The dwarven leader also secretly rejoiced. It was thanks to the abundant resources of the Hot Sand Consortium that they were able to strengthen the city gate. The dwarven leader had personally witnessed the ogres using a large bone hammer to smash the goblin's gate. Putting himself in their shoes, the dwarven leader decisively reinforced the defense of the city gate. "Mom! When in doubt, shout for Mom," Gold shouted loudly. Who plays siege with a serious person? As a mother, Gold knew exactly what it meant to have a child of her own. Lifted the big bone hammer and smashed it into the empty space in front of the city gate. Calm and fiery. A hot fireball, larger than a millstone, smashed into the gate opening in the terrified eyes of the dwarf leader. The explosion was several times more intense than the explosion of the goblin tread vehicle before. The battlefield even fell silent for a moment. Honey was a little puzzled. What's going on? Why does it feel like the power of the fireball spell is much stronger today? In fact, she subconsciously believed that her fireball spell could blast the city gate, so this fireball spell had such an effect. If Honey had released it barehanded, it might not have had this effect. And her big bone hammer not only could smash, but also served as her staff. Subconsciously, her firmness triggered an effect that made the ogre feel okay. If even the ogre felt okay, could the damaged city gate withstand the calm and fiery explosion of the ogre mage? The city gate, along with the section of the city wall above it, collapsed. Jihahaha, charge in for me. Gold's arrogant laughter made the dwarf leader blush and then turn pale. In close combat, who could defeat the ogre? Guards, follow me and hold the line. The dwarf leader jumped down from the city wall, and two other dwarf guards also decisively followed. For Giant Sand City, the dwarf leader's body rapidly expanded like a balloon, filled with a silver light. His two guards were the same. The gods descended. Among the nearly 10,000 dwarves in Giant Sand City, only these three could summon the gods. Dwarves are spirits of the earth, forging, strength, and the descent of the gods is the three-piece set bestowed upon the dwarves by the earth. The descent of the gods not only caused the average height of the dwarf leader, which was only about 1.5 meters, to expand to 6 meters, but also gave them extremely high physical defense and magic resistance. The dwarf leader brandished his big hammer and charged at Gold. Gold grinned, showing a cruel smile, and wielded his bone-cutting knife to meet him. But Gold wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation with the big hammer. He would exchange injury for injury. The big hammer struck Gold's bloated belly, and a yellowish energy scattered. Damn! It hurts so much. Gold's eyes nearly bulged out from the pain, and he opened his mouth, baring his fangs, and thrust the knife into a gap in the dwarf lord's helmet. Ah! The dwarf leader covered his face and took 3 steps back. The bone-cutting knife in Gold's hand brought out a series of blood. 2A Gold spat out a mouthful of blood, with some internal organ fragments mixed in. He looked at the dwarf leader and grinned. Hee hee, you madman. The dwarf leader's voice, mixed with pain, rang out. This knife would have killed him if it weren't for the descent of the gods. A crimson light fell on Gold, and his pained expression immediately eased. It was no doubt his mother's blessing. Come on. Gold grinned with a mouth full of blood, his eyes filled with ferocity. The dwarf leader had no choice but to fight back. At this moment, a dark purple energy fell on the dwarf leader. Bang! Another hammer struck Gold's belly. Plap! This knife, following the dwarf leader's neck, plunged in. And the feeling of this knife was slightly smoother than the previous one. A succubus from behind swung her arm and threw a dark shadow arrow at the dwarves on the city wall. Lena only knew 3 spells: Shadow Arrow, Hellhound, and Corrosion. Just now, she had cast a layer of corrosion on the dwarf leader, slightly weakening the defense of the dwarf leader who had summoned the gods. While Gold suddenly spat out a large amount of blood, and large chunks of internal organs were vomited out. The dwarf leader covered his neck, widened his eyes, and then half-knelt on the ground with a thud. Jia cough cough jihahaha. Gold lifted the tattered cloth around his waist and wiped the blood off the bone-cutting knife, laughing wildly. There are not so many fancy moves. You make a move, I make a move. What's so great about your fighting style? The ultimate goal of the battle is nothing more than life and death. The more complicated the moves, the longer the preparation time, the more miserable the death. This is the conclusion drawn by countless races in this desert with their lives. The crimson light fell on Gold once again. How much longer can you hold on? Gold sneered at the dwarf chief kneeling on the ground. Blood flowed from his armor, gathering on the ground like a stream. Why? Our giant sand city is a customer of the dragon's nest. The dwarf covered his neck, the effect of the divine blessing preventing him from dying on the spot. You already know the answer. You sent airships to watch us, created such large artillery. What was it for? The miserable state of the dwarf chief did not evoke sympathy from Gold, but rather made him feel even more delighted. Showing sympathy for the enemy is also a taboo in this desert. We just want to protect ourselves. We haven't posed any threat to your dragon's nest. Why? The dwarf chief was pierced in the neck, his voice hoarse. Each time he spoke, he spat out a large amount of blood. Did you use us to attack the hot sands and completely solve your own crisis and gain a massive amount of resources? Did you pay us dragon's nest? Gold's injuries quickly recovered under the blessing twice. He reached out and patted the side of the dwarf chief's helmet, a very strong insult. His 2 guards wanted to come to support, but were stopped by the ogres and couldn't get away. And as the lord of a city, asking such a question, don't you find it ridiculous? Gold sneered. We are willing to compensate, and willing to pay for our previous actions. How about it? The dwarf chief felt his vision starting to darken. No. Gold looked at him coldly, reaching out to grab his head and turning him to look at the giant sand city behind him. The city wall has been breached by us. My people have already entered. Whatever I want, I can take it myself. Now you want to settle the bill? It's too late. The dwarf chief looked despairingly at the various slaves of the tribes who followed the ogres rushing into the giant sand city, feeling deeply powerless and intensely resentful. Once the street fighting broke out, the giant sand dwarves would definitely die miserably. Although his giant sand city had a population of nearly 10,000, it included the old, weak, women, and children. Only a third of the able-bodied men could truly fight. And he had seen all these slaves, all of them were strong males, plus those humanoid tanks like the ogres. Ah! The dwarf chief wailed. What benefit do you get from destroying the giant sand? Do you lack an oasis? Gold shook his head. I don't. Then why do you have to exterminate us? I'm willing. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the dwarf chief's heart turned to ashes. You, butcher, executioner. Thank you. Gold was cold and ruthless, not taking any nonsense. I beg you. Spare my people. Taking advantage of you was my idea. It has nothing to do with my people. The dragon's nest army rushed into the giant sand city. The dwarf chief wailed. His 2 guards, who could also invoke divine blessings, had already fallen to the ground. Honey rode a Kodo beast to Gold's side, and Lena followed. The most difficult assault had ended, and the street-fighting ogres were invincible. Gold let out a long sigh. It's also possible to spare you. The dwarf chief's eyes, as lifeless as ashes, suddenly lit up. That light was called hope. From today, this is no longer the giant sand city, and you are no longer the giant sand dwarves, but the dragon's nest dwarves. Your old, weak, and women can continue to live, but your able-bodied warriors can only be slaves. Either accept this condition and let the dwarves inside lay down their weapons and surrender, or refuse and watch your giant sand city be slaughtered. As long as there is an oasis, a large population will gather here within a year. Whether your dwarves survive is not important. Gold was cruel, but he also gave the dwarf chief a chance to live. Truly, Gold was almost moved to tears by his own kindness. Good. I accept. Tell your people to stop. The dwarf chief gritted his teeth. Tisk Gold clicked his tongue. I'm glad you made your choice, but I don't like your tone, so I've decided to let them stop in 10 minutes. No. I'm sorry. Mighty Chief Gold, I surrender. We surrender. Please make your people stop. The dwarf chief completely broke down, his face covered in blood and tears. Hey, Gold sneered. It would have been better if you had surrendered earlier. Surrendering requires a certain attitude, not acting tough. Who do you think you are? I'm sorry, Chief Gold, I'm sorry, I was wrong, it's my fault. The dwarf chief went from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both, pleading with the ogre in front of him. That's right, that's the attitude a loser should have. Mom, go and make those bastards stop. Giant Sand City is now our property, don't let those bastards ruin it. And treat this guy while you're at it, he's a good fighter, don't let him die. Honey's left head, not killing him? Honey's right head, when you cut the grass, you have to pull out the roots. The dwarf chief begged for mercy. No, I really don't dare, you can rest assured, we really surrender. Gould nodded. Don't worry, Mom, I have a plan. Honey's left head, well, you always have a lot of ideas. Honey's right head, then I'll go make them stop. Giving the dwarf chief a blessing, Honey jumped down from the Kodo beast and thundered towards the city. Under the blessing, the dwarf chief's wounds began to heal. Complete recovery was impossible, but at least he wouldn't die. The effect of the divine intervention ended, and he returned to his normal dwarf size. It's not a bad skill, Gould said enviously. Damn it, he was a chief after all, how come he didn't have any skills? Even Lena has 3. It's infuriating. If the system uninstalled itself, that would be one thing, but he didn't even have a skill. This world is just too unfriendly to him. Gould felt indignant. Stop playing dead on the ground, go and tell your people to lay down their weapons and surrender. If there's one dwarf who doesn't obey, I'll completely slaughter the city. This is your only chance, and the ogre keeps his word. With a kick, Gould coldly said, Chief Gould, rest assured. The dwarf chief ran towards the city. If he was a minute late, a large number of his people would die. Chief, will leaving them behind cause any trouble? Lena hesitated. It's okay, when the time comes, we'll move all the old, weak, and young to our place, and those dwarves won't be able to cause any trouble. Tell them, one person rebels, the whole clan will be buried. It's fair and reasonable. Gould sat down on the ground, rubbing his stomach. The 2 blows from earlier were still causing him pain. Seeing this, Lena quickly helped him massage his stomach, trying to ease Gould's pain, but Gould stopped her and knelt down. Lena lifted the only piece of cloth on the chief. Who? Gould sighed. The dwarves of Giant Sand City surrendered. All the surviving dwarves, regardless of age or gender, were gathered and knelt on the sand outside the city. In this battle, 2/3 of the young and strong dwarves of Giant Sand City were lost. The elite warriors have suffered heavy losses, and there are not many militia left. They surrendered quickly, and the ogres and slave troops are fighting the militia in the city, but they have not started a massacre, otherwise the civilians would also be injured. The Dragon's Nest forces have also been completely withdrawn from the city. The ogres are idly sitting around, lounging in the sun on the sandy ground. Compared to the relaxed ogres, the slaves seem a bit uneasy. In the previous battles, the ogres were undoubtedly the main force. Although they were numerous, they did not play a decisive role. Gould walked unsteadily in front of the slaves, looking at the various injured and somewhat fierce-looking slaves. There are quite a few casualties. Gould roughly glanced at them, and their numbers had decreased by about 1/3, leaving only about 2,000 now. Although you haven't been of much use, your courage is commendable, and your morale is useful. As for your status as slaves, Gould paused for a moment. All the slaves suddenly became alert at Gould's words, instinctively looking up at the OGRE Chieftain with eager eyes. Hey, Gould grinned at the sight, revealing an ugly smile. You're exempt. The slaves instantly became lively, and finally gathered into a chant, Long live the chieftain. Gould waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. I've said it before, we ogres of the Dragon's Nest always keep our word, and I believe this dwarf leader has the authority to speak. The dwarf leader kneeling in front of the ogres lowered his head, accepting the accolades from the victors. Since you are no longer slaves, I'll give you a straightforward choice. Those who are willing to stay and follow me in the Dragon's Nest tribe, stay. Those who are unwilling, take a day's worth of food and water and leave. The slaves looked at each other, some were tempted, some were eager to try, and some remained motionless. The benefits of staying were obvious. This was a tribe with a 2-headed ogre mage. Although not numerous, they were powerful. Most importantly, with their own oasis, they now had 3 oases. It was definitely a good time to join, and the population would surely expand in the future. Besides, they had also rid themselves of their slave status, and if they performed well, they might even become managers. The most important point was that they didn't have to worry about other cities or tribes causing trouble here. No race would dare provoke the ogres. Leaving also had its advantages. The population here was mixed, coming from various forces, and it was definitely not as harmonious as in their original cities or tribes where they were among their own kind. But the consideration was how to return to their original place with a day's worth of food and water. With just a day's worth of supplies, they couldn't even leave the vicinity of the Giant Sand City. But no one dared to mention this to Gould, and they didn't even dare to think about it. In their eyes, this ogre leader who could keep his word and was willing to provide a day's worth of supplies had already done his utmost. Any further requests would be pushing it. Their minds raced as they weighed the pros and cons. In the end, the benefits of staying here outweighed leaving. Almost immediately, someone wanted to express their willingness to stay with Gould, but they found that a certain orc had already stepped forward while they were weighing the pros and cons. Mighty chieftain, I don't need to think about it. I'm willing to stay and I hope to become a member of the Dragon's Nest tribe. It was the same orc who had previously stopped other slaves from retaliating against the goblin craftsman in the Dragon's Nest tribe. You're the one who... That one. Gould felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. I'm one of the 10 slaves you selected and brought back from the first attack on the Hot Sands Consortium City. This orc is burly and strong, with a body covered in red skin, eyes like bronze bells, 2 long braids swinging behind him, and a long beard on his chin. At this moment, he holds a dwarven warhammer in his hand, kneeling on one knee, his right hand clenched and pounding on his left chest, speaking earnestly. Mighty chieftain, thank you for giving me this honorable opportunity. I am willing to offer my loyalty to the Dragon's Nest tribe. Hiss. Gold noticed that a rock imprint had appeared on his left arm, which made Gold take a deep breath. The threshold for obtaining this thing, is it so low? Or is it that orc loyalty is easier to obtain? But no matter what, the introduction of the rock imprint is not wrong. Gold's face showed a satisfied smile. As brutal as he was, he also enjoyed the feeling of being loyal to him. Other slaves who wanted to stay regretted their late actions, and one by one, they knelt down and expressed their willingness to stay and be loyal to Gold. Jehahaha, Gold laughed heartily. Good. Very good. You. Gold pointed at the orc. What is your name? The orc shook his head. Since I belong to the Dragon's Nest tribe, my previous name is not important. Whatever the chieftain wants me to be called, I will be called. Interesting. Very interesting. Gold couldn't help but applaud him. The way he said it was so damn satisfying. Alright, since you are a member of the Dragon's Nest, from now on, you will be called Ragefang, under my top henchman. The orc immediately bowed. Ragefang thanks the mighty chieftain for the name. Get up. As for the others who are willing to stay, you will temporarily manage them. As for how to manage them, it's up to you. Gold waved his hand in a good mood. Ragefang's face showed uncontrollable joy and gratitude. He knew he had made the right bet and that he was really going to soar. Don't be too happy. How you manage them, I won't ask. I only care about the results. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not, it's up to you. If you can't handle it, don't blame me for replacing you. Ragefang immediately made a serious statement in the jealous and furious eyes of all the others. Ragefang swears with his soul and honor, he will never let down the chieftain's trust. Gold waved his hand and looked at the slaves who had not made a statement. There weren't many people, probably less than 100. What surprised him was that a few obviously strong men from the Blue Star also chose to stay. Lena, take them to collect a day's worth of food and water, and then let them leave. After Lena nodded in agreement, she looked enviously at Ragefang and swayed her hips as she led the unwilling slaves to the dwarven warehouse. She envied Ragefang, who could so easily take on the position of manager with such a large number, while she had to calculate and still had punishment waiting for her. Others also wanted to slap themselves, thinking that Ragefang was the first to show loyalty by sheer luck, and that if it were them, it would be no problem. In reality, Gold had seen the rock imprint on Ragefang's left arm. Otherwise, Gold would have said the same thing. No matter how good you sound, sorry, if you don't have the imprint, go away. After dealing with those slaves, he was now a third-class member in his own tribe. The first class was the Ogre native tribe, the second class was the branded outsider, the third class was the ordinary member, and the fourth class was the slave. Gold then walked up to the dwarf leader. What's your name? What's your name again? The dwarf leader pursed his lips. Chieftain, my name is Corbur Giantsan, but now I should be called Corbur Dragon's Nest. Ah, yes, you introduced yourself to me as a customer before. Gold remembered, but it didn't matter. Who would remember an insignificant minor character? But you don't have the qualifications to add the words Dragon's Nest to your name yet. You and your kin are just the lowest of the Dragon's Nest tribe, like everyone else. Gold's voice was loud, making both Corbur and the people behind him look unpleasant. As I said before, anyone who doesn't comply, stand up. But if one rebels, the whole tribe will be buried. This iron law will not change. Give up your worthless dignity and be grateful to live as slaves. You should be thankful for that. These words tore the last shreds of dignity from the dwarves. Pessimism and despair spread among the thousands of dwarves. As losers in this desert, you should consider yourselves lucky to receive such treatment. I have been overly merciful. If it were another power, they would at least eradicate you completely. But you don't need to be too pessimistic. I am merciful and will provide you with a path to promotion. Gold's next words caught the attention of all the dwarves. 2 paths. Gold held up 2 fingers. Either make a huge contribution to the tribe and be freed from slavery, or offer your absolute loyalty. Whoever achieves this will become a member of the second tier. With that, Gold once again outlined the hierarchy within the tribe. Corbur looked up at Gold and said, Chieftain, we have surrendered and pledged our loyalty to you. No, verbal loyalty is as useless as a fart. Gold pointed to the brand on the orc's left arm. See that? That is the proof of absolute loyalty to me. If you truly and wholeheartedly pledge your loyalty to me, the same mark will appear on your left arm. At that time, we can talk about your loyalty. Corbur and his people were completely taken aback by the fact that the Dragon's Nest tribe possessed such an ability. So, that's why the chieftain favors that succubus and the orc from earlier? Corbur sighed. You yourself have been a lord of a city. If there is no absolute loyalty, would you dare to use them? Understood, chieftain. Might makes right. We can only hope that the chieftain will keep his word and treat our women, children, and elderly kindly. Corbur bowed deeply to Gold. The The creed of the Dragon's Nest tribe is to do as one says. Gold smiled and paid no further attention to the dwarves as he walked towards the city. He wanted to verify his guess about the treasure chest. This giant sand city had long been a dominant force in occupying an oasis, so there should be a treasure chest inside. The most likely place for it to appear was Culber's residence. The dwarves' residence was a dream for the orc to enter. But if he couldn't get in, he could just tear down the house. Sure enough, Gold saw a blue treasure chest in Culber's living room. Ashen forge hammer, quality, blue, description, a very hard forging hammer that adapts to the user's strength and size. Weapons forged with it have a small amount of fire elemental attack, and armor has a small amount of fire elemental resistance. After Gold picked up the unremarkable forging hammer, it instantly grew in size, becoming the perfect size for Gold. It seems that what comes out of the treasure chest is also related to the location of the chest. Gold pondered as he held the heavy double-sided forging hammer in one hand. Previously, in the goblin tribe, a metal smelter was found, and undoubtedly, the goblins are best at extracting desired elements from sand. In my mother's shack, a stone brand and an enchanting workbench were found. One can visualize loyalty, and the other, with the right effect, can enhance combat power. Now, a forging hammer has been found in the dwarven tribe, which is quite normal, as the dwarves are masters of forging. Undoubtedly, this hammer would be most valuable in the hands of a dwarf, and any weapons or equipment forged with it would possess magical effects. But in Gold's eyes, these dwarves were not worthy. When there is a brand, let's talk about it. And now I really lack a weapon. What Gold was most interested in about this hammer was its hard attribute. The bone-picking knife is sharp, but it doesn't fit my style of head-on confrontation, and using it for fighting is not good. Carrying the hammer on his shoulder, Gold tried to find a second treasure chest. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. Instead, he ran into Lena, who was distributing supplies to some slaves who were planning to leave. Seeing Gold, the slaves were startled, thinking he had come to silence them. Lena greeted Gold. "How's it going?" "Chieftain, it's almost done. I was just about to let them leave the city." "Good." Gold stared at the slaves. "Do you know what to say after you leave?" The clever slave seemed to remember the reason Lena was scolded at the Hot Sands camp before, and quickly said, I know. The goblin of the Hot Sands Consortium captured the dwarven city of Giant Sand, and the dwarves sought help from their powerful neighbor, the Dragon's Nest tribe. Seeing Gold's satisfied expression, the slave continued, "The chieftain of the Dragon's Nest tribe, understanding the righteousness, not only solved the crisis of the Giant Sand dwarves, but also led the dwarves to defeat the Hot Sands Consortium all the way. The Giant Sand dwarves were impressed by the chieftain's virtue and strength, and willingly became vassals of the Dragon's Nest tribe." Clap. Gold couldn't help but applaud. "Good job, you're quite the storyteller. Lena, give them another day's supplies. After you leave, say what you just said. If anyone dares to fabricate and tarnish my reputation." Gold sneered, "I now have goblins and dwarves in my hands. Even if I'm sitting on an airship, I'll go bomb that damn place. Do you hear me? In short, well done, no reward, spread rumors, you're dead. I'll do as I say. Get out of here." Gold waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. The nearly 100 slaves quickly left along the street. Looking at the city in front of him, Gold scratched his head. Lena and Nash stood behind him. Compared to Lena, Nash was still a bit too restrained. As an orc, he was strong and robust, but he also had more thoughts than the average orc. He didn't dare to speak rashly now. "Chieftain." Compared to Nash, Lena had spent the most time with Gold, so she was slightly more relaxed. She spoke cautiously, "Look at the situation now. Originally, I was just minding my own business and living a carefree life. It's all your fault and that stupid dog's. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have been able to take down 2 oases in a row. Now, with over 1,000 slaves and several thousand dwarves, what should we do? Tell me, what should we do?" Gold knew himself well. He swore that from beginning to end, he just wanted to establish a service area to help his people get rid of the life of plundering. He never had any desire for dominance or killing. He was just a cook before crossing over, and after crossing over, he had been a cannibalistic ogre for 20 years. Dominance was simple, governance was difficult. "I was too hasty. I was thinking of bringing all the women and children of those dwarves to the Dragon's Nest as a means of control, but the Dragon's Nest doesn't have enough space to accommodate so many dwarves. If we let them stay here, as soon as we leave, they will definitely pack up and leave. What if we slaughter them all?" Gold was almost rubbing sparks from his chin. "That wouldn't be in line with your principles of doing what you say, chieftain." Lena shrank her neck, hearing the chieftain's complaints to herself and the dog captain. "You've got some nerve to say that." Gold rolled his eyes and looked at the succubus, with her enchanting figure, and swiftly carried her into the city. Lena was startled, then her face turned pale as she realized something. Punishment. Was it finally coming? Whether it was the ogres, the dwarves, or the foreign forces led by the leader of the Fong tribe, they were all outside the city, leaving it empty inside. Gold found a secluded spot with cover, seemingly a dwarven forge, and placed the succubus there. "I've done my best, that's all." Honey's two heads glanced at each other. The son has grown up. Quite bold. After a while, Gold emerged, carrying the succubus, now soaked in purple blood. She had lost consciousness, not breathing in, and was just a step away from death. She was covered in wounds, blood flowing. The exceptional physique of the demon race prevented her from dying on the spot. Gold threw the damaged succubus, like a broken doll, at Honey's feet and stretched his muscles. "Mom, see if there's any hope left." Honey's left head, "I really don't understand why you like such a weak race." Honey's right head, "But since you like her, she can live." Crimson light continuously flowed into Lena's broken body, quickly repairing her. Gold shook his head. Men like cars, the more powerful the engine, the more they like it. He was extremely satisfied. Ugh! Lena on the ground let out a painful groan. Gold's mouth twitched. This was a good sign, at least it meant she had regained consciousness and felt pain. Honey continued to release blessings, taking a full 10 minutes to snatch Lena back from the hands of death. Honey's left head, "So tired, why don't you just kill her?" Honey's right head, "This little thing is really not easy." Faced with his mother's sarcasm, Gold chuckled. Ogres didn't care about face. Such activities were common in the tribe's public places. Ugh! Lena woke up, suddenly opening her eyes. Chieftain. I'm sorry, Lena is really sorry, please spare me. Lena realized and quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Gold looked at Lena's still dazzling rock imprint, nodding in satisfaction. "I can't manage the hot sands oasis and the giant sand oasis. You're clever, pick one to oversee for me." Gold's voice remained indifferent, but it startled Lena. "Chieftain, are you saying?" She was somewhat incredulous. "Your loyalty has been proven, your fault has been punished. I reward and punish clearly, and now is the time for the tribe to use people. Lena, seize this opportunity and don't disappoint me again." Gold's face was expressionless, cold to the extreme, but Lena, who had almost been killed, was grateful and kept kowtowing. "Thank you, Chieftain, thank you, great Chieftain. Then you take charge of the giant sand city first. It's close to the tribe and doesn't need rebuilding. You must quickly restore production here to supply the dragon's nest." Gold directly assigned the task. "Mom, if you don't mind, take Nuyat and the others to the third oasis of the hot sands? I think it can be a mining point for us, producing materials continuously." Honey's left head, "You always boss your mom around." Honey's right head, "But who made me have only this one offspring? I have no choice." Gold chuckled, "At critical moments, I still have to rely on my mom." Honey nodded and drove the Kodo towards the foreign forces of the Fong tribe. "Lena, I'll leave you with 3 ogres, and all the dwarves, but I have to take Culber and their little ones with me. This old man is afraid that ordinary ogres won't be a match." With his mother there, and with Nuya already bearing the imprint, everything was as solid as a rock. Lena is a bit difficult to handle here. After all, there are too few people with the imprint of the rock to use. In addition to restoring production and order here, you also need to quickly build vehicles that can accommodate ogres. I have a preliminary and immature idea about this. I will call the craftsmen together to have a meeting to confirm it. Please rest assured, Chief, Lena will definitely not cause any more problems." Lena stated solemnly. Gold nodded and left. After Gold left, Lena tightly clenched her fists. It was worth it. Although she was almost killed by the chief, this was the punishment she brought upon herself for causing trouble for the chief, and she had successfully become the manager of an oasis. This was the chief's grace earned with her life, and she must not let herself down, let alone the chief. It's really her honor. With a sinister smile, the imprint of the rock on her left arm shone brightly. The remaining dwarven warriors were all disarmed. Their armor and weapons were piled together. With more people, things would become more complicated. Gold wanted to return to his own little corner, but he was powerless. However, it was impossible for him to do it himself, not in this lifetime. Gold's goal has always been to live a better and more comfortable life. He enjoyed life, not power. He didn't care about controlling the city oasis, as long as he controlled the managers who controlled the oasis. He led the ogres to the edge of the oasis pool in the giant sand city, lounging comfortably in the shade, and at the same time, gave Lena a task. "Get those dwarves moving, don't mope around like a dead mother, it's annoying to watch," Gold said. Lena quickly put herself in the role of the city lord after cleaning herself up. As a succubus who fought and survived for 20 minutes against the ogre chief, she was efficient and even enthusiastic. She never thought she would become a city lord so easily. She didn't even dare to dream about it. What followed was pressure, deep pressure. She now asked herself if she had a preliminary understanding of the chief. There were only 2 reasons she could rise to power. One was absolute loyalty. The other was that the chief had almost no one else to use. Opportunities are always left to those who are prepared and can seize them. From a slave to a city lord, it was almost impossible in this desert. Lena stood proudly in front of thousands of dwarves. When the former dwarf leader and the chief sat down to talk business, she was just an ordinary hostess. To put it nicely, she was a hostess, but to put it bluntly, wasn't she just a servant? Although the chief said she was cruel, isn't ruthlessness a necessary condition for a ruler? Although the chief said she was heartless, is there anyone in this world who was not heartless? As a succubus, she knew it too well. Although the chief was ruthless, he had nothing to say about his own people, and as long as they didn't make mistakes and completed the tasks assigned by the chief, they could survive in the cruel chief's territory. Most importantly, the chief really lived up to his words, and he was fair and rewarding in punishing. He was good to his own people, ruthless to outsiders, rewarded for merit, and punished for mistakes. He had outstanding combat power and intelligence. Regardless of race, he only looked at loyalty, and even entrusted important tasks to outsiders who were loyal and capable. This was the standard template for a ruler. Chief, oh chief, who would believe that you don't want to dominate? It's just that your fellow tribesmen without intelligence are holding you back. Lena touched her rock imprint and made a decision in her heart. The chief always said he wanted to live a comfortable life, so even if she had to sacrifice herself, she would make sure the chief lived the best and most comfortable life. For the chief, and for herself. If Gold knew about Lena's thoughts, he would probably be speechless. This is the different understanding of the word comfortable in two different worlds. Gold wants to eat well, sleep comfortably, and have various servants massaging him. The more extreme, the better. It's best for him to live to death without having to move. And this is what Lena, the succubus, thinks. To be the greatest chieftain, to exercise the greatest power, and to be able to decide the life and death of any population in the oasis with a single word. This is also the common knowledge of the wise races in the endless desert. In general, they were wrong. Lena took action. She led Culber and all the agile dwarves to throw all the armor equipment into the largest furnace in the giant sand city. Lena did not reclaim the weapons that were taken by the foreign forces in battle. Angry Tooth and his team were going to the third oasis of the hot sands, where they also needed to be stationed. Without weapons, these warriors would have a much harder time. Although they were not branded, they were now third-class members of the dragon tribe and were the chieftain's private property. The scorching flames burned fiercely in the smelting furnace, melting all the armor and weapons into molten iron. On the other side, a very large mold had already been made for the dwarves. About 3 meters long, thick in the front and thin in the back, the thick section was covered with sturdy fangs. Including Gold, Lena needed to prepare 20 of these giant fang clubs. Although Gold now had a forging hammer, it was still important to have a spare fang club. The scorching molten iron was poured into the mold, and after a slight cooling, it solidified. After the temperature had completely dropped, the mold could be opened. Even the dwarves, the spirits of the earth, needed 2 people to barely lift the 3-meter-long fang club. The dwarves had to carry the finished fang clubs to see if Gold was satisfied. Lena thoughtfully wrapped the handle of the fang club with animal skin. Gold, who was cooling off, saw the dwarves carrying the fang clubs and stood up with interest. Hey! After grabbing the fang club, Gold felt its weight and couldn't help but exclaim, "Solid iron lump, it's really something." With a swing of the fang club, a tearing and whistling sound immediately rang out. If we had this kind of weapon from the beginning, the previous siege would have been much easier. The dwarves kept quiet, shrinking their necks. A solid iron fang club 3 meters long, combined with the terrifying strength of the ogres. Their city walls were only 6 meters high. If the ogres had had these weapons at the time, they would have surrendered long ago. What's the difference between this thing in the hands of the ogres and a siege hammer for ordinary races? Good, let's go with this standard, Gold said, very satisfied. If there are any leftover materials after making 20 of these weapons, then make shields. They should be thick and sturdy, at least 10 centimeters thick, and as for the design, you can figure it out yourselves. Within the allowed conditions, you can make them larger. The dwarves naturally didn't dare to say anything. The materials used were all melted down from their warriors' weapons and equipment, and even the fallen warriors had been stripped clean. It was shameful, but there was nothing they could do. Gold waved his hand, letting them leave. This was Lena's first task now. The previous battles had damaged all the ogres' large bone hammers. After all, they were just bones, and no matter how strong they were, they couldn't withstand such battles. These fang clubs and shields were the first batch of standard equipment that Gold had prepared for his people to replace them. With the ogres feeling ojk about the racial special effects, Gold also had some new ideas about weapons, but it would take time to research and practice them. If the experiments were successful, these weapons and equipment would soon be retired and melted down. "Now, run an errand and take this to my mother," Gold said, sitting on the ground and ordering his henchmen. "Oh." Nuh scratched his head, hoisted the 3-barreled machine gun on his shoulder, and picked up the fang club with one hand, striding out of the city. Now Honey and those foreign troops have not left yet, it's still time to send them over. After staying here for 3 days, Gold set off towards the dragon's nest. The weapons and equipment of these dwarves still did not complete the 20 sets of complete wolf tooth clubs and shield combinations for the ogres. However, there were more than enough wolf tooth clubs. When distributing the wolf tooth clubs to them, the ogres were still somewhat unwilling. They preferred the previous weapons with flame effects. Gold was speechless. Damn it, as long as you are determined in your heart, you can make your weapons have any effect you want. This is just the basic okay, still only the weapons section, with weak effects. If it were the complete version, it would be different. Give you a pile of scrap metal and you can think of it as a mech. But there's no way, let the fools fool themselves. Gold pretended to tinker with them again, just to make these brainless ogres believe it. Who made them think their chief is omnipotent? He probably carried 3 machine guns and a wolf tooth club. If it weren't for the chief saying everyone should have one, and he occasionally wanted to smash enemies in close combat, he wouldn't want this wolf tooth club. This kind of machine gun with rapid firepower and high damage is the weapon a real man should play with. He would casually swing the 3-barreled machine gun without bullets in front of the other ogres, just to admire the envy in their eyes. They also wanted it, but they didn't have it. When they went with the dwarves to the hot sands before, they went into a frenzy and smashed 2 goblin Gatling guns to pieces. In the end, it's their own fault. When they went, they were riding a modified caterpillar vehicle, but this thing was blown up by the stupid goblin craftsman. But Gold had no choice, he had to let them show off. He had to sit on the outer shell of the steam tank to go back. Yes, both the steam tank and the dwarven airship, the 2 treasures of the giant sand city, were preserved. The steam tank is an offensive weapon, but it seems a bit inadequate for defense. Its cannon is powerful, but it can't reach the dwarven walls. The dwarven airship is good for both offense and reconnaissance, but there is only one airship, so it's almost meaningless if the dwarves on the airship surrender. Gold did want to ride the dwarven airship, but the lower cabin was custom-made for dwarves, and he couldn't get in at all. The weight was not a problem, but the space was not enough. Corb and over 1,000 dwarven children, as well as a small number of dwarf women, were forcibly moved to the dragon's nest. 3 ogres and the remaining dwarves were left to Lena. If those dwarves have any messy ideas, then Gold will definitely make kebabs out of these dwarven children in front of them. It's very clear, I'm just holding hostages, if you don't obey, I dare to slaughter you all. Gold didn't have the time to play tricks with the dwarves, he showed his cards first. Don't say, really don't say. Being so frank actually made the dwarves feel a lot more at ease. At least they weren't so worried about these children. At least the chief allowed some dwarf women to go with them to take care of them. Looking at it this way, it's actually not bad? Gold didn't care how the dwarves thought, he just wanted to go back to his own house and lie down on the bed made by Karloff. This damn dwarven steam tank has no shock absorption at all, and it made Gold feel like throwing up. After returning to the dragon's nest, Gold quickly rolled back to his house like a thunderstorm, leaving over 1,000 dwarves looking at each other. That stupid dog, take them to camp outside the tribe. Don't bother me before dawn tomorrow. Now in the tribe, the only ones with a mark and a brain are the dog captain. The dog captain also had half the credit for the current situation, but Gold really hadn't figured out how to punish him. Should he be killed? TSK, a bit excessive. Not punishing the succubus makes it seem like the rewards and punishments aren't fair. This puts Gold in a difficult position. Can't just let it go. Ogres can't. At least they shouldn't. As he thought about it, Gold fell asleep. The dog captain, who received the task before the punishment, was ecstatic. The dwarves were also a bit confused. They never expected to be commanded by desert dogs like the gnolls in their entire lives. The dog captain's tail was raised high. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking very proud. What are you all standing around for? It's still several hours until dark. If you don't set up your camp properly, you'll all freeze tonight. Not to mention the gnolls, even the newly surrendered goblins looked at him with envy. This definitely gave him a lot of face, his chin almost reaching the back of his head. Especially you. The dog captain pointed at Corb. I don't care what your previous status was, but here, you are all members of the Western Tier. You are the only adult male dwarf among you, so your job is more important. Corb took a deep breath and put on a smile. Please rest assured. Humph. The dog captain glared at him and turned away. Come on, why are you all standing around like idiots? Do you expect the heavens to build your camp for you? Corb walked out with the female dwarves in silence. The dog captain wasn't that harsh, but he also didn't have a good heart. The goblin camp and the dwarf camp were right next to each other. The goblin city was breached by this group of dwarves following the ogres. Not long after, this group of dwarves city was also breached by the ogres. Watching the dwarves picking desert thorns and building temporary camps, the goblin engineers laughed heartily, their laughter filled with schadenfreude. Ha! You reap what you sow. The goblins, who had previously felt quite miserable, suddenly felt much more at ease. The goblins were very intelligent, and ultimately, this series of events was caused by these dwarves. If they hadn't hired this group of ogres to attack their third city, there wouldn't have been so many troubles later on. As for the dwarven resources they had seized first, they didn't mention a word. In the desert, survival of the fittest, isn't it normal? The ogres are strong, they are weak, and now they are all slaves, isn't that normal too? Gold slept soundly until the sun was high the next day. He really managed to stay in bed unless he absolutely couldn't hold it in. Even eating and drinking were brought to them. When they arrived at the ogres' main camp, the dwarves deliberately softened their movements even though they were in a hurry to set up the camp, fearing they would disturb the terrifying chieftain inside. They managed to barely set up the dwarven camp before dark, so the dwarven children wouldn't freeze. The remaining ones were built next to the smelting furnace, which provided a lot of heat day and night. Corb was a bit confused to see the smelting furnace that didn't seem to follow any scientific principles. This thing was clearly not the goblin style. The goblin smelting furnace was very unstable, and the residue it produced was gray-black. But he had secretly observed the smelting furnace, and the residue it produced was not much different from the original sand. He was a bit puzzled. Looking at the neatly arranged iron pillars on the side, the former dwarf leader, who considered himself well-informed, fell silent. Originally, he thought it was the reward given to the ogres by a city or something they had plundered, but he never imagined that the ogres had smelted it themselves. Thinking back to the magical tattoos engraved on their left arms, Corb felt that he was increasingly unable to understand this tribe. The young dwarves didn't understand why they had suddenly switched to such a crude environment, but the genes ingrained in them from the Death Desert made them quiet and cautious, afraid of causing trouble. Gold didn't care about them. The weak are meat, the strong eat, a timeless truth in any world. And there's nothing to pity about. When the Hot Sands Consortium was attacked and the city was slaughtered, those dwarves didn't show any mercy. There were also a large number of young goblins inside. In the end, they also turned into a pile of bones. Corb naturally understood this truth, so he had no complaints, and was even quite satisfied. At least since they arrived here, the ogres here hadn't paid much attention to them. They also didn't have any plans to eat their offspring as snacks. As for the steam tank parked not far from the door and the airship anchored to the ground, they were no longer the dwarves' weapons, but the property of the dragon's nest. They could only look at these two giant objects and reminisce about the former glory of the giant sand city. Gold lay there, and when he woke up, he would watch people boasting and communicating resources on the World Channel, or see if there were any spices available for trade. What disappointed him was that there were few people who could offer spices recently, but someone did offer a packet of chili seeds to Gold. Gold scratched his head. He definitely wanted them, but he didn't know how to plant them. "You silly dog, come in," he called out lightly, and the dog captain who was watching the gate from afar rushed in. Others couldn't hear, but as a member of the canine family, the jackal could definitely hear. Gold still lay there looking half dead. "Go, bring Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing from the brothel and their compatriots here." "Yes, great chief." The dog captain ran off to the brothel. In less than 3 minutes, 3 waitresses from the Blue Star timidly walked in. Previously, there were other waitresses accompanying them, but this was the first time only the Blue Star waitresses had come. Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing were regulars, and Gold really took a close look at the waitress from Blue Star for the first time. At first glance, she looked to be in her 20s, but her temperament was very different from the other two. Xiao Wanhong was just an ordinary woman in her late 20s, with no outstanding features in the crowd. He Qingqing was a campus beauty, tall and slender but youthful and outstanding in appearance. As for the last one, she had a graceful figure and a unique temperament. Gold thought she would be very charming in a Cheongsam. "Which of you 3 can do farm work? If I give you a packet of chili seeds, can you grow them?" Gold didn't think too much about it, as it was his own restaurant, and there were more pressing matters at hand. The 3 looked at each other, and He Qingqing shook her head first. "I'm sorry, chief, I studied business management." Gold rolled his eyes. "What's the use of studying that? How many people will let inexperienced people like you manage things?" Xiao Wanhong hesitated and raised her hand. "Chief, I used to go to the fields with my family when I was a child, but I really can't guarantee. I'm afraid I might delay the chief's affairs." Gold waved his hand. "It's okay, don't burden yourself too much. It's okay if you mess up, just be careful in your next life." Xiao Wanhong. Gold turned his gaze to the last waitress from Blue Star. "The cultivation of chili peppers is quite particular. The most basic rule is not to plant them in the same field consecutively, and they should not be grown on flat ground or too densely. The most important point is that they must be shaded, which can be quite difficult to achieve. Chief, chili peppers are not very suitable for growing in this desert area." Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing. Gerder sat up with interest, leaning on his extra-large pillow. "Interesting, what's your name?" The woman maintained her composure, clearly aware that Gerder was also from the Blue Star. "Chief, my name is Tsumai, and I am a graduate student at the Miaojiang Agricultural Science and Technology University." "Alright, Tsumai, if I were to entrust you with chili pepper seeds, could you grow them successfully?" "There are no such conditions in the desert, but it can be developed in the oasis. If the soil in the oasis is no different from that of the Blue Star, I think it should be possible." Tsumai exuded confidence. Although the other party's body was huge and terrifying, the thought that a human soul resided within made it seem less frightening. If He Qingqing knew Tsumai's thoughts, she might laugh. "Look, this is the useful expertise." Gerder pointed at He Qingqing. "What use is your field of study? What good is being a campus beauty? Can you rely on your youth forever? You need to be tough." He Qingqing shrank back, not daring to argue with Gerder. "Then it's up to you. You can choose a few dwarf women to help you, and tell the goblin craftsmen at the entrance what tools you need, and they will make them for you. If you can achieve chili pepper freedom in the future, I will remember your great contribution." Gerder clapped his hands and agreed to the trade with the person on the trading channel. The other party wanted a more powerful weapon, so Gerder planned to have the goblins make 2 goblin bombs later. Whoever gets blown up, Gerder didn't care, as long as the power was enough. "Chief, can I leave my role as a waitress?" Tsumai asked tentatively. She couldn't accept being reduced to a waitress at the Fengqing Pavilion. Ha! Gerder laughed heartily, then said decisively, "No. Even Lena is not possible, let alone you, who have not yet achieved anything. You three, come up and give me a massage, especially you, Sumai. Since you still have some use, this is your first and last time being so presumptuous. If it happens again, you won't even have the qualification to be a waitress. The efficiency of 3 people giving a massage was incomparable to that of 6 people, and Gerder's punishment was quite clear. You have grace, don't you? You have knowledge and talent, don't you? I'll make you feel ashamed just like shucking corn. Negotiate with me. Only esteemed customers in this world can negotiate with me during a trade. To put it nicely, you are a waitress, but to put it bluntly, aren't you just a slave? I'm being generous by considering you, and you want to negotiate with me? After a long while, the 3 finally left Gerder's house. Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing rubbed their arms and wrists, as giving a massage to 3 people required a lot of strength. In contrast, Sumai was in a very sorry state. Her clothes were torn, and she had bruises all over, with a somewhat vacant look in her eyes. As a punishment, she was the main force among the 3. It was only because of the chili pepper seeds that Gerder spared her from any actual harm. He Qingqing's eyes held a hint of resentment. You should just do whatever the chief tells you to do. Why did you have to negotiate with the chief? Now, even if you do well, you won't get any credit. And it was clearly you who negotiated with the chief. But both of us are now implicated and have to give the chief a massage. Xiao Wanhong moved his wrist inside. The workload of 6 waiters is now being done by the 3 of us, which is really unbearable. Shumai listened to the complaints of the 2 old acquaintances and felt a wave of despair. Just as she was about to speak, a wave of nausea surged up, and she instinctively covered her mouth. He Qingqing and Xiao Wanhong also quickly covered her mouth. You dare not, this is the chief's punishment for you. If you vomit, it's disrespectful to the chief and someone will die. I forgot to tell you, the chief's most prominent virtue is to do what he says. Shumai sat on the ground, feeling wronged, heartbroken, humiliated, unwilling, and disgusted, wishing she could die right now. But she didn't have the courage to end her own life. Although Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing had some complaints, seeing Shumai's miserable state, they couldn't bear it and helped her back to the inn. When the other waiters at the inn saw them return, they hurried over to help. After a long time, Shumai lay on her own bed, staring blankly at the high ceiling. Why? What? Xiao Wanhong sat beside her, not quite hearing clearly, and quickly leaned in to listen to Shumai's words. Why? Are they all blue star people? Why is he? Jianshou is just a demon. Xiao Wanhong sighed and sat beside her. At least if you behave here, you can have no worries about food and clothing. Sister, let me tell you the truth. The chief has been tolerant enough to us waiters. Apart from our blue star people's understanding, look at those natives, they are eager to serve the chief. Look at Lena, the succubus waitress, who has now become the ruler of a city. Even with her outstanding abilities, she cannot escape the identity of a waitress. Even if she doesn't have to serve guests, she still has to serve the chief. Believe it or not, if the chief doesn't let her serve, she will kneel down and beg the chief for the opportunity to serve. Look at the billions of blue star people on the world channel. Countless people lose their lives every day. Compared to them, we have only lost our dignity. Sister, listen to me, don't dwell on whether the chief is a blue star person. The chief is the chief, he is the chief born and raised in this desert. Sister and Qingqing don't know anything, and the days ahead will be like this, but you are different. The chief has given you the opportunity, so you must do well. Xiao Wanhong's words struck Shumai's heart heavily. Although she had been pampered at school, by her parents, and cajoled by her mentor, she was also an adult now, and in this world, she had to force herself to accept reality. But, I've messed things up, I thought. I thought he would be like the Blue Star Men. Shumai was at a loss. Like the Blue Star Men? What do you mean? Boiling sheep? Two-faced turtle? Xiao Wanhong probably understood Shumai's thoughts. Shumai lowered her head and said nothing. Xiao Wanhong felt a wave of sadness and ridicule. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Have you really been so blinded by capital's praise that you can't tell right from wrong? Have you lost even the most basic cognitive and discernment abilities? In the Blue Star, as long as you have money and power, don't you still do whatever you want? Men with money support women, women with money support a bunch of gigolos. You have a master's degree, does gender really matter? Isn't strength what matters? In this world, money is not important, power is not important, the fist is the most important. If you have enough strength, you can do whatever you want. And so far, I haven't seen anyone who can threaten the chief. Listen to me, if you want to live well, you need to face reality. When the chieftain is happy, we are all good. But if the chieftain is not happy, whether the Fengqing Pavilion exists or not is another matter. Maybe you will accumulate more achievements slowly, and also show absolute loyalty to the chieftain, just like that succubus? Xiao Wanhong said everything she could. They had met by chance and were in the same situation. She was not a bad person and would help if she could. But if Chumai really couldn't listen, then she couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was difficult to persuade a stubborn ghost. I will do this well, don't worry, Hongjie, Chumai said. Although she came from an ivory tower, she was not a fool. It's just loyalty. Hongjie, I think this is too difficult for us Blue Star people. Xiao Wanhong couldn't do anything about it either. Wasn't she the same? She didn't resist serving the chieftain now, but it was all for survival. Loyalty and such were really too difficult for someone who had received a complete 9-year YW education. Let's do our best. Otherwise, unless we achieve great deeds, it's impossible to enter the 3rd tier. The two fell silent. After a while, Ching poked her head in from outside. Everyone, dinner will be served soon. Let's go line up first. The waiters who had been resting in groups of 2 or 3 got up and walked outside. Xiao Wanhong stood up and said, "Let's go, let's eat first." Shumai smiled bitterly and patted her stomach. I feel so nauseous, I have no appetite at all. I never thought there would be such a day. Shumai felt that her principles and dignity were gradually disappearing. Her mother was not here, and Gold didn't need to cook for her mother anymore. She really managed to avoid coming out if she could. The dwarves outside were busy improving their camp. They would basically have to stay here in the future, so they couldn't be careless. This move stimulated Karlov. Although the houses the dwarves were building had different styles, they were not inferior to his. This brought him a deep sense of crisis. Once he became useless, even if the OGRE Chieftain didn't eat him, he wouldn't be able to bear being driven out. There was no need to worry about food and drink here, and he also had 2 strong orcs who listened to his commands. If he went out wandering, what kind of life would that be? For a moment, he accelerated the progress of his team. He was currently building a house for Honyi that was of the same standard as the chieftain's hut, and it had now reached the roof. He planned to rebuild all the ogres' huts in the tribe in the coming time. Of course, there would be differences in standards. Among them, Nu was the best fighter and also the most trusted by the chieftain, so his house would be of a higher standard than the other ogres, but lower than the chieftain's. As for the others, they would be treated equally. The chieftain had no intention of ranking the remaining 20 members of the tribe. After all, they were all the highest tier of the tribe. He had consulted Gold about this matter, and Gold only cared about the result, not the process. I only have one requirement: neatness, and damn neatness. As for the rest, you figure it out yourself. Karlov laughed happily. He had been muttering about not having a salary or anything, and he had wanted to experience the Fengqing Pavilion. But now, with these dwarves, he didn't mention it at all. The dwarves were a bit puzzled as they watched this somewhat hostile human. Is he sick? Why is he staring at us like that? I wonder if he has a brand on his arm. He shouldn't be from the 2nd tier. But he can move freely, and those 2 orcs also listen to him. At the very least, he's not from the same 3rd tier as us. Let's not look at him anymore. We can't afford to provoke him. No, he should be building houses for the 1st tier ogres, right? We build our own, but we are all slaves of the ogres. Why do we resent what we do? I don't know, he's sick, don't mind him, let's get to work. The dwarves no longer paid attention to Karlov. For 2 or 3 days, everything was peaceful, and the dwarves relaxed a little. Some of the bolder young dwarves even started playing in the camp. Karlov saw the dwarves working hard and felt they were showing off, so he quickened his own pace. Gold was in the house and couldn't see this, but the dog captain would report to Gold. Gold remained watchful. It's good to make that kid feel a little pressure. He seems to have been slacking off lately. Gold leaned back on his pillow, with a piece of jerky in his mouth. The clear spring water tank was placed nearby, and when Gold was thirsty, he would take a sip. The only regret was that the jerky was a bit bland. It would be great if he could catch a blue star person who could make bacon or dried meat. What is Chumai doing now? Gold didn't even lift his eyes. The dog captain knelt respectfully in front of Gold's bed and said, "She seems to have realized the reality. This morning she wanted to go see the oasis behind, so I arranged for the young pups below to protect her." Gold snorted coldly. "It's good that she knows her place. Go and call Corb, and go to the goblins, let them choose the most skilled one and come together." "Yes, chief." The dog captain respectfully left the chief's hut and then swaggered towards the outsiders' camp. After a while, the dog captain brought Corb to the door. "Chief, Corb is here." Let them in." The voice of the jackal man was hesitant. "Chief, only Corb is here." Gold's voice was filled with doubt. Did those goblins dare to disobey him? If that was the case, Gold would have to take a closer look at them and then kill them. "Chief, they don't listen to anyone, they all think they are the best, and then they started fighting." The jackal man's voice sounded strange. "Gold." Then he heard the sound of getting up. Gold walked out of his house for the first time, except for going to the bathroom. The tribe was so small that he could see the tribe's gate from his house. Oh, the fight is quite intense. This got Gold interested. Let's go take a look. Gold chewed on the jerky and walked towards the gate. The dog captain and Corb looked at each other and quickly followed. Over 100 goblins were fighting in their own camp, jumping up and down. Although they didn't use weapons, they still raised a lot of dust. The commotion attracted the attention of other ogres in the tribe. The tradition of watching the excitement seemed to be effective here too, and the dwarves were watching from the rooftops. When they saw Gold come out, they quickly hid. They were still very afraid of the brutal chief who had destroyed their city. The dog captain wanted to go and scold the goblins, but was kicked aside by Gold. "What are you doing?" "I'm watching." Gold rolled his eyes and watched the goblins pecking at each other. The goblins didn't have weapons, but they had tools, but even now, none of them took out any weapons. Because from the beginning, the dog captain had told them, "You are all the chief's private property. Everything you produce belongs to the chief, including your lives." So they fought just to win the title of the most skilled. They shouted insults at each other, using their mothers and their tribe as the starting point, and spraying each other. TSK TSK TSK, the insults are quite dirty, Gold watched with relish. At this moment, a goblin who had been thrown out of the battle group fell flat on his face and then jumped up abruptly. Tui, 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 he spat out the sand from his mouth and was about to charge back into the battle group. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see a wall. He slowly raised his head and found Gold also looking down at him. The usually arrogant dog captain was now looking at him with a strange expression at Gold's feet. Thought his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. "Stop hitting! Stop hitting!" the goblin screamed in despair. If his screams were effective, the goblins wouldn't have ended up fighting like this. "Shut up! If you've been beaten out, it means you've been eliminated. Go sit on the side." The dog captain, true to his role as Gold's lackey, now knew Gold's thoughts. He whispered to the goblin who had been beaten out. The goblin immediately stopped his screaming, covered his mouth, and crawled to the side. As more and more goblins were beaten out, they all saw the ogres surrounding them in a circle, watching them fight. If it weren't for the goblin with a swollen face gesturing on the side, they would have been too scared to even spit. As the number of goblins on the side decreased, the goblin melee also neared its end. It wasn't until there were only 2 goblins left facing each other that they realized the situation around them. They were about to kneel and apologize. "Hey!" Gold was not pleased. "You've both made it to the finals, why stop now? There are only 2 left, shouldn't we determine a winner? Fight! Keep fighting!" Seeing the 2 goblins still trembling and not daring to move, Gold was speechless. "Damn it, are you still the desert race? What are you all looking at me for? Fight him! Go on, both of you." The winner will be the leader of the Dragon's Nest goblins and will be promoted to the 3rd level. Gold was not pleased with the timid appearance of the 2 goblins. The other ogres also started to voice their opinions. For ogres, apart from the chief and eating, nothing should delay their fighting. With Gold's words, the 2 goblins were no longer hesitant. Even the breathing of the other goblins became more rapid, and their eyes turned envious. They cursed themselves for not persevering more. What if they could have become the leader of the goblins? Although there were only a little over 100 goblins now, they could reproduce, and by becoming the leader, they would escape the status of slaves and gain the right to act freely. Unfortunately, Gold would not give these losers a chance. Fight, since neither of you acknowledges the other, it means your skills are evenly matched. Use your fists to prove yourselves. Gold clapped his hands, indicating that they could continue. The eye contact between the 2 goblins could even generate sparks, and with a scream, they instantly grappled with each other. The solo ended with one goblin covering his crotch with an incredulous look. "Dirty, really dirty, but I like it." Gold laughed heartily. "Ha, what's your name? From now on, you are the leader of the Dragon's Nest goblins." The goblin first looked proudly at his fellow goblin who was howling in pain, then quickly showed a fawning smile. "Respected and great chief, now that I am a member of the Dragon's Nest tribe, the Hotsand me from before is dead. Now I am your most loyal servant. You can call me whatever you want." Haha, Gold sneered. "Stupid dog, look at this goblin, his flattery is almost as good as yours. But unfortunately, it's not genuine." The dog captain also looked at the goblin with a sneer. "Your flattery is worthless in front of the great chief," he said, raising his left arm. "Look, this is the true proof of loyalty. The words you speak can only move yourself. Who doesn't know about the flexible moral bottom line of goblins in the desert?" The goblin nodded repeatedly, showing extreme humility. "Great chief, your insight is as sharp as lightning." "Enough. Since you put it that way, from now on, your name is Steel Penny." Gold couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling. Steel Penny was overjoyed and almost bowed down to Gold. He had now become a member of the 3rd tier. "You two, come with me. I have something to arrange." Gold turned and walked towards his house, feeling annoyed at the sight of the curious onlookers. "What are you looking at? Staring like a bunch of idiots. If you have nothing to do, then get the hell back and make some babies. I'm telling you, if anyone gets pregnant, I'll make a special feast for her. And there will be other rewards too." Gold rolled his eyes and dispersed his foolish tribespeople. It had to be said that Gold knew how to hit a nerve. Everything else aside, the feast he personally cooked was the most tempting. As for why only female ogres were rewarded, it was because there were fewer female ogres in the tribe, and everyone took turns. With so many pregnancies, who knew who the father was? As for why Gold's father was sure that Gold was his son, it was purely because both his father and mother were strong. His father dared not seek other female ogres, and his mother looked down on other male ogres. By a twist of fate, they ended up with a desert version of monogamy. Male ogres couldn't guarantee that they were the fathers, but female ogres could guarantee that they were the mothers, so the males had no say in the matter. Surprisingly, the female ogres, who were usually knocked out by the males and carried back to their huts, were now taking the initiative and choosing their mates. It was all about being proactive. Gold ignored the chaos and headed straight back to his house. The dog captain, Coalbeard, and Steel Penny followed behind. The dog captain led the way. Steel Penny looked proudly at Coalbeard, and followed the dog captain. Coalbeard walked at the back with a wry smile. He was no longer the dwarf leader appointed by the chief, but just a dwarf of the third tier. After letting Coalbeard and Steel Penny in, the dog captain sensibly lay outside the door, waiting. You, come in too. Gold's voice made the dog captain wag his tail with joy. Coalbeard, if you can't be the first to offer your loyalty and receive the stone seal, then once another dwarf gets it first, you'll be a slave. You have strength, but I value loyalty more. Steel Penny, why are you grinning? What? I didn't mention you. Your mouth is almost reaching your heels. If another goblin gets the stone seal before you, you won't be the leader of the Dragon's Nest goblins anymore. Steel Penny's expression froze. As the most morally flexible race in the endless desert, the only thing that could make goblins absolutely loyal was gold. This was also a great challenge and problem for him. Enough, back to the point. The Dragon's Nest now has 3 oases. I want you to work together to develop a viable means of transportation that connects the 3 oases with speed and capacity. This is your first task from me. If you complete it well, there will be rewards. If not, you'll have to face the consequences. You all know that I'm not someone to mess with. These words brightened the eyes of the dwarves and goblins. They looked at each other and saw the soaring determination in each other's eyes. Although they were now gold slaves, this was the norm in the endless desert. If there was one thing more important than living, it was to live well. And even if they didn't want to, they had to admit that Gold had indeed fully implemented what he said. This is a cruel and cunning, but also a decisive ogre chieftain. Chieftain, we goblins can handle this ourselves. Our goblin machines are famous throughout the desert, Steelbuck quickly asserted. Corb was originally reluctant to show himself so soon, but with the city about to fall in a few days, an extreme change in identity was unrealistic. However, seeing the goblins speak like this, he had no choice but to show himself. After all, he had so many dwarf cubs behind him, and other tribespeople were also working in the giant sand city. It should be called Dragon's Nest in the giant sand now. Indeed, Corb rarely admitted the goblin's words, which surprised both Gold and Steelbuck. But then his words made Steelbuck's face turn black. The unparalleled explosive power of goblin machines is indeed famous throughout the endless desert. If you say so, I really have to admit it, Steelbuck said angrily, almost jumping up, his voice sharp. Hello? Can your cannons hit a target 50 meters away? Besides piling up armor thickness, what else can you dwarves boast about? At least we don't expose our cockpit to the outside, letting our drivers face death head-on, Corb sneered. Do you want to fight, shorty? Steelbuck pulled a wrench out of his pants and taunted. A faint silver light appeared on Corb's body as he raised his eyebrows and looked at the extremely arrogant goblin. The goblin wilted. He wasn't stupid. How could he not know that the dwarf's god had descended to earth? Curse you, you can't even earn a single gold coin. Steelbuck angrily put away the wrench. Gold did not stop this farce. This was also the reason he had called all the goblins and dwarves together. He feared competition in everything. Only through competition could there be improvement and progress. I'll be frank with you both, as harsh as it may sound, listen carefully. Gold clapped his hands to attract the attention of the two stubborn fellows who refused to yield to each other. I see merit in both your goblin and dwarf creations, but I am more dissatisfied. Corb, your steam tank armor is thick, but too slow, and its attack capability is too single-minded. The cannon loading speed is too slow, and the accuracy is too poor. Steelbuck, those mech suits you made in the hot sands before, well, the technology is indeed strong. I don't understand how you did it, but in my opinion, it's a pile of crap. The explosive power of your goblin technology is strong. Gold thought of the stupid goblin craftsman who had blown up his temporary ride when he was fighting the dwarves before, and now he couldn't help but feel speechless. But you can't just focus on explosions. And why don't you mass-produce weapons like the Gatling cannon that you've researched? What's the use of researching those mech suits and bombs that blow up with one hit all day long? Steelbuck couldn't lift his head under Gold's criticism. Although he was afraid, when it came to his own professional field, he couldn't help but defend goblin technology. Chieftain, in your and your ogre people's eyes, our goblin technology may not be impressive, but that's because you and your people are too powerful. For other races, even our most ordinary goblin mining machines are very intimidating. A goblin mining machine can fight several orcs at the same time without falling behind. Not to mention these shorties. Steelbuck, who was full of cunning, refuted and praised Gold and his people first. Alright, I don't like anything you two have, and now is not the time for you to build any war weapons. First, come up with a specific feasible plan for me. Also, select a suitable location outside the tribe to build a docking tower for the airship, with specifications based on the ogre's size. Both of you need to come up with a plan for the airship. My requirement is that it should be able to accommodate ogres and equipment, and enhance its firepower for bombing. In short, it needs to be big enough, powerful enough, and walk enough. Understand? Gold issued his final command. Both of your races have their own strengths and technology, and I hope you can integrate these strengths, discard the weaknesses, and complete the work well. Although our races are different, I don't care about race, I only care about loyalty and ability. Both of you are now members of the Dragon's Nest tribe, and I want to see competition, but I don't want to see malicious competition, understand? The dwarves and goblins quickly knelt down. We will follow the will of the great chief. That's right, let's talk about the airship. It should have the dwarves' armor, the goblins' firepower, and also have a large capacity. But I can't tolerate the goblins' instability. I don't want to be sitting and suddenly fall from the sky. Alright, that's all I have to say. You figure out the process yourselves. My requirement is to connect the 3 oases to facilitate mutual resource supply. Then Gold took a sip of water and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you can go out. Stupid dog, you continue with your work. Gold was referring to the overseer's work. After all, neither the dwarves nor the goblins had the rock brand. Gold was generous, but not foolish. He only cared about the rock brand now. Chief. The dog captain tentatively raised his hand. Do you have something? Gold looked at the gnoll with confusion. The dog captain smiled with a sly look. Chief, now that we also have 3 oases, shouldn't our tribe have its own flag or emblem? When we stick it on the oasis, it will make sure that any creature knows that this is the Dragon's Nest tribe led by the great Chief Gold. As the dog captain spoke, Corb was stunned, and Steel Penny almost regretted not scratching himself with his own claws. Yes, this was a simple and flattering way. Why didn't he think of it himself? Steel Penny was full of regret. Even Gold was slightly surprised. Ha, you little dog have some interesting ideas. Gold laughed. Since you suggested it, you should come up with a design. With so many ideas, if the design is unsatisfactory, I will be angry. The gnoll nodded repeatedly with a fawning smile. After leaving the chief's house, the gnoll looked at the dwarves and goblins with pride and meaning. I told you, your flattery is crude and ineffective. It only makes the chief laugh. Steel Penny looked embarrassed. When will you abandon your foolish pride and offer absolute loyalty to the chief? Then you can truly integrate into the Dragon's Nest tribe. The gnoll looked down on any member of the Dragon's Nest tribe without the rock brand. The chief also said that we are now members of the Dragon's Nest tribe, and our roots, our children are all here. Why? Corb tried to argue in a low voice. Nonsense! The dog captain sneered with his fangs. Corb, you used to be a lord of a city. Ask yourself, would you believe such words if they were said to you? Corb was speechless. The gnoll's words made it impossible for him to argue. Otherwise, why would the giant sand city be so exclusive before? We are different from them. We are sincerely working for the chief and the tribe. Steel Penny became proud again, pointing to the goblin camp where they were busy with their mechanical work at night. Stop talking nonsense. If the chief didn't think your craftsmanship and technology were somewhat useful, do you think the Dragon's Nest tribe would have taken you in? The dog captain spoke without reservation. Let me tell you, the Dragon's Nest tribe will continue to grow stronger under the leadership of the powerful Chief Gold. If we find a craftsman race willing to pledge loyalty to the chief, you lot. The dog captain pointed towards the camps of the dwarves and goblins. Those of you who cannot pledge loyalty to the chief will become backup food. The dog captain's tone was menacing, even patting the weathered face of Corb, who never imagined he would be insulted by the desert's hyenas in this way, his eyes turning red with anger. In terms of strength, he could easily crush the jackal people in front of him with a single punch. But he dared not. This was Gold's watchdog, the ogre chieftain he couldn't defeat even if the gods descended. Want to fight me? The dog captain provocatively brought his dog head close to Corb. Come on, if you don't fight, you're nothing but trash, not even as good as a cockroach in the sand. Steelbuck watched the scene, unable to resist mocking the stubborn dwarf. Are you stupid? Why are you arguing with the chieftain's lapdog? Do you still think you're the leader of the dwarves? Let's see how you handle this. If it were goblins, these insults would be no problem at all. The goblins' flexible moral boundaries make them completely indifferent to this. Corb's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly. Under the scorching sun at midday, a faint white mist even rose from his head. Come on, the dog captain continued to provoke. The sounds of young dwarves playing outside the door made Corb clench his teeth tightly. If you don't fight, then I'll just hit myself, and then I'll tell the chief that you hit me. Who do you think the chief will believe, his weak but steadfast watchdog with the rock imprint, or you, the former lord of the giant sand city? The dog captain's face carried a mocking smile as he actually raised his hand to strike his own dog face. Smack! The dog captain's fist was firmly held by Corb. What? Do you want? We've come to this point. Why are you torturing me like this? Smack! The dog captain's other claw landed a crisp slap on Corb's face. Corb's eyes instantly turned red, his breathing heavy, and a faint silver light emanated from his body. The goblin smirked and quietly moved to the side. Dwarves were single-minded, and if this stubborn fellow really erupted, his small arms and legs wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yes, anger, come on. Explode. Aren't you able to grow bigger? Your dwarven talent, come on, grow. Kill me. The dog captain sneered, looking coldly at Corb, who was suppressing his anger. Smack! The dog captain raised his hand and slapped Corb's face again. Come on, kill me. Anyway, there are so many little dwarves following me. My dog's life is worth it even if it dies. Corb's body trembled, panting heavily. Look at you, just 2 slaps and you're like this. The dog captain smacked his lips and shook his head repeatedly. Today, either you kill me, or I won't stop slapping you, you decide. The dog captain licked his dog mouth, saliva gathering on his teeth. Corb held his fist tightly and remained silent. Smack! Another slap. Smack! Another slap. The male ogre who wasn't chosen by the female ogre was attracted and came out of his hut, staring at the dog captain with his wise eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on, his wisdom told him that this was the chieftain's dog. Do you believe I can convince the ogre to pick 2 little dwarfs to snack on right now? Seeing the ogre being attracted out and hearing the dog captain's words, he was in despair. What do you want? Smack! You dare talk to me, a second-tier being, like this? The jackal man delivered another slap. Chief, the chief said not to touch my people. Smack! Another slap. But now they belong to the dragon's nest, not to you. What are you? But, you promised me. Colbert cried out in despair. You promised me. Smack! Another slap. What are you shouting about? Promised you what? You promised not to touch my people. You said you would keep your word, didn't you? Smack! Who promised you? Your chief. He said it himself. Smack! Whose chief? Ours. Our chief. It's our chief. Smack! The chief could have slaughtered all of you and dried you as food, but he mercifully spared you, and this is the attitude you have? Smack! 4 days, I've been watching you with disgust. How many have survived unscathed after the city was destroyed in this desert? Who are you trying to impress with that sullen face every day? I'll take the ogres and eat your children now. You ungrateful wretch. A doo-doo? At the mention of eating, the ogres watching the show's eyes lit up. No! You promised to let us live. Smack! Who said that? The chief said it. I beg you, don't harm the children. Smack! If the chief keeps his word, what right does a slave like you have to resist? Turn around, kneel down, bow to the chief. Thud! Colbert turned and knelt on the ground, bowing his head heavily. Chief! The old dwarf's voice was filled with tears, his body trembling. Old man, are you too old to remember the traditions of this desert? The dog captain lightly rubbed his paws, his expression cold, mimicking Gold's usual demeanor perfectly. Don't force me to slaughter those dwarves one by one in front of you. The chief keeps his word, but I don't. I am a cunning jackal, and I won't hesitate to bury you all with me. Tell me, where has the chief wronged you, you dogs of a ruined house? You're right. Colbert roared, tears and snot streaming down his face. Weakness is a crime, and letting you live is a favor. Do you understand? The jackal's tone was menacing. I understand. Colbert pounded the ground with all his might, looking pitiful. Unfortunately, in this endless desert, the more pitiful you are, the more miserable your death. I understand, I swear. I offer my damn loyalty to the chief for his great favor and kindness. You coward! The jackal kicked Colbert in the back of his head. Thank the chief for his great favor and kindness. I offer my loyalty to the merciful chief. I understand. Colbert buried his head deep in the sand, his body trembling uncontrollably. The dog captain glanced at his left arm, where a rock imprint was faintly visible. Humph! Retrieving his paw, the dog captain immediately turned to the ogres watching the show with a fawning smile, then walked outside and scolded the steel coin. What are you looking at? Did he not say anything to you? Go and help up Colbert, who is about to be promoted to the second tier, and stare at those eyes of his. Steel coin? What the hell? What the hell? Looking at the gradually emerging imprint on Colbert's left arm, the steel coin was dumbfounded. Wasn't he just the third a moment ago, and now he's the second? The steel coin looked bewildered. He quickly helped the still tearful Colbert to his feet. Colbert, now that you have the rock imprint, show the attitude of a second-tier member and complete the chief's task. As he left the door, the dog captain paused and said coldly, I understand. Colbert wiped the snot and tears from his face, bowed towards Gold's house, and then walked outside. The captain of the dogs maintained that posture after leaving the house, and ran with his tail between his legs. Scared the hell out of the dog. He ran far away, lifted his leg and urinated. Then he circled back to Gold's house. Chief, I have seen it. Colbert now has the brand, and our tribe has grown stronger again. The captain of the dogs knelt in front of Gold's bed, with a face full of humility and flattery, wagging his tail happily. Gold didn't even open his eyes, just made a soft sound of agreement. I heard it. Is this your way? Little thing, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. I really underestimated you. If Colbert hadn't received the brand, were you really planning to kill those dwarves one by one? The captain of the dogs shook his head repeatedly. How could I? These dwarves are your personal property. Although they are slaves now, they are still the slaves of our dragon's nest. I am just your guard dog, just scaring them. Besides, these dwarves are related to your plan. If Colbert doesn't work, I'll find another dwarf. Gold opened his eyes and looked at the captain of the dogs on the ground with interest. How can you be sure that Colbert won't turn against you? If you die, you really die. Aren't you afraid of death? The captain of the dogs smiled and lowered his head. I knew I couldn't deceive the wise and brave chief. Actually, I was scared to death after I went out just now. I was really scared, but this was the only chance I could think of. I might die, but since I got this brand, as long as it's for the chief, although I am afraid, my loyalty will make me face death first. Chief, I first provoked him, then slapped away all his pride. Only when he threw away all his pride, could he completely offer his loyalty. He was too proud. The captain of the dogs paused. If he still indulges in the past, he will affect other dwarves, and then he will die even if he doesn't die. If he is still the leader of the dwarves, then he deserves to die, but now he is only a member of our tribe, with good strength and skills. I think if he also has the brand, it will be more helpful to you, chief. And even if he hates, he will only hate me. The captain of the dogs' words left Gold somewhat speechless. After these dwarves surrendered completely, he really hadn't thought about completely exterminating them. But this captain of the dogs did pique Gold's interest. Are you, this dog, so clever? Or are all your jackal people so clever? If that's the case, I really need to re-evaluate your tribe. The captain of the dogs smiled flatteringly. Chief, I am indeed smarter than the average jackal person, but it's useless. Our tribe is too small, and our individual strength is too weak. We just have a little cleverness. If it weren't for you, chief, I would still be running around with that alchemist. Gold grinned. Interesting. Originally, I was thinking of punishing you, but considering that you did a good job on this matter, I'll let it go for now. In the future, don't have any more crooked ideas. The captain of the dogs was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed to Gold. Thank you, great chief. Get out, give orders to the dwarves and goblins, speed up the docking and modification of the airship. I still need the airship for something, and call a few waiters to come and massage my feet. The captain of the dogs humbly backed out of the chief's hut. After a while, 6 waiters walked in one after another. To Gold's surprise, Sumai was among them. It's rare. Why aren't you studying those good peppers and running here? I can tell you, the survival of the chili peppers is linked to your life. Shumai lowered her head and clumsily imitated the techniques of other waitresses, using all her strength to massage Gold's calloused feet. Her efforts were barely noticeable against the tough soles that had been toughened by 20 years of barefoot desert living. I'm reporting to you now. I've already planted the chili seeds. The oasis and water sources here seem to contain special energy. To ensure the normal growth of the chili peppers, I may need to stay in the oasis for a while. Well, go ahead. I don't need another waitress. Your task is those chili peppers. Also, tell the scavengers outside to increase their patrols around the oasis. Don't let them turn it into a snack for other monsters. Do well, there's no room for idlers in the tribe. I have high hopes for your agricultural university graduate status, don't waste it. Gold waved her away. The following days were a bit tight, as the warehouse food supplies were insufficient for the increasing number of Dragon's Nest tribe members. However, with the addition of some resources from the giant sand city, things were still manageable. The tribe was bustling all day long, making it impossible for the ogres to sleep, so they wandered into the desert to find a cool spot to rest. Gold didn't mind it much. He spent most of his days lying down, either enjoying a massage with his eyes closed or not really sleeping. With the loyalty of the dwarves, who had settled down as a whole under Corb's leadership, the female dwarves who had come to take care of the young dwarves were also relieved. The ogre's attitude towards Corb improved a lot when they saw the brand on his left arm. Among all the races in this endless desert, the loyalty of dwarves and goblins was the most difficult to obtain. Goblins had almost no bottom line or morality, and gold was their only belief. As for the dwarves, they were too stubborn. It was precisely because of this that the dwarf population had not increased. And what Gold liked most were the orc-like races, who spoke with strength and had a strong sense of honor. Once subdued by strength, it was easy to gain their loyalty. These beast-like races thought less and believed more in fists, making them easier to handle. The dwarves were not without their merits, though. Once they pledged their loyalty, they would never betray. This was the only thing Gold valued about them. In fact, the dwarves' character was not suitable for survival in the desert. Once the city was breached, they were basically doomed to be wiped out. As for the goblins, Gold had never thought of gaining their loyalty, he just wanted to use their technology. If he wanted to live more comfortably, he couldn't let his tribe remain in such a barbaric state. He wanted to make some changes. For example, now, under Gold's pressure, the two races of goblins and dwarves were forced to cooperate. Corb, with the rock brand, would carry out his orders without reservation, and the goblins, in order to survive, had to comply. As Captain Dog had expected, Corb had a lot of grievances, but Captain Dog didn't care. He had faced many people's hatred and didn't care about Corb's complaints. As Gold's lackey, he was not afraid of anyone except the ogres. The airship post was being built at a visible speed. It was a fusion of goblin and dwarf styles, but on a much larger scale. Gold temporarily lent the blue forging hammer to Corb, who used it to forge various small parts from iron bars. The goblin's steam press also began to work hard. After the iron was put in, the press slowly rose under the pressure of steam, and then came crashing down with a long whistle. The banging sound in the tribe is mostly caused by the goblin stamping machine. After watching for 2 days, Gore lost interest. He has always been a person who only looks at the results. The watchtower is used to fix the airship, and to board the gondola, steps are needed. These goblin-stamped workpieces, combined with small parts forged by the dwarves, slowly take shape into a large and wide staircase. The staircase made entirely of solid iron can withstand a fully armed ogre. Simultaneous with the tower is the modification of the airship. Regarding the modification plan for the airship, Steelpenny and Calabe have argued a lot. They argued fiercely, each with their own ideas, both thinking they should follow their own ideas and approaches. Finally, they argued to Gold, each presenting two different plans. These were two sketches drawn on the back of animal skins with charcoal. After looking at them, Gold couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this an airship? Is this a self-destructing airship? Gold looked at Steelpenny's design and commented, "Okay, I have to admit that your modification plan does maximize power and damage, but have you ever thought that I have to ride in it? Are you in such a hurry to send me to the afterlife?" Steelpenny shrank back and dared not speak. Then Gold looked at Khalid's design. "Yours is somewhat interesting, but have you thought about whether your design can actually fly? Are you trying to build a fortress in the sky? I've told you that your dwarven cannons are no good, short range, poor accuracy. Can't you absorb some of the goblin weapon design concepts? Take it back. Take back the crap you designed. Get out, all of you, get out." Gold chased them out like flies. After they left, Calabe and Steelpenny glared at each other, then each snorted and went back to their respective camps. After a while, the captain of the dog team came in. "Chief, I've designed a sketch of our tribe's flag. Take a look and see if it meets your approval." Gold opened his eyes and looked at the dog team captain suspiciously. "You designed it? I thought you would go to Lena for that." Taking a look, Gold's eyes lit up. "You don't say. You really don't say." The main outline was a very simple shadow of a black dragon, a cross of a wolf's fang and a large bone hammer, and a simple sketch of an ogre's head. "Is this all your idea? You have this ability?" The dog team captain smiled obsequiously, rubbing his two paws. "As long as it's the chief's will, I can do anything, and if necessary, I can figure something out. You little dog." Gold laughed, but still approved of his design, suggesting that the pattern be simplified a bit, as it seemed a bit too complex. "Okay, Chief, I'll go back and make some changes." The dog team captain respectfully took his sketch. "Also, after you've designed it, have the female dwarves sew it together with animal skins. The tribe should have the largest one. In addition, it should also be painted on the airship. Tell Calabe and Steelpenny that I want an airship that combines the strengths of goblins and dwarves, preferably with some ogre style. It's not to be done according to their own race's style, and if they can't do it well, they might as well not eat, wasting food." "Understood, Chief, I'll go now." Gold waved his hand, and the dog team captain respectfully left. After leaving, he swaggered out of the tribe with his sketch. After circling around, he ran to the outermost part of the north of the oasis. "Come out, your design is not up to standard." Amidst rustling sounds, a rabbit person about the same height as a jackal emerged from the grass of the oasis. "This shouldn't be. My design is perfect. Why doesn't it meet Chief Gold's approval?" The desert rabbit people, burrowing, digging holes, and possessing a high artistic talent, exceptional hearing, and strong reproductive abilities. The only problem is that their lifespan is too short, so short that by the time a normal person reacts, the wise ones among the rabbit people have already passed away. These desert rabbit people have long ears on their heads and two long front teeth faintly visible between their three-part lips. Taking the paper handed over by the dog team leader, they looked puzzled. "Humph, I told you it was too complicated, but you wouldn't listen, and had to show off your doggone exquisite artistic skills," the dog team leader coldly snorted. "Simplify the lines a bit. There are so many brainless creatures on this desert. We need to ensure that they can recognize the emblem of the powerful Dragon's Nest tribe at a glance." The desert rabbit people sighed. "It's really hard to earn a living like this." The dog team leader laughed triumphantly. "You should be grateful that you are still useful, and should also be grateful that the great Chief Gold is willing to give outsiders a chance to trade now. Otherwise, with your kind, you would have been our food long ago." The desert rabbit people clicked their tongues, somewhat helpless. "Do you have a charcoal pencil? I might as well change careers now." The dog team leader took out a charcoal pencil from the tattered skirt wrapped around his waist. It was called a charcoal pencil, but it was actually just a blackened thorn branch. This group of desert rabbit people are regular residents of the Dragon's Nest Oasis, usually digging holes on the outskirts of the oasis and living underground, which can be considered safe. The oasis's soil ensures that their dugout caves will not be buried or collapse. They know the territory of the ogres here, but the ogres are unaware of the presence of this group of rabbit people. The ogres are huge in size, rumbling as they walk, and before they even get close, these rabbit people shrink back. However, the ogres don't care. They'll eat anyone, no discrimination, really no discrimination. It's the patrols of the jackal people who have long discovered these rabbit people, but Gold has said that there is no need to indiscriminately kill the creatures of the oasis, to maintain the sustainable development of resources, so the jackal people have not harmed these rabbit people who live here. After all, in their view, once there is a shortage of food, these creatures will be their reserve supplies. It was also a coincidence that the dog team leader was studying the pattern with his but sticking out, because his own drawing was really too dirty, and it was then that the rabbit people proposed to trade. The dog team leader was overjoyed. However, the reward was just a few meaty big bone sticks. Whether it's the rabbit people or rabbits, they are omnivorous creatures, all eating meat, but just because they are too weak, they can't get any. Both sides agreed, and finally, the draft of the tribal emblem that was presented to Gold before was completed. The dog team leader knows the character of their chief very well, always only looking at the results and not the process. As long as he presents a design that satisfies the chief, it's no problem even if the god himself designed it. The direction of the oasis near the tribe is closely guarded by the jackal people. This small piece of land here has been neatly turned over, and in just a few days, chili seedlings have sprouted. Succubi adjusted the sunshade made by the dwarves above, and calculated the time to water the chili seedlings. In fact, Succubi didn't have much confidence in growing chilies, it was all theoretical knowledge she had learned from books. Her graduation thesis was on corn, but it was accidentally destroyed by a passing freshman. If it weren't for her family and the school, she wouldn't have known how to graduate. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. From a small rich second generation to a slave, this was a blow to her no less than a bolt from the blue. But what Xiaowan Hong said was also true. Only by surviving first, can there be hope. 2 days later, Cobra and Gangbang once again brought a new design proposal to Gold. This time, the proposal was designed by them together. Only in this way could it meet Gold's requirements. Gold didn't look at it this time, just closed his eyes, and a few elves were helping him massage his arms and legs separately. If the design is ready, speak up, I'm listening. The dwarf and the goblin glanced at each other, and Corb took the initiative to step forward. Chief, this is our design plan for this time. For the suspended cabin, we have chosen an open design with 3 levels. The bottom level is for cushioning and storing supplies, the middle level houses fixed gun positions, and the top level is open to ensure space for the ogres to move around. On both sides of the suspended cabin, a total of 6 drop bombs can be hung, which can be detonated either by timer or trigger. Due to the expansion of the suspended cabin, we had to enlarge the airship's cabin and install steam-driven propellers for steering and propulsion. Gould squinted his eyes. Alright, as long as it meets my requirements, the rest is up to you. I only care about the results. But with the airship's cabin being such a large target, the related protection needs to be well done, or even a bird could poke a hole in it. Chief, rest assured, we both have this in mind. Corb was very calm and nodded cautiously. How long is the estimated completion time? Gold asked, also thinking about the blue treasure chest he had discovered in the 3rd city of the Hot Sands, so the 2nd city and headquarters should also have them. So there should be treasure chests. It had been many days since the Hot Sands were completely breached, and he hoped that no blue star people would come to scavenge. Of course, this possibility was very low. The endless desert was too vast, with distances between oases easily reaching hundreds of kilometers, and the goblins had already captured everyone nearby. Given the current state of the blue star people, they probably didn't have the ability to find the Hot Sands. The estimated time is probably about a month. Corb calculated the date and spoke. That's impossible. I asked you to modify, not to start over. I can't wait that long. Gold opened his eyes and stared at Corb and the goblins, looking very displeased. 10 days from now, I will be boarding the airship. I only care about the results, you handle the process yourself. The U in Gold's statement referred to Corb. After all, he now had the rock mark, which was more trustworthy than steel coins. This thing was going to take off, and Gold couldn't trust someone he didn't believe in. Chief, if we need to rush, we don't have enough manpower here. Corb looked somewhat embarrassed. Cutting corners was impossible. The old dwarf's craftsmanship and loyalty after putting down their pride did not allow him to do so. Then go ask Lena for more people. It's been so many days, and her place should have recovered enough. In short, what I want is the result, only the result. Corb, you are now the 2nd tier with the rock mark. You have to take on this responsibility. Don't make me, the chief, worry about everything. I have a tight schedule for eating, sleeping, and massage every day, and I'm very tired, okay? Gold waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. Corb had no choice but to swallow his pride and find the captain of the dog team. He handed over the design task to the rabbit person, and the captain of the dog team came back to guard the gate, finding a shady spot to lie down and sleep, drooling. This was why the captain of the dog team was so favored by Gold. He was almost the most influential member in the tribe, apart from the ogres. If it were another intelligent race, even the chief's own people would have to give him some face. After all, he was the chief's lackey. It was like the eunuch by the emperor's side, even the prince had to show respect. But in the Dragon's Nest tribe, it didn't work that way. The chief's own people didn't have that kind of mindset. It was really annoying, and if he got too irritated, he would twist their heads off and throw them in his mouth. Corb couldn't say he didn't hate this dog. He was a living dwarf, and this jackal had shattered his dignity with slaps. But at the same time, he was grateful to this jackal. If it weren't for him completely waking himself up, he might really have ended up in a very miserable situation. The chief has actually given himself more than one chance, but he still clings to the stubbornness of the dwarves. Looking back now, I did have some faceless intentions. As for the city being breached, at least the chief found a somewhat unnecessary excuse and reason at the time. In this desert, whether it's a tribe occupying an oasis or a city, there is always the possibility of being attacked. There is no reason. Occupying the oasis is enough reason for someone to attack you, as it is the highest resource for a group to survive. I even asked the chief why. It's ridiculous. It's just survival of the fittest. After being awakened, Corb also understood. As long as he can live, as long as he can let the tribe live well, who he is loyal to doesn't matter. At least the chief did what he said, which Corb truly admired. If he said he would attack your city, he would attack your city. If he said he wouldn't slaughter the city, he wouldn't slaughter the city. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, the dog captain opened his green eyes alertly. That. Just call me the dog captain, that's what the chief named me, the dog captain said, raising his eyelids. Dog captain, you see, the chief asked me to complete the airship modification within 10 days, but I don't have enough craftsmen here. Corb rubbed his hands, feeling very complicated, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Just tell me what you need. The dog captain turned over, facing Corb. Corb gritted his teeth, suppressing his discomfort. Dog captain, the chief has set the modification time, and I can't leave. I want to ask you to go to the Dragon's Nest Giant Sand and bring back some craftsmen. The dog captain extended his paw and picked his teeth with his nails. Is it necessary for me to personally make a trip for such a small matter? Corb thought the jackal was making things difficult for him, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the other person sitting up against the fence. Hey, you guys, come over here. The dog captain called out to a group of jackals who were walking back. The jackal from the west hurried over. Captain. The jackal from the west showed the same flattering expression. You go and get 3 days worth of food, run to the Dragon's Nest Giant Sand, and if you don't know the way, take a female dwarf with you. Is that okay? He looked at Corb. Corb nodded quickly. No problem, no problem. It's no problem to free up a dwarf. The dog captain nodded. When you get there, find Lena and tell her that the Dragon's Nest needs craftsmen, and ask her to send back some craftsmen that can be spared. This is the chief's will. Got it? The last word, the dog captain's tone suddenly raised. Got it, Captain, we will definitely complete the task. The jackal from the west nodded quickly. Go, hurry up, if you delay the chief's business, you won't die easily. The dog captain waved his hand, and the group of jackals quickly took the supplies and left. After the dog captain finished speaking, he lay back down, and seeing Corb still there, he asked in confusion, is there anything else? Corb was stunned, feeling that according to the vindictive nature of the jackals, they wouldn't easily agree to his request. Nothing, I didn't expect. It's not me. I just wanted to say thank you. Dwarves, like orcs, are naturally not good at lying, and their faces turned red. The dog captain glanced at him and suddenly chuckled. Do you think I would make things difficult for you? Or do you think I should make things difficult for you? In terms of eloquence, how could a stubborn dwarf compare to the cruel and cunning jackal? First of all, I have no grudge against you. Whether I have disciplined or insulted you before, it is all because I felt that the chief did you a favor, but you didn't appreciate it, which made me very unhappy. Now that you also have the rock brand, you are a trusted direct descendant of the chief, other than the people of our tribe. I have no reason to make things difficult for you. Finally, as you said, this is arranged by the chief. As the owner of the rock brand, the chief's will is our only direction. Even if I die, I will not delay the chief's affairs because of myself. Your awareness really needs to be improved. I feel that you are a bit lucky to have the rock brand. With that, the jackal man patted his butt, stood up, and walked towards the direction of the oasis behind. What are you going to do? Colbert asked subconsciously, feeling a bit confused by the series of words. There are only 3 patrols of jackal men in total. I'll arrange for one to go to the giant sand. I can't leave the patrol area empty, can I? The dog team leader didn't look back, just strapped on his curved crossbow, put his hand axe on his waist, and walked away step by step. Colbert stood still in a daze. The words of the dog team leader had a great impact on him. Is this the first batch of owners of the rock brand? The chief trusts him and Lena, and it's not without reason. Lena was almost punished to death, but the brand became even more brilliant. The dog team leader could send his subordinates out for the chief's sake and take over the patrol himself. It had been a while since Colbert arrived at Dragon's Nest, and he knew clearly that the dog team leader was either flattering in the chief's house or lying at the door sleeping, and always let the jackal men below handle things. As the chief's lackey, he had learned to enjoy and be lazy like the chief. But now the dog team leader really shocked Colbert. Is this still the jackal man who was slightly stronger than the goblins in the desert? Lena's actions were quick. Just as Colbert thought, the succubus could reach the level of a lord on her own, not just because she had borne the chief's brand. Although there was also the reason that there were too few people available under the chief, the succubus's own efforts and courage were also important. To risk one's life for a possibility that didn't even exist, there must be someone with that kind of courage, but definitely not many. What if Gold had been angry and killed her on the spot? What if she couldn't withstand the injury and died on the spot? What if Gold hadn't let her mother treat her afterwards? What if she had been treated but not recovered? The proportion of risks she needed to bear and the proportion of success were beyond imagination. Other members might think she was being clever or seeking death, but she succeeded. Just as Gold himself said, among the races that survived in this desert, there were no fools other than the damn ogres. She seized the opportunity and took a gamble with her life, and succeeded in rising to power at a time when she could have been declared dead. If the Dragon's Nest tribe were to grow completely and have a wealth of internal talent, her actions would only lead to a dead end. Similarly, she also demonstrated her abilities. Not outstanding, but decisive. Under her management, the giant sand of Dragon's Nest quickly recovered. Only adult dwarves remained, and a small number of strong dwarf youths were also pulled out by her to work. The city walls were restored, and the damaged houses in the city were also cleared. There were also a considerable number of dwarves lost in the Battle of the Giant Sand. The surplus houses were flattened, and Lena ordered the construction of workshops. She knew deeply what her task was, to make the giant sand a supply source for Dragon's Nest. The dwarves also had their own smelting furnaces, and unlike the destructive refining of the goblins, the sand refined by the dwarves could be compressed into bricks under high temperatures. This was also the main material for the dwarf city walls and houses. Dry and rough, but quite solid. People in the desert always find some strange ways to survive. This mentality and ability are incomprehensible to the inhabitants of the Blue Star. They have treasure chests that can produce all kinds of scientific and unscientific things. A female dwarf, accompanied by a dusty gnoll, arrived at the Dragon's Nest giant sand and received high attention. Although the dwarves who were working were still doing their own work, their eyes and thoughts were already focused on the female dwarf. They were eager to know how their wives or children were doing in the Dragon's Nest, whether they were still alive, whether they were being bullied, or whether they were being treated as snacks by ogres. It should be noted that it was a group of almost defenseless young dwarves and a small number of female dwarves. If the ogres had any thoughts, it would basically lead to a massacre. However, Lena successfully established her own rules in just a few days. Before receiving orders from the chieftain, she defined the city as an industrial city. All the dwarves here had to strictly follow the work standards she set, with 10 dwarves in a team, selecting a team leader, and implementing collective rewards and punishments. The working hours were also regulated. However, Lena did not treat these dwarves as complete slaves, because the giant sand city needed to be repaired and rebuilt, and the workload was huge. Lena established a 3-meal system, and there was also an hour of rest during the hottest time in the afternoon. After dinner every night, the dwarves could basically enter a rest state. The treatment was not excellent, but it was not bad either. At least the dwarves who had become slaves could not find any faults, as long as they followed the rules and completed their work normally. If anyone dared to slack off, the whole team would not have a meal for a day. If anyone dared to do something unrelated to work during rest time, the whole team would miss the next meal. The 3 ogres were the best executioners. These dwarves were unarmed, and even if they could abandon their wives and children, they could not beat the all-iron wolf tooth clubs made with their weapons and equipment in the hands of the ogres. In the dwarves' view, this thing in the hands of the ogres was more powerful than a siege hammer. Among this group of gnolls, one had a rock brand, and Lena attached great importance to the members sent by the Dragon's Nest, immediately finding these gnolls. Seeing the expressions of the dwarves, Lena coldly snorted, "What are you all staring at? It's almost time for dinner. You will have time to ask what you want to ask then. Now, if you still want to continue eating, all of you must work seriously. If there are any problems in the area responsible for each team, the whole team will not eat." The dwarves who were working quickly withdrew their eager eyes. Anyway, the people had arrived, and there was still an hour until rest time. With such a heavy workload, causing the whole team to miss a meal would be a serious offense. The gnolls described the words of the dog team leader to Lena. Lena kept asking about the details of the tribe, but how could a gnoll who only patrolled the periphery know the details? Lena was somewhat disappointed. She did not get any information about herself. It seemed that the chieftain had forgotten about her, which made her feel unsettled. However, she took the words of the dog team leader seriously. After arranging for the gnolls to rest, Lena began to make arrangements. The thousands of dwarves eagerly waited for mealtime, and they swarmed around the female dwarf, almost overturning her with their chattering. The grand momentum even attracted the attention of the ogres. They thought that this group of dwarves was going to riot. If Lena had not come out with a stern face to disperse the dwarves, it would have definitely led to a large-scale death of the dwarves. The ogres would not listen to any explanations. However, Lena could understand the feelings of the dwarves. She ordered all the dwarves to keep quiet and remain calm. After bringing the female dwarf to the high platform, Lena asked her to describe the current situation and life of herself and her people in the tribe. Lena did not know much about the tribe, but she had confidence in the chief. She firmly believed that Chief Gold, who always kept his word, would not let the dwarves down since he allowed them to live. This was also the fundamental reason why she brought the female dwarf up without asking in advance. As the female dwarf continued to describe, the emotions and hanging hearts of the dwarves also calmed down. It was safe there, and without the chief's orders, the ogres would definitely not harm the dwarf children, so there was no need to worry about any powerful enemies attacking. And when Lena mentioned selecting 300 dwarf craftsmen to go and work, the dwarves boiled with excitement once again.
Even if they had to leave their homeland, they wanted to see their wives and children with their own eyes. That afternoon, the jackal-wolf people set off with 300 dwarf craftsmen and 3 days' worth of water and food, each riding a mountain goat. Even though they traveled day and night without stopping, the dwarves arrived at the Dragon's Nest tribe after 6 days, 4 days earlier than the 10 days requested by Gold. Because it was a life-or-death order, these 6 days were almost non-stop for Corb, who was with the usable female dwarves and the 100 goblin craftsmen. Even at night, they worked overtime by the light of huge bonfires. On the first night, Gold was about to get angry from the noise, but he thought about the 10-day request he had made and his own principle of only caring about the results and not the process, so he ignored it. The chief who kept his word could only take the ogres who were also unable to sleep to the oasis. It was truly helpless. But with so many people working overnight for a single word from him, what else could he say? On the 6th day in the afternoon, the dusty jackal-wolf people arrived with the dwarf craftsmen. Although they were not strong dwarves, they all had extremely rich experience as craftsmen. Seeing the unharmed young dwarves playing and laughing in the camp, the dwarves finally let go of their worries and eagerly threw themselves into their work. With the addition of fresh manpower, and all experienced dwarf masters, the overall progress of the work more than doubled. Gold could almost see the airship undergoing earth-shattering changes at a visible speed. Considering the issue of resources and materials, the basic framework and deck of the gondola were made of iron, but the other parts were made of wood and thorn main poles. There were trees in the oasis, which was not as the Blue Star people imagined, with just a small pool of water and a few scattered trees. Just think about it, the 3 cities of the Hot Sand Consortium, and the city of Giant Sand, each had nearly 10,000 inhabitants. The water usage of so many people relied on the oasis, and if it was just a small pool of water, they would have died of thirst long ago. The oasis was very large, and even the smallest oasis in the 3rd city of Hot Sand had a water source the size of a village with a population of several thousand. The Dragon's Nest oasis was 3 times the size of the oasis in the 3rd city of Hot Sand. Otherwise, how could it have provided enough food for nearly 100 ogres during the heyday of the Dragon's Nest tribe? Of course, going out to rob was also very important. Who knows which big brother's caravan they robbed? Not only did they eat to their heart's content, but they also seized their wine. There were fruits in the oasis, as well as rice, but in small quantities. The amount of wine that could make a large group of ogres drunk was probably the savings of a large city for many years. In summary, it was all about fate. The gondola of the airship was designed in the style of a ship, as suggested by Gold. At the bow, there was a huge ram, which was integrated with the keel. This ram was a huge solitary ogre skull. 20 meters above was the huge balloon. The dwarves have a furnace that can extract a gas similar to hydrogen from water, but it is not as easily ignitable as hydrogen. Gold doesn't understand it, and the dwarves can't explain it either. Anyway, it was passed down from ancestors, a result of countless dwarves' deaths. Don't ask why, just do it. Even the construction of the furnace is not difficult. 2 large boilers are placed at the rear of the gondola, each with a fan blade for propulsion. Whether on the gondola or the huge gas bag, the simple drawings of the Dragon's Nest tribe's logo are drawn in black charcoal on both sides. A main cannon extends from the 2nd level below the ogre's horn, with a caliber more than twice that of the ship's side cannons. This is a genuine rear-bore cannon. On this airship, all 3 main cannons and 6 secondary cannons are rear-bore cannons. Even Gold wouldn't care for the dwarves' front-bore cannons. The goblins have mastered the technology of the rear-bore cannon, and since both races are here, Gold must integrate them, and whoever doesn't listen will be the first to be seated. Of course, the goblins' technology can be absorbed, but the safety of the dwarves must also be considered. Otherwise, with goblin technology, blowing oneself up without warning is just basic operation. There is also a large tent set up on the gondola deck for Gold to shelter from the wind. Chief, everything is ready. 10 days of intense work have worn out the dwarves and goblins. Even Corb looked wilted, but he still forced himself to report to Gold. Gold lazily rolled out of bed and walked outside. Even for the ogre's size, the airship, which still looked immensely huge, was completed, and Gold couldn't help but blurt out, "Kirov reporting. Corb, Steel Penny, Captain Dog?" After saying this, Gold couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, it looks really good. Can it be insured safe?" Corb said seriously, "Chief, please trust the dwarves' craftsmanship. Every screw on it was forged by me and my people." "Good, good. In that case, you take the crew to operate the airship, gunners, bring supplies, and follow me." Gold nodded in satisfaction. Finally, in his own tribe, he saw something related to both technology and ogres. Yes, to make Gold more satisfied, Corb even made some changes to the details, although it is still a combination of dwarven craftsmanship and goblin technology inside. Even a huge and fierce bloodthirsty mouth was painted on the front of the airship's gas bag. "This painting is well done, I like it very much. Whose idea was it?" Gold became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. "This, Chief, actually, I had someone design it, and the dwarves drew it." Captain Dog raised his hand from behind. "Oh, who could you find, you dog?" Gold was very surprised. Captain Dog smiled awkwardly. "Actually, it was a group of rabbit people living in the oasis. I exchanged it with a bone as a reward, and both our tribe's emblem and the airship's drawing were from the hands of those rabbit people. Ha ha, Gold laughed heartily. Look at this dog is becoming more and more like the Dragon's Nest tribe, knowing how to do business, not bad. Making progress. Captain Dog showed a flattering smile, and even wagged his tail and butt. Since he dared to say it, he was not worried about being punished. And he did complete the chief's task. Corb, bring your weapons and follow me. Captain Dog, come with me. Steel Penny, when I come back, I want to see a 30-meter-long flagpole with the Dragon's Nest tribe's flag flying on it in the center of the tribe. Now, board the airship. Gold, wearing heavy armor, carried a 3-barreled machine gun on his left shoulder and a wolf's tooth club in his right hand, standing imposingly behind Gold. As the only ogre brought by Gerd, he couldn't hide his proud expression. Gerd is no longer the same as before, just wrapping a piece of cloth around his waist. In the past, he didn't have the skills and was too lazy to bother. Now, there are plenty of dwarf women under his command, so it's no problem for them to make him a big pair of pants out of animal skins. As for the upper body, Gerd still prefers to go bare. He has been an ogre since birth, and has been going around shirtless for 20 years, so he's still not used to wearing clothes. Besides, his thick skin and heavy fat are his best clothes. Since the heavy armor was given to Gerd by Anger, he didn't ask for it back. As a chief, Anger can handle the enemies, so Gerd doesn't need to do it himself. If Anger can't handle the enemies, the significance of this heavy armor is not that great. Since Gerd took over, the ogre's way of charging into battle with the chief at the front is gradually changing. Now, the Dragon's Nest ogres are used to group fights. Of course, the guarantee for all of this is that Gerd is still the strongest ogre. You can be lazy, but you can't be weak. For now, Gerd has taken this airship as the flagship of the Dragon's Nest tribe. He has given this airship, filled with the strong ogre style, a name, Dreadnought. He wants all the creatures in the desert who see this airship to feel dread. All the members operating the Dreadnought are dwarves. Gunners, helmsmen, and even the boiler operators are all dwarves. As the main material for producing steam, it is also the main resource for desert creatures besides cacti. The third layer of the gondola is filled with the main stems of desert thorns. This is another resource for desert creatures to survive besides cacti. Are you sure that big bomb won't explode? Gerd asked more than once. Corb nodded seriously again. Chief, rest assured, I personally supervised the goblin modifications, so there is absolutely no safety issue. I have confidence in you, but I don't trust those goblins. Chief, rest assured, look. Corb took out a palm-sized iron piece from his pocket. What is this? Gerd asked in confusion. I don't trust the goblins either, so I designed 2 safety measures, Corb said, shaking the iron piece in his hand. This bomb is triggered by impact, and it can only be triggered by inserting this iron piece into the safety mechanism. Otherwise, unless it's like your mother's previous explosion spell, it won't explode even if it's set on fire. There is absolutely no safety issue. Then Corb said firmly, this is the chief's flagship, and I will absolutely not let such a thing happen. Only then did Gerd relax. Ha ha, interesting. What are we waiting for? Full speed ahead towards the second city of Hot Sands and the headquarters of Hot Sands. Corb quickly walked to a microphone and said in a deep voice, the chief has ordered, full speed ahead. Hiss a hot steam gushed out towards the rear, and the 2 large propellers that were originally rotating at a steady speed immediately accelerated. Gerd estimated that despite its size, this thing could fly quite fast. Probably around 80 kilometers per hour. And if an ogre were to walk, they could probably walk about a dozen kilometers per hour. Excluding the time at night and the time for rest, an ogre could probably walk about 150 kilometers in a day. And it would take about 10 days for the Dragon's Nest ogres to reach the third city of Hot Sands. If they used the airship, it would take less than a day to arrive. And the unparalleled ability of the airship to stay aloft would allow it to fly continuously day and night. Gerd stood at the bow of the ship, looking down, estimating that it was at least a kilometer below. Not to mention the war potential of this dreadnought, Gerd no longer had to tire himself out traveling in the future. Comfortable. Even Gold couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. Yeah, ha 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 ha. The mad laughter echoed through the sky along with the roar of the steam engine. As Gold had expected, they had set off in the morning and had just passed over the third city of the Dragon's Nest Hot Sands at daybreak the next day. Gold chose not to descend and catch up with the old folks. He planned to first open the treasure chests in the second city of the Hot Sands and at headquarters before slowly catching up. On the ground, Honey, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened her left eye. She walked out of her tent and looked up at the sky. Honey's left head said, should we shoot it down? We should be able to reach it. Honey's right head said, no, I have a bad feeling. We'll regret it if we shoot it down. Honey's left head said, why are you always so hesitant? If we shoot it, what's there to regret? You're always so indecisive, act quickly. Honey's right head said, I won't shoot. I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Honey turned and walked back to her tent, the left head still chattering away, while the right head ignored it. From daybreak to nightfall, the dreadnought arrived at the second city of the Hot Sands. The roots of the 2 propellers began to turn, with the blades facing downward. The dreadnought began to slowly descend. "Chief, it seems that the oasis below has been occupied," said the keen-eyed jackal man, peering over the railing of the gondola at the vague shadows of the oasis below. "It should be the desert creatures nearby. They don't look like a sentient race." Gold lay in his tent, not even lifting an eyelid. "Drive them out." "Understood." Corb walked to the speaking tube and gave the order in a deep voice. The dreadnought continues to descend, and the starboard cannons are adjusting their angles to prepare to fire. 3 dwarves on the second deck's starboard side were responsible for each of the 3 cannons, and they quickly adjusted their angles and loaded the shells. Fire! Bang! 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 The 3 cannons fired in succession, and the shells landed on the outskirts of the oasis. There were no casualties among the desert creatures, but it caused panic. At this moment, the sky was not completely dark, and there was still a faint slanting sun. The massive body of the dreadnought, with its overwhelming pressure, slowly descended. The ferocious, gaping maw on the airship was particularly terrifying. The desert creatures, who had not lived in this oasis for long, fled in a panic. Below the hill, a man stared in astonishment at the slowly descending airship and couldn't help but exclaim on the World Channel, "Damn! I saw Kirov! It's so damn awesome! Damn! What's with that barrel? Boom! Damn, that! Iron block! Clang! What the hell is going on?" The dreadnought had descended to a height of less than 100 meters, and Gold, who had walked out of his tent, faintly heard a shrill but abrupt scream. Corb dug at his ear, looking puzzled. Wasn't that just the sound of the cannons? The captain of the dog team looked strange. It was he who had discovered a suspicious human and informed the gunners below through the speaking tube. It seemed that those gunners did have good experience. They had probably been delayed by the dwarves' outrageous cannons. The rear chamber cannons, incorporating goblin technology, were able to hit precisely within a range of 200 to 300 meters. The captain of the dog team clicked his tongue. Well, since it had already been shattered, there was no need to tell the chief. The chief was the great chief of the Dragon's Nest, not someone who could be disturbed by just anyone. As the dreadnought approached the ground, the speed of the 2 fans gradually decreased. With sand and dust filling the air, the gondola of the dreadnought slowly crashed onto the ruins of the second city of the hot sands. The large iron ladder was slowly lowered. Gold descended amidst the creaking of the ladder, followed closely by Honey, and then the captain of the dog team and Corb. "It's been reduced to this state. You guys really went all out. Looks like you've slaughtered the city, huh?" Gold looked at the city ruins not far away, sighed, and made more jokes. With a face that said, "It's none of my business," Culber and Captain Dog looked at each other and showed an awkward smile. "Alright, you guys wait here, I'll be back in a moment." Gold waved his hand, indicating that New and himself would go together, while Captain Dog and Culber would wait here. "There is the fear number here, there is Culber, the old dwarf who can act as a god, and also Captain Dog, who is good at using cold guns, so there shouldn't be any problems." With the experience from the previous 2 times, Gold walked into the ruins and headed straight for what looked like a landmark building. The treasure chest would emit colors, not too bright, but not enough to be buried by the ruins. The second city of Hot Sand is larger than the first city, but still limited. Gold didn't walk far before he found the blue treasure chest. Even he didn't realize it, he actually let out a sigh of relief. The things that came out of the treasure chest were very helpful to him at the moment, and it was enough to show how absurd the world's favoritism towards the Blue Star people was. Gold didn't insist on random treasure chests in the wilderness, but he had to take the treasure chest in the oasis city that he had conquered. It would be unforgivable not to. Without avoiding New, Gold first opened the blue treasure chest. Unstable double potion, personal passive after drinking it, gain this passive ability, the next normal attack may instantly add the same damage. Goblin Alchemist, drinking it will give you magical power, a passive skill potion? Gold raised his eyebrows. The Goblin Alchemist had this ability too? If they were so powerful, they wouldn't have been so easily defeated. But since it was something that came out of the treasure chest, it was a gift from the world to the Blue Star people, so he just had to deal with it. Gold picked up the long potion and gently threw it into his mouth. With a light touch of his teeth, the bottle broke, and Gold took the opportunity to swallow the potion and spit out the empty glass bottle. Eat? New looked at Gold with a curious and eager expression, poking at Gold's blood-stained mouth. "Ah, alright. I didn't eat poop, look how anxious you are." Gold slapped Nu's hand away and circled around Hot Sand City. Unfortunately, he didn't find the next treasure chest. Damn it! Gold cursed and returned to the fear number. Although there was a treasure chest, and it was a passive skill, Gold, being greedy, still felt unsatisfied. But at least he had his first skill, which was not bad. The fear number ascended again and headed towards the Hot Sand headquarters. It was another long and uninterrupted flight, and it wasn't until the next morning that the fear number arrived at its destination. Just like before, there were scattered desert creatures here replenishing water or hunting. The treasure chest was seen before Gold even landed. It was a treasure chest that was 2 sizes larger than the other blue treasure chests, emitting a sparkling and translucent blue light all over. Gold's eyes lit up. Without thinking, he knew that the treasure chest definitely couldn't be compared to the previous blue treasure chest. Although they were both blue level, the size made all the difference in the desert. Whether it was a creature or a weapon, bigger meant strength and toughness. "Bring the ship over." Gold pointed to the location of the large blue treasure chest and gave a loud command. Although the others couldn't see what was there, the chief's will was greater than the heavens, and Culber decisively directed the dwarves to bring the airship over at an angle. Below, 3 people of different appearances were hiding in the ruins, less than 100 meters away from the blue treasure chest. Seeing the airship, which was like a sky-covering sun for ordinary people, these 3 were startled and quickly hid. They prayed that the airship would just pass by and hoped it would leave quickly. They swore that as long as they were given some time, they could open this obviously large blue treasure chest. But to their disappointment, the airship descended directly towards the blue treasure chest. Red sister, what should we do? Could there be blue star people on board? It's obvious they're after the treasure chest. An anxious man looked at the leading woman. Damn it! The tall woman named Red Sister cursed under her breath. It must be. Otherwise, how could the natives have seen the treasure chest? Then, what do we do? Keep hiding? Or quietly slip away? Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see what kind of situation this is? Waiting here is like waiting to die. Makes sense. Didn't they show this on TV before? Knowing the danger but still going, and then it turns into a horror movie. Stop complaining. Let's go. Red Sister interrupted the 2 idiots behind her and looked unwillingly at the treasure chest. Then, gritting her teeth, she slowly led the group backward. On the deck, the hyena people sneered, watching the 3 people they thought were well hidden. Their pitiful hiding skills were no better than those of sand roaches. The leader of the dog squad had already grabbed the communicator. If they didn't leave soon, the main cannon would be loaded. The dreadful slowly descended, still about 100 meters from the ground. The closer to the ground, the slower the speed. The 3 had already retreated 200 to 300 meters. Based on their experience surviving here for over a month, the cannon on the airship couldn't reach them. They had encountered natives with cannons or muskets before, but their accuracy and range couldn't compare to the weapons on Blue Star. After the initial shock, they realized that the cannon had almost no accuracy beyond 100 meters. Damn it, I'm not satisfied. Let's shoot at them and then run. That thing looks clumsy and definitely can't catch up. Red Sister's face twisted in a grimace as she aimed the iron fist behind her at the airship's balloon and pulled the trigger. Boom! Red Sister groaned. Corb picked up the iron fist that had fallen nearby and examined it curiously. This approach works too? The iron fist seemed to open a new door for Corb into the new century. How is it? Can it be done? This thing was really useful back then. If it had been another weapon, Gold might not have recognized it. But this thing, wasn't it the military's joystick? This thing was quite iconic, similar to the fame of the lollipop. It's just that one had positive fame, and the other had negative fame. Hey, how many times have I told you, after catching someone, hit them first and then beat them up? Why do you always change it? Pick him up and put him in your mouth? You didn't clean up the shit and piss properly. Do you think it's tasty to put it in your mouth? Gold scolded angrily, holding his survivor ready to put him in his mouth. A doo-doo? He rolled his eyes in anger. He could have put him in his mouth first, but he had to go through some kind of ritual. Pouting, he could only carefully beat him up, afraid of being beaten into a pulp. After carefully examining the structure of the Iron Fist rocket launcher, Corb nodded. No problem, Chief. The structure of this thing is relatively simple. The difficulty should be in the small projectile that hit the airship's balloon just now. But this weapon can be used as a close-range supplementary damage for the mortar, and it should be effective for ordinary tribesmen to use. At this point, Gold couldn't help but look at his flagship, the Dreadful, with a pang of heartache. Damn it! I landed perfectly fine, but a rocket hit my flagship's balloon. Who did I provoke? I didn't even fire a single shot during this landing. If it weren't for the internal expansion of the balloon with a large number of partitions during the expansion, this iron fist would have punctured my brand new flagship balloon. This was also Corb's suggestion. He expanded the original balloon in a modular way, so even if a unit was damaged, the leaked gas wouldn't cause damage to the airship's balloon. And the airship's airbags have been reinforced. After all, it is currently the war vehicle serving as the flagship of the Chieftain. If it were to be easily shot down, Cole's face darkened. But that's an insult to me. The dog captain was also stunned on the side. Are you out of your minds? I slaughtered one yesterday, and I don't want to kill today. It's rare for me to have a moment of compassion, so I'll let you go if you retreat. It's not you. You bastards. The dog captain turned his back to Gold and Cole and slapped himself in the face. I told you to stop showing off, to stop pretending to be a good person. Ha! What's that noise? Gold lowered his head in confusion. The dog captain withdrew his hand, and the right side of his face was swollen. It's nothing, Your Highness. I just hit a fool. The word fool was something he learned from the Chieftain. Gold stared in silence at his trembling right hand and swollen right face. Alright, be on guard. Don't let those ignorant idiots bully my dreadnought anymore. Gold waved his hand and walked towards the blue treasure chest. Cole was studying the iron fist. The dog captain was on alert with his ears erect, and anger was building. As Gold expected, the large chest did indeed contain items. Unstable multicasting potion, personal passive after drinking, gain this passive ability. Double casting chances 40%, triple casting chances 30%, quadruple casting chances 20%. Goblin alchemist. Hee. I won't tell anyone that ordinary people who drink it will burn their stomachs. Magrebai's contempt flag, racial passive. After planting the flag, your people's birth rate will increase by 10%, and the growth rate of offspring will increase by 10%. Goblin's Big Bang. This is a huge cannon that can cause great damage to enemies, but it's more likely to cause huge damage to you. A bottle of potion, a flag, a huge cannon. Gold didn't need to take them out. The three items floated out from small to large and landed on the ground. The light dissipated, and Gold collected the potion and the flag. The Big Bang was indeed big. The caliber of the cannon could easily fit a slender adult, and the barrel was 5 meters long. Gold's first reaction was whether this was the main gun of a battleship that had been removed. There were also two equally oversized cannonballs nearby. It was a bit crude, without even a base, just a barrel with a loading port and a firing rope. Gold blinked. Big Bang? How big? He wanted to try it, but seeing the obvious goblin style, he didn't dare. "Nuu!" Gould shouted. "Oh!" Nuu, with blood all over his face, looked over. "Come and see something good." Gold grabbed a shell and loaded it, and also placed the barrel in a crevice in the ruins, aiming it at a distance. Nuu ran over with a rumbling sound. "What? Look at this cannon, I've set it up. You just need to aim the barrel at where you want to shoot, then pull this rope, and the place you want to hit will be blown up. How about that? A real man should play with cannons, instead of holding that damn water gun all day." "Do." Nuu opened his mouth wide, with bits of flesh still visible. He pointed to the Big Bang, then to himself, and looked at Gold with an inquiring and somewhat incredulous look. Gold nodded heavily, pounded his chest with his fist, and then pointed to Nuu. Nuu nodded solemnly, and then walked to the front of the Big Bang with a serious expression. He unexpectedly picked up the Big Bang in one go, and then stepped on the firing line. Boom! A deafening roar accompanied by a huge fireball erupted from the mouth of the Big Bang, and a huge cloud of smoke and shock rose from a ruin in the distance. Roar! Nuu gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a fierce expression as he held onto the Big Bang, and his body left deep marks in the desert sand from the recoil. His skin, in contact with the Big Bang, kept flashing a yellow-brown energy. Ha! After stabilizing his body, he was full of excitement and anger, and struck a pose. That! Gold was about to speak, but then he heard another explosion. Although it was much smaller than the previous one, it was definitely an explosion. Gold glanced at the only remaining shell next to him, feeling that it seemed unnecessary. Angrily, he thought, if he can use it like this, then I can too. This is ridiculous. Gold's eyes turned red with envy. What an incredible ability. Why can a fool use it when I can't? Gold sighed, once again feeling the deep malice of the world towards him. I say, how long do you plan to stay in there? After the test firing, Gold turned to look at the big box. The big box remained silent. Gold grinned, if you don't come out, I'll stick the barrel in there, okay? No, a sharp voice, deeper than an ordinary goblin's, sounded. A chain hammer was thrown out. Don't hurt me, I'm unarmed, I'll come out. Then a figure turned into a ball of light and floated out, turning into a creature similar in size to an orc. A bear goblin? Gold was surprised. It was rare to see this thing around here. Bear goblins are the strongest and most aggressive of the goblin race. They are similar in size to orcs, around 2 meters tall, and differ from ordinary goblins not only in height. Bear goblins have bare faces, muscular bodies, and very sharp claws. In the wild, bear goblins are the rulers of the goblin race. However, the goblin clans of the major financial groups look down on these bear goblins. No, they look down on everyone except for gold coins. Unlike the goblins who sit in the city every day, bear goblins are evil, greedy, and stupid. Gold looked at the bear goblin and pondered silently. This guy must be the crisis in the box. Otherwise, even if a human could get in, they would be eaten by this guy after opening the box. As an anomaly in the goblin species, bear goblins are not easily defeated with a single punch. Although they look burly, they are very agile. As for defense, it goes without saying that their tough skin and thick flesh are traditional skills in the endless desert, not to mention that bear goblins won't just stand there and let you attack. He does have the ability to be a box monster, but he didn't expect the one opening the box to be an ogre chieftain. Not to mention a chieftain, he couldn't even beat an ordinary ogre. Well, I'll give you 3 choices, the compassionate chieftain Gold pronounced the creature's fate. First, you choose to resist to the end, then you'll be our lunch. Second, you choose to submit, and kneel at my feet. Third, you don't submit, then you'll be beaten, and then kneel at my feet. Choose. As soon as Gold finished speaking, the excited Newall looked at the bear goblin with eager eyes, holding the big bang in his hands, ready to try it out. Yes, the fickle Newall abandoned the 3-barrel machine gun he had been with for a while and fell in love with the big bang, not even wanting the wolf's tooth club. What choice did the bear goblin have? Encountering an ogre chieftain who could give him 3 choices was already the luck he had saved for the goblin race in his previous life. As an ogre, not choosing to dine on the spot was already giving himself face. If he didn't accept it, there would be a pile of not-so-clean excrement here tomorrow. The airship set sail and began its return journey. The bear goblin looked around on the deck like a fool. Chieftain, this guy doesn't seem to have a good head on his shoulders. What are we going to do with him? The dog captain whispered to Gold. Gold lay in his own tent and rolled over lazily. The goblins in the tribe need someone to manage them. This guy looks good. If he performs well, we can consider it. By the way, you, this dog, have been performing well lately. Let's give you a formal name so we don't have to call you dog captain every day. The gnoll was overjoyed and immediately knelt down with a thud, wagging his tail frantically. Well, let's call you Doug then, Doug Longsquat. What do you think? Doug nodded 3 times in quick succession. Great kindness from the chief. Doug will always remember it. Doug will always be your most loyal watchdog. At the same time, Doug was ecstatic. This was not just a simple bestowal of a name. The most important thing was that the chief had given him the surname Longsquat. He was the first member of the tribe to receive the Longsquat surname as an outsider. After some thought, the previous bestowal of the Longsquat surname to the Angry Tooth was cancelled first. After all, this kid hadn't made any achievements yet, so it was changed at the front. Lena, oh Lena, you are clever and capable, but what does it matter if you are the lord of a city? You are still just Lena, not Lena Longsquat, right? Gain here, loss there, who can distinguish between them? The dwarves, under Culber's leadership, have now entered the right track. It is certain that the number of dwarves who receive the rock brand will increase in the future, but those goblins, Gold said coldly with his eyes closed. Those goblins are different. I am not a coin. It seems that I cannot gain their loyalty. Chief, the behavior of the goblins is well known in the desert. This was also expected, Doug humbly said. You make a good point, but this is in Longsquat. I understand, in Longsquat, the chief's reasoning is the only reasoning. Doug quickly understood the meaning behind Gold's words. In recognition of the contributions made by the fearful goblins, I will give them a chance. When the time comes, they can compete with the bear goblins and the steel coins. Gold's tone was indifferent. When the time comes, whoever obtains the rock brand first will be the leader. If neither of them does. I'm not insisting that goblin technology is not good. The gnome's craftsmanship is said to be good too. Doug humbly lowered his head. The chief was too kind, actually giving them a chance. But this was their only chance. If they couldn't seize it, they might even lose the qualification to be slaves. The chief giving a chance was both a good thing and a bad thing. If the chief didn't mention this matter at all, then you could just muddle through, like those in the brothel. If the chief gave a chance, then there were only 2 paths to take. Either seize the opportunity and rise, or lose the opportunity and die. Doug didn't understand. He truly didn't understand. Was it so difficult to offer absolute loyalty to a chief who was so powerful and willing to give opportunities to outsiders? The airship rumbled and flew, and after 2 days, it once again arrived at the 3rd city of Longsquat in the hot sands. Gold felt that this name was too cumbersome and decided to take the opportunity to change it. Honey stood outside the tent, looking to the west with a serious expression. Left, I said we should have shot it down earlier. Right, let's see what it wants to do first. And don't you think those fancy patterns on it look familiar? Left, they do look familiar, like the target of the fireburst technique. Right, okay, I get it, shut up. As the airship began to descend, Honey finally saw the full appearance of the airship and also saw the angry fool peering down from the side of the ship. Right, I'm calm now. Where's your fireburst technique? Left, right, come on, aren't you stubborn? Come on, blast your son down, come on. Left, haha, mom. How do you like my new big airship? Walking down from the fearful goblin's airship and looking at Honey coming towards him, Gold had a proud expression on his face. Honey's left head, can it withstand a few fireburst techniques? Honey's right head, you're not afraid of death. Do you know that the idiot next to you has tried several times to knock down your so-called fear number? Gold looked shocked. Why would he want to hit me? Honey's left head, can you allow a chaotic airship that you don't know to fly in the sky? Honey's right head, next time, you better tell us in advance if there's any trouble. If I hadn't felt unwell and didn't act, you would have died from falling from a height of 1,000 meters. Gold shrank his neck, feeling scared, and then shocked. No, Mom, I was at a height of 1,000 meters at the time. Can your fire burst technique reach me? Honey's left head, nonsense, is that a problem? Honey's right head, let me tell you, as long as I can see, I can reach it. Gold fell silent. Are ogre mages also powerful? Then Gold waved his hand behind him. Doug immediately stepped forward, holding a potion respectfully in his hand. Mom, this is an alchemical potion I found at the headquarters of the hot sands. After drinking it, you can gain a passive spell. I brought it specifically for you. Honey's left head shook. I don't need it. You drink it. Honey's right head nodded. You keep it. Although you are the chief, your strength is too weak, and I feel like you've lost weight recently. Gold's eyelids twitched. Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but please don't say anything for now. I've already had one, and having another won't help. Doug behind him also sighed inwardly. It feels good to have a mom. Clearly, I've gained weight, but in my mom's eyes, I've lost weight. Gold said so, and Honey didn't refuse. Ogres don't pay much attention to these things. Left, do you want to do it or should I? Right, you do it. What if it doesn't taste good? The left head picked up the seemingly insignificant potion and threw it into its gaping mouth. It chewed a few times and swallowed all the glass shards, making Doug gulp. The left head smacked its lips. Then it patted its stomach. Why does it still feel so hot? The right head felt it. It's just like that, probably a side effect. It'll be fine after a while. Goblin alchemist, okay. Gold, what's the effect of this? Gold's mind turned, and he said without blinking, to trigger the effect of this potion, you need to use a staff to cast a spell. After using the staff, each skill will become multicast. The chance of triggering a double cast is 100%, a triple cast is 50%, and a quadruple cast is 30%. If you don't use a weapon, the effect will be reduced. It will become a double cast with a 40% chance, a triple cast with a 30% chance, and a quadruple cast with a 20% chance. Gold spoke fluently, but not too exaggerated. Mom is not an ordinary ogre, she is also very intelligent. Saying too much will reveal a flaw. This is a very powerful potion made by a goblin alchemist. If an ordinary human drinks it, their stomach will be burned instantly. I think this is specifically prepared for a powerful ogre mage like you, Mom, isn't it? Honey's left head laughed. Ha, you're right. Honey's right head smiled and nodded. You're thoughtful. Gold was excited. Mom, try it, see how it works. Honey's two heads eagerly looked for a target, then looked at the Anger behind Gold. Anger stared with big eyes. Huh? He quickly hid behind Gold. Honey's left head, useless. Anger dared not speak. Looking at the other foreign people, one by one, they almost shrunk their heads into their chests. Doug had the keenest eyes. He ran quickly to a pile of hot sand ruins waiting to be processed. You can try it here. I checked, there are no other tribe members here. Doug waved his hands and, seeing Honey's gaze turn, he rolled away. Honey lifted her big bone hammer and confidently unleashed her signature fiery explosion. No, now it's a double fiery explosion. The combination of the calm flame and the fiery burst triggered a double casting. Although it was only the most basic and highest probability double casting, both spells triggered this effect. Each fiery burst under the calm flame buff became 2 shots. A series of large fiery explosions hit the ruins before Honey even reacted. The explosion, followed by several more, lifted the ruins into a small mushroom cloud. Honey's 2 heads opened their mouths in astonishment. This is also possible? Ha ha ha. Gold showed a satisfied and arrogant laugh. With my mother here, I can go from walking sideways to walking recklessly. Alright. Now I can lie down properly. Honey, the dual-headed ogre mage, I don't need to struggle anymore. The dog captain, who was closest and felt the strongest, rolled back. He stood next to the equally wide-eyed Corb, with a mocking smile. How about that? I told you to offer your damn loyalty to the chief earlier. If the chief's mother had this trick back when we attacked you, not only would your rotten city gate collapse, but the entire wall would have collapsed. Corb was speechless, staring at the gradually calming flame mushroom cloud. You're right, dog captain. Who are you calling dog captain? Doug immediately changed his tone. The great chief has given me the complete name of loyalty, and now I am called Doug Lonchi, the first outsider to have the Lonchi surname. Corb was shocked again, looking enviously at this flatterer and slightly clever jackal. It's really good. You're right, in the eyes of the chief, absolute loyalty is more important than anything else. Doug, I really am not as good as you, and I really need to thank you. The dog-faced dog, that's what this kid Doug said. He raised his head triumphantly and looked at Corb with his chin. See, the earlier you offer loyalty to the chief, the more benefits you get. You, old dwarf, are still lucky. Let me tell you something. Doug sneaked his mouth close to Corb's ear and whispered, the chief is a little dissatisfied with those goblins who have not yet offered their loyalty to the chief. Look, the sooner you offer loyalty to the chief, the more benefits you get. You, old dwarf, are still lucky. Let me tell you something. Doug sneaked his mouth close to Corb's ear and whispered, the chief is a little dissatisfied with those goblins who have not yet offered their loyalty to the chief. What idea? You are the first dwarf to offer loyalty to the chief, and your position among the dwarves is unshakable. But if you want to go further, it's not about how much credit you have, but about getting those dwarves below you to offer loyalty to the chief. Understand? Corb was a little confused, blinking his eyes. I don't understand, can you explain it clearly? I'm slow. Tisk. Doug clicked his tongue in disdain. You said it yourself, the chief values loyalty above all else. If you make those dwarves offer loyalty to the chief, do you think the chief will be happy? Maybe he'll be happy, and you, old dwarf, will be the second outsider to have the Lonchi surname. Corb corrected, those are members of the Lonchi tribe's lower class, not dwarves, they are dwarves. Doug waved his hand dismissively, forget it, I only recognize those with the rock brand, like you. I now acknowledge you, otherwise I wouldn't be whispering so much to you. Without the rock brand, in my opinion, it's no different from dog shit, so don't argue with me. You are first and foremost a member of the Dragon's Nest tribe, the chief's loyal dog, and secondly a dwarf. You should keep that in mind. The rock brand can appear, so I think it can also disappear. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Doug patted Corber's shoulder, wagged his tail, and ran to Gold's feet with a fawning smile. Corber was greatly shocked. He had no choice but to respect this gnoll. In the tribe, this gnoll was arrogant towards outsiders every day, and only the chief and his ogre people deserved his servility. He looked down on any member without a brand, but he was also the only member who could fawn at the chief's feet almost any time and anywhere. He would wag his big tail and squat at the chief's feet for no reason. No one, not even Lena, had this privilege. After all, who would refuse a little gray creature that was absolutely loyal and had a pleasing voice and wagging tail? It was like keeping a dog. Most importantly, so far, Doug had not shown any other ambitions or purposes other than wanting to become the gnoll captain at the beginning. This was different from Lena. This was one of the reasons why Gold could tolerate Doug's casualness. Honey seemed to have gotten a new toy and ran out to test this multicasting passive ability. Gold then turned his attention to the former Hot Sand Third City. Just by looking at the architectural style here, one could tell that all the buildings here were under the command of the Fongtooth. It was a strong Orcish style. As far as the eye could see, there were all rough thorny wooden houses, and they were arranged without any order, looking messy. The goblin smelter had been repaired and was now emitting billowing smoke, continuously producing iron materials. Chief, Fongtooth is here. Do you want to see him? Doug, squatting at Gold's feet, looked at Fongtooth standing in the distance and not daring to come over. Let him come. Gold looked behind him, casually grabbed the big Fongtooth that was being treated like a treasure and laid it on the ground, then sat down on it. Fongtooth was shocked, aggrieved, and had no choice but to sit next to Gold in a huff. Gold moved aside a bit to give Fong some space. Fong immediately became happy and sat next to Gold with a big smile. Gold rolled his eyes. Forget it, let his silly brother indulge himself. Fongtooth, the burly orc, strode over. The two ogres sat on a thick cannon barrel, and a gnoll squatted by their feet. The scene was very desert-like. Fongtooth pays his respects to the mighty chief. May the mighty chief's glory last forever. Fongtooth touched his forehead and then pounded his chest heavily, offering the highest Orcish courtesy. Introduce the situation here yourself. I don't have the mood to ask one by one. Gold yawned. It was better to massage and sleep than to manage anything. Chief, the Dragon's Nest belongs to the Hot Sand Third Oasis, and it has basically entered the right track. The only remaining smelter of the Hot Sand Goblins is currently operating well, and it is expected to transport the first batch of iron materials to the Dragon's Nest Oasis in 10 days. During this time, there have been 2 waves of exiled races trying to test the occupation here, but we drove them away. We lost dozens of members, but with the help of your mother, we wiped out all the enemies and dried their meat as reserve food. Very good, but the name Dragon's Nest belonging to the Hot Sand Third Oasis is too long and too awkward. I don't like it. Go back and think of a suggestion to bring up. The iron materials need to be transported to the Dragon's Nest as soon as possible. I have a great use for them. Also, choose some members you trust and distribute weapons to them. How can you fight with bare hands? And I have to say, the houses you built are too messy. It gives me a headache just looking at them. Can't they be more orderly? If you don't know what orderliness is, weren't there 2 people in strange clothes who were still alive before? You can ask them for help, but only to keep this place tidy. Don't give them any other rights. Nuya was taken aback. Chief, do they have any problems? Do you want to? Nuya made a smashing gesture. No, I'm surprised that they are willing to stay. They have no problem, but the people from their place sometimes have a problem. Forget it, just do as I say. Gold seemed to be sighing about something, always feeling that it was really nice to mix with this race of fools in his own tribe. What if they were fierce and ugly? In this world of diverse races, who cares about appearance? Strength and fists are the only hard truths, right? Nuya nodded thoughtfully. Chief, I will show you a tidy oasis tribe when you come back here next time. Good job. Except for this oasis, it has been almost dug up by the goblins, so for now, just focus on producing iron materials here. Gold stood up, and Nu also stood up. I will have someone tell you the next plan. Go to work. Early the next morning, Gold took the Fearless to the giant sand city. Gold also decided the name of this oasis tribe. Demon Roar. Nuya thought it sounded good, so Gold agreed. The Fearless rose into the air and left under the gaze of all the members of the Demon Roar tribe and the Old Mother. Nuya's performance after arriving here was also quite good. Although he was an orc, after being a slave, he became much less impulsive and more stable, and Honi did not interfere with his management. After the Fearless left, Honi returned to her own shack. Nuya looked at Honi's bloated and huge body and couldn't help but sigh. The 2-headed ogre mage, who was already strong with almost no weaknesses, now had a passive spell that he couldn't see or guess the limit of the chief's mother at his current level. Demon Roar! Demon Roar! Nuya slowly clenched his huge fist as he thought about the roaring of the dragon-dwelling ogres. Go! Make the tribe's banner of the Dragon's Nest and place it in the center of the tribe, Nuya said to the members of the Demon Roar tribe behind him. When the Fearless arrived at the giant sand city, it also caused a great sensation. All the weapons here had been melted down, and Lena had seen the effect of those city defense cannons before. It was indeed good at close range, but at a slightly longer distance, it could only be left to chance, not to mention hitting targets in the sky. The dwarves in the giant sand city now had no weapons at all. Her only reliance now was the 3-headed ogres. Lena was very clever. These three-headed ogres themselves had full iron wolf fangs and large iron shields. She used the iron materials melted in the dwarf furnace to command the dwarves to make armor for the three-headed ogres. Although it was not as good as the full-body armor of the ogres, it protected the necessary parts. With the addition of the rock mark, these three-headed ogres were like humanoid heavy tanks. Most importantly, she compressed the dwarves' daily food and fully supplied it to these three-headed ogres. The ogres had truly gained significant weight in these days. The ogres' fat and weight represented their combat power. However, when she saw the towering Fearless, Lena regretted it. She felt that she should have built a huge bed crossbow, which could definitely be controlled by the ogre's strength, and would not be without the ability to actively attack the big guy coming from the sky. The modified Fearless was too different from the original airship, and she had never thought in that direction. All she could do was to wake up the three snoring ogres and be on high alert. She vowed that as long as the other party dared to land, she would let them know the terror of the heavily armored ogres. As the panic number decreased, the expression of the succubus became increasingly strange. The bow of the pod, if I'm not mistaken, was made in the image of an ogre. Only the chieftain, whom she had been longing for, could have the strength to achieve this and arrive here. As Lena had expected, when Gold descended from the large ladder lowered from the pod, Lena's eyes seemed to be drawn to him. Her eyes seemed to stick to Gold. This was the tradition in this desert. A true desert native female, like Honey, was either strong on her own, or submissive to the strong, like Lena. As a succubus in the demon realm, she didn't care about Gold's race, his terrifying appearance, or his bulky body. What she cared about was Gold's strength. For this, she was willing to give everything. Compared to the Howl tribe, Gold had a good impression of the giant sand city. Not bad, Lena. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Walking in the giant sand city, even Gold, with his discerning eye, had to praise her. Following behind Gold were Lena, Doug, and Corb. As the former leader of the giant sand city, Corb had completely let go of the past, especially after being educated by Doug, the jackal man who had been given the surname of Dragon's Nest. He even admired Doug from the bottom of his heart. A third-rate race that was only slightly stronger than goblins in the desert could achieve so much. He even reflected on himself. If he and Doug were to switch roles and races, could he achieve the same level as Doug? The answer was no. Doug, the jackal man, was more suitable for the desert than himself. If he wasn't the son of the former leader of the giant sand, if he hadn't realized the descent of the gods, his life would definitely not be as comfortable as the jackal man's. The giant sand city had demolished most of the unnecessary houses and buildings, dividing the living and working areas with a wide road. The city gate had been widened and raised. At least Gold could walk in with his head held high. The clinking sounds echoed in the working area, where the dwarves who stayed here were working. It turned out that orderly and clearly defined work did improve productivity. Even Corb, the old dwarf, had to admit that under Lena's governance, the giant sand city was unmatched in production, at least better than himself. He had been too racist before, and too soft-hearted towards his own kind. Lena, on the other hand, was strict and systematic in her management, with everything speaking through systems and production. After being hit by Doug, the jackal man, Corb was hit again by Lena, the succubus. Why did he always feel that among the outsiders with the rock mark, he was the most useless? Corb fell into deep self-doubt. What were you doing before? How do you even understand this? Corb couldn't help but ask as he followed behind. I don't understand. Lena smiled, looking very charming. I've been in the tribe for so long, of course, I know that the chieftain likes things neat and tidy. I just made sure that this city develops in an orderly manner, both in production and layout. So, when the chieftain comes, he will find this city more comfortable and pleasing to the eye. Corb, there's no skill in this. If you're single-minded for the chieftain, you'll naturally do it. Corb felt that he had been hit again. These two are really strong. The old dwarf was convinced, completely convinced. Doug gave Lena a thumbs up and quietly said, Lena, I have to admit that you are amazing. Even an ordinary Doug Dragon's Nest like me has to admire your skills as a warlock with 3 abilities. Doug spoke, ostensibly praising but actually being sarcastic. Gold walked ahead, eagerly looking at the greatly changed giant sand city, unaware of the conversation between the 3 rock mark bearers behind him. Lena was stunned. Aren't you the captain of those little dogs? Doug grinned smugly. Dog captain? No, that's all in the past. I have a new name now, Doug Longchi. The chief bestowed upon me the highest honor. Of course, compared to you, who is both the succubus and the lord of the giant sand city, I am just a little dog raised by the chief. Doug was belittling himself, but actually showing off. No. Lena was stunned. She grabbed Doug's dog tail. No. Why you? Doug was not angry either. He pretended to be silly. Why? Lena gritted her teeth. What did you do? What great achievements have you made? Why do you deserve to be given the name and the Longchi surname? Doug blinked, grinned, and looked particularly sly. Look at you, you are already the lord of a city. Why do you care about a gatekeeper like me? You are now in charge of so many people, while I only have a few little dogs. Stop it. Lena said fiercely, then she turned to the old dwarf watching the show. Is this stupid dog really accomplished something big? Corb didn't expect to be involved, and subconsciously said, no, just a little bit. Lena, no. Then you. Damn it, my mentality is collapsing. Originally, being the lord of the city had improved her mood a lot, making Lena look more charming and pleased with herself, but now she looked visibly wilted. She seemed to have been drained of her vitality, as if she had been sucked dry by a soul-devouring demon. Even the old dwarf Corb felt uncomfortable next to her and quickly left with his short legs. Doug grinned slyly, patted Lena's shoulder with his sharp fangs. If you want to show your abilities, you have to leave the chief's side, there's no other way. Relax, it's just a surname of Lunchy, you are still the first female to bear the chief's name, come on. Lena's eyelids twitched, and she was about to slap Doug's dog face with the dark purple energy in her hand, but Doug dodged it. The jackal man grinned and wagged his tail as he caught up with Gold, who was following him, and the expression he showed made Lena almost furious. She crushed the dark purple energy in her hand, feeling irritated by Doug. Doug was in high spirits. Let you boast to me at that time. After a simple inspection of the giant sand city, Gold did not come up with any good suggestions. Lena's rule did not have any major highlights, but there were no problems either. In terms of production, it was indeed much stronger than when Corb led. Otherwise, in a city of nearly 10,000 people, excluding the young and old dwarves, half of the usable population remained. After so many years of management, there was only one steam tank and airship, which Lena felt was a waste of the dwarves' population and craftsmen. Gold stood on the widened city wall, looking at the orderly giant sand city, with the rock branding trio standing behind him. He was also very curious about this. Corb was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Chief, having fewer oases is good, but having more oases is also good. The same goes for the population, especially for our dwarves, who have a strong sense of racial identity. Although I was the leader of the giant sand city, the rules here have not changed for a long time. There may be many small leaders below who have their own power, and although there are less than 10,000 people, they are divided into several small power groups. With the increase in population, coupled with the lack of large-scale wars for a long time, many of my decrees have not been smoothly implemented. Really? Lena was skeptical. Why do I not feel the slightest bit of it? Doug shrugged. Before, they had the incompetent old man Colbur as their leader, and now they have a wise and powerful chief. And our dragon's level system is clear. They are all slaves of the lower class. How could they still have the idea of creating small forces? Do they really want to die? Colbur nodded for the first time. That's right, Doug is right. And this battle has completely awakened us, who were complacent. The most important thing is, it's impossible to break a rule without shedding blood. I think our dwarves will live better under the leadership of the chief. Lena smiled with a hint of charm. Isn't this the tradition in this desert? Being complacent and not advancing will only lead to destruction. Colbur, you were not wrong to lose in the beginning. Even without us dragons, there would be other stronger races to crush you. Colbur nodded. That's right, Doug also said before, after a city is breached, there are very few instances where there is no massacre. Our chief really is an extraordinary leader as an ogre. At the chief's command, all forces that entered the city stopped killing. At that time, whether it was the ogres or the slave army, they were all bloodthirsty. Doug proudly wagged his tail. I told you, the chief always follows through. Gold grunted. You three are really good at flattery. It's quite comfortable for me. Doug and Lena exchanged a smile. Colbur felt a little uneasy, but also felt that it was a small improvement for himself. Before, I told you that we should find a way to connect the three oases. Now, Dragon's Nest, Giant Sand, and Magic Roar are all on track. Do you have any good ideas? Colbur suggested tentatively. How about building large transport tread vehicles? Lena proposed, or building rail cars? This was the method she used in the Giant Sand City, which greatly improved efficiency. Doug raised his hand. I think it should be airships. They can travel in the sky. Who wants to travel on the ground? Colbur immediately opposed. The advantage of airships is their long-term ability to stay aloft, but the cost of making one is still very high. Doug snorted. But it's still better than your large transport vehicle plan, right? How big will it be? How many steam engines will be needed? How much water will be consumed every day? Lena immediately agreed. Exactly. Each vehicle will also need a dedicated driver, and it will require a lot of people. It's not as practical as my rail car, which only needs one driver to pull several cars. Doug said, yours is even more unrealistic. I've seen the rail car you made. Have you ever thought about how much rail and iron materials will be needed to connect the three oases? It's absurd. Lena was not convinced, but it's still better than your airship plan. I've heard that the materials consumed by the dreadnought are also not insignificant. As the main person in charge of modifying the dreadnought, Colbur also agreed with Lena. Doug smirked, looking confident. The dreadnought is being modified as the flagship of the chief, and both the quality and firepower and protection need to be top-notch, so naturally, the expenses are high. If it's just making an airship for transporting goods and ordinary passengers, it won't need so many materials, that's for sure, right? Colbur nodded thoughtfully. Even Gold was interested. Go on. Gold's participation immediately energized Doug. Alright, Chief. Ahem. Doug lightly scratched the small leather armor on his body, pretended to cough twice, and straightened his posture. If you have something to say, just say it. Gold frowned. Yes, yes, yes. Doug immediately nodded and bowed with a flattering smile. Let's take the chief's dreadnought as an example. The dreadnought's gondola requires too much iron for carrying the chief and the ogres, but for a regular transport airship, it's completely unnecessary. For the gondola, we can use desert thorn main poles for everything except the dragon bones and bottom compartment brackets. If it's for cargo, we only need a cargo hold and a steam engine, leaving the rest of the space empty to maximize the cargo. As for the gas bag, the dreadnought has a protective layer, so we can skip that for the transport airship and just use 2 layers of fur. It can be slightly larger to ensure it can transport more goods. But what if we encounter danger? There are flying monsters in the desert. Lena raised a question. Without any protection, if we encounter danger, the airship's gas bag, as you said, will definitely burst at the slightest touch. Not necessarily. Doug gestured with his fingers. Since he proposed this idea, he naturally had a comprehensive plan. Otherwise, with Doug's cautious nature, he would never have spoken up rashly. Doug is much more cautious than Lena. Lena likes to gamble, but Doug doesn't. He was scared when he almost saw Lena being killed in a gamble before. If it weren't for the chief's request this time, he would never have spoken up. Why are you so narrow-minded? Are you looking for trouble? Lena rolled her eyes. Her seductive figure would be even better with a whip. Gold and his brother were somewhat tempted, but their mother was not present, and the giant sand city was currently relying on Lena, so they couldn't act impulsively. It seems like what everyone said just went in one ear and out the other for you. Doug turned to educate Lena. If you insist on being complacent, you will get hit. You haven't taken any of it in. Our Dragon's Nest tribe is also progressing and must continue to do so. We need to make our transport airships larger to transport more goods, but we also need to make specialized combat airships. Whenever, a strong fist is the fundamental guarantee. Our goods can not only circulate in the Dragon's Nest, Giant Sand, and Roar of the Demon 3 oases. We also need to go out and exchange goods with other oases. If we don't have our own armed forces to protect us, won't we just be giving warmth to others? If the transport airship saves materials, then we should make the combat airship smaller, but we should concentrate all the materials on protection, firepower, and speed. The combat airship is solely responsible for combat, so we should minimize the gondola and gas bag as much as possible, leaving only weapons, ammunition, and the steam engine. A smaller size also means saving resources, right? Gold raised his eyebrows, looking at Doug with some surprise. You dog, this plan of yours is quite interesting. Do you have more? Please continue. With Gold's approval, Doug looked smugly at Lena and Corb. Lena was itching with anger, and Corb said, I'm just an engineer, you can do as you please. Chief, I think it's necessary for us to establish a dedicated armed force, so that the rest of the people can focus on production. Corb raised his hand. That's what I did at the time. We have 500 elite dwarf warriors dedicated to combat and 1,500 militia for combat and production. Doug nodded. Yes, apart from your skills, that's the only thing commendable about you. Corb, our tribe is different, with various races. We can completely form balanced combat teams. Of course, the main force of the airship will still need your dwarves. Doug pointed to Corb. As I mentioned to you before, you need to increase the number of dwarves obtaining the stone brand as soon as possible. Otherwise, who would trust them to handle the airship? Corb nodded solemnly, completely remembering what Doug had said before. However, once this plan is to be implemented, the cycle is also very long, and the required materials are extremely large. According to your plan, it can't just be airships, we also need large tower buildings specifically for airship docking and transportation channels. At that time, with so much cargo, we can't just carry them up one by one, can we? In this regard, Corb's professional knowledge is very rich, and he immediately proposed his own supplement. Your dwarven city is really in need of. Doug, who was inserting a lung tube, was also an expert. Corb's face immediately turned black. You know, instead of putting the treads under the tank, why not take them out separately and send supplies to the airship's cargo hold? Corb's face hadn't completely turned black yet, but as soon as he heard this, it immediately turned red again. He really hadn't thought of that. We have a tower in our Dragon's Nest tribe, and there was originally one in Giant Sand, but now there is still no mow yet. A mow can also be built at that time, and this thing doesn't have much cost. We are currently producing iron in 3 oases at the same time. Isn't the output very high? Doug talked confidently, and with that dogged face, it looked more and more out of place. He started pacing back and forth, then continued to supplement his plan. Our headquarters is in Dragon's Nest, so it's best to bring your gas production device to Dragon's Nest. Chief, I have a small suggestion. What do you think? Gold scratched his chin, feeling that this dog was somewhat unbelievable. Did he leave a jackal as a gatekeeper and food reserve, and it didn't turn into an SSR, did it? Is it an opinion or a suggestion? He looked at the jackal with interest. A suggestion, how could I have an opinion? Doug rubbed his hands and flattered with a smile. Go ahead. Gold signaled him to continue. Hee hee, Chief, you see, I think our Dragon's Nest tribe can also build another dwarven smelter. Gold was somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? The slag from the dwarven smelter can be compressed into wall bricks. Our Dragon's Nest tribe can't just use thorns to build houses. At least your house and the houses of the other ogres must be built beautifully. Lena stared in astonishment at Doug. You dog, you betrayed me. At the same time, she wished she could slap herself. Lena, oh Lena, how could you not think of such a simple and practical way to please the chief? You're definitely out of it. Lena began to reflect on herself. Gold laughed heartily. Ah, interesting, quite interesting. Let's do it this way. You scheming dog. But I like it. Gold didn't hide his admiration for Doug at all, and Lena, envious, almost turned red. The airship plan is also good. At least for now, I am very satisfied with the dreadnought. Lena's railcar plan is also good, but it is more suitable for production. Doug is right, we can't be complacent, we also need to go out. The limitations of the railcar are too great, so the airship plan is unrestrained. Gold's words made Doug proud, and he looked smugly at Lena. Lena pouted and lowered her head. Corb's transport vehicle is fine, but I need you to research a more reasonable war vehicle. Your previous steam tank, forgive me for saying, is just rubbish. Let's do it this way, you work hard, and I'll just lie back and enjoy it. Gold laughed heartily and left the city gate. Chief, Lena gritted her teeth and followed. Gold returned to Giant Sand City with a strange expression on his face. He never expected Lena to take the initiative to try. It was clear that Lena was well prepared, and she had prepared a huge house in the direction of the city near the oasis. But it was just an outline. Most of the resources in the city were used to transform the city and lay out production, and there was nothing in this house, just a house. Gold lay on the ground, watching the succubus who had just been cleaned. Courageous, have you forgotten the last disaster? Lena extended her long tongue to lick her lips, her face charming, her eyes seeming to be viscous. Gold felt that the other party was sick, but had no evidence. He was a head ogre after all. Ugliness was a compliment to ogres. Monstrous, ugly, and terrifying were his synonyms. Initially, he could let it go, but now he had to take the initiative? And what was with that look in her eyes? Why did it resemble the look of a long-lost, drought-stricken land finally receiving rain? Could this be a succubus? Did they really not care about race and appearance? Gold was at a loss for words and felt confused. Lena's request was for her to act on her own. She would. Fine. A 5-meter-tall ogre and a 2-meter-tall succubus, but this time the succubus took the initiative. It had to be said. Lena was really tough, leaving Gold and his brothers bewildered. Was this the succubus's ability? Although passive, Gold still found it intriguing. Loading. Lena began to clean up the scene. She felt that she had found a way to help the chieftain. Gold still had that ruthless look, only leaving after saying not bad. Lena smiled. Although she was the lord of the Giant Sand City, she was still the manager of the brothel. Although she didn't have to serve clients, serving the chieftain was still her top priority. Gold boarded the dreadnought and flew towards the Dragon's Nest tribe. At the same time, there was a large amount of iron on the airship. This was only a part of it, and Gold would arrange for the rest to be transported by Caterpillar after returning. He also planned the next tasks. The Giant Sand City would produce a large amount of iron and bricks for the Dragon's Nest tribe. The value of the roar was to refine iron. Although the damage caused by the goblin furnace to the sand was irreversible, it couldn't be denied that the goblin furnace had the highest output. Gold didn't have much of an opinion on this. Perhaps in the future, he would reduce the goblin furnace and switch to a dwarf furnace, but it was impossible now. The Dragon's Nest tribe needed iron. In this desert, sand was as worthless as life. We'll talk about it when the Dragon's Nest's demand for iron isn't so high. The Dragon's Nest would once again enter a tense period of major construction. They needed to build a factory that could at least produce airship gondolas. The tower for docking airships also needed to be expanded and increased in number. Of course, these were tasks for the near future, and nothing happened overnight. This was also the reason why Gold hadn't changed the tribe in 20 years. One was the lack of power, the other was the lack of cooperation, and the third was the lack of materials. It was all nonsense. However, surprises always appeared at unexpected times. When the dreadnought docked at the Dragon's Nest tribe's airship tower, a female ogre who had been eagerly waiting was already there. Gold was puzzled as he walked down, followed by New and Doug, as well as Corber. What's going on? Seeing the female ogre with round, drooling eyes, Gold was also stunned. A doo-doo. The female ogre patted her fat belly full of fat and pointed to her mouth, full of anticipation. Ha! Gold looked at New in confusion. New tapped his horn and struggled to say a word for a while. Child? A doo-doo. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, patted her big belly, and then pointed to her mouth. New understood. He really understood. Meal. The female ogre excitedly patted New's shoulder. A doo-doo. Gold was stunned for a moment before reacting. Ah, damn it. Are you pregnant with a little monster? Gold looked in shock at the banner of contempt of Magrebi in his hand. Was this a coincidence, or was this thing really that powerful? Gold felt it was a coincidence. With the reproductive ability of an ogre, it would take some time for something to come from nothing, and it would take at least 2 months for her to realize she had a little monster. By then, she would have at most just conquered the third city of the hot sands. It could only be said that it was better to be lucky than good. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, pointing continuously at her wide-open blood-filled mouth. Gold then remembered saying that if anyone was pregnant with a little monster, he would personally cook a big meal for her. Do you want to eat something delicious? Do. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, unable to stop her saliva. No problem. I'll do as I say. If anyone is pregnant with a little monster, I'll personally cook for them. Wait, I'm going to prepare something. Tonight, I'll cook a big meal just for you. Gold laughed heartily. His tribe was finally going to add a member. After all was said and done, no matter how high the wisdom and loyalty of outsiders, these silly tribal people were his roots. Do. The female ogre nodded heavily and walked away with an indifferent gait. Do? Anger stretched out his big head, revealing a longing look. Do you want to eat too? Do. Your mother. Get lost. Anger drooped his head and walked away dejectedly, starting to show off his weapon to the other ogres with great excitement before even entering the tribe. The proud and arrogant look in his big eyes couldn't be hidden. The other ogres were envious, but they only saw the big weapon, not knowing how awesome it was. Although envious, they didn't show it much. Do? Some ogres questioned the use of this weapon. Oh! Anger became furious, picked up the big weapon on the spot, and stomped on the trigger with his foot in a good posture. Boom! The deafening blast accompanied by billowing smoke startled the entire Dragon's Nest tribe. Anger! Gold's eyes turned red with anger, and his 2 upward fangs trembled. He grabbed his wolf's tooth club. I'll kill you. The dwarves began to clean up the mess in the chieftain's hut. Karlov and his 2 orc laborers stood in astonishment and bewilderment in the distance, looking at the house they had worked hard to build for a long time, which was also the largest in the tribe. Even the surrounding ogre huts were affected. After half a month of hard work, this was all it took? Anger, with a swollen face, sat obediently on the side. He didn't dare to wipe the blood from his nose. His cherished big weapon was thrown aside by Gold like trash and stuck in the sandy ground. He didn't dare to pick it up. Gold was almost going crazy with anger. My spring water tank. The spring water tank that produces half a ton of water a day. My enchanting workbench. The enchanting workbench I placed at the door. Gold roared, and the ogres and other members around him dared not even breathe. My house, my house was blown up by you in one shot. Anger. If you really want to die, I'll send you to the howling abyss with a fierce scream right now. Anger shook his head repeatedly, his wise eyes filled with obedience. Chieftain. Doug cautiously raised his hand. Speak. Gold was irritable and impatient. The spring water tank should be fine. You instructed before leaving, to have Tsumai from the planting area pour the water from the spring water tank into the oasis with the dwarves every day. At this time, they probably haven't put the spring water tank back yet. Who? After hearing this, Gold barely suppressed his anger. You! Gold pointed fiercely and ferociously at the angry in the group of ogres. In the future, anyone who dares to lay a hand on me within the tribe, I'll make sure they never eat again. The ogres knew that the chief was truly angry this time, and the punishment of not being allowed to eat was too severe. They nodded repeatedly. I'm only saying this once. If any of you cross me again. Gold suddenly slammed his wolf-tooth club-like siege hammer into the ground, creating a large sandpit. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Gold fiercely kicked the angry ogre again and walked towards the ruins of his own house. The enchanting workbench, which had only been used a few times, along with his newly completed house, had all turned to rubble. Gold's face was full of frustration. After confirming that there was no chance of salvage, Gold could only head towards the fearful howl. The number of attendants in the tavern had increased, making it crowded to rest inside, so it was better to go to his own flagship. As he passed by the ogres, he saw the female ogre looking at him with a pitiful and hopeful gaze. Gold sighed. At least there was one more potential mouth to feed, which wasn't entirely a bad thing. Don't worry, you won't miss your big meal tonight. I always keep my word, especially when it comes to food. The female ogre smiled with joy, but seeing the chief's dark face, she quickly restrained herself. Gold couldn't be bothered with his tribe of fools and instead called over Corb to discuss his arrangements and needs. Corb was startled by Gold's recent outburst and hurriedly fulfilled Gold's requests. Meanwhile, Gold closed his eyes to calm his emotions in his shelter on the fearful howl. In the afternoon, just before the sun was about to set, Master Gold appeared. The dwarves, skilled in forging, had already prepared everything Gold needed. They had brought bricks from the giant sand city and combined them with oasis soil to make a huge stove, perfect for the ogres but massive for the dwarves. It even had a double stove with a bellows. The large iron countertop was wide enough for Gold to prepare ingredients, and all the cooking utensils were made to the ogre's size. The other ogres were eagerly watching from the side, imagining despite having nothing. Gold proudly walked past this group of food lovers, having prepared all the materials he had traded for during this time. His pride was no longer just because he was the chief, but now also because he was the master chef. The gnolls brought over the raw ingredients. It was a wild boar that had been gutted and drained of blood, with even the blood not wasted and collected in a large basin. This afternoon, the hundreds of dwarf craftsmen did nothing but make various cooking utensils for Chef Gold. The main body of the wild boar was placed on Gold's work table, with a basin of entrails and a basin of fresh blood beside it. He scooped out clean water from the tank, sprinkled salt, poured the pig's blood into it, and set it aside. He skillfully removed all 4 trotters of the wild boar and then cut off the large pig's head and set it aside. All these parts were soaked in water. Although the wild boars here were different from the pigs on Blue Star, they were generally similar. Gold couldn't distinguish between the various cuts of the pig, so he had to roughly break down the wild boar. After all the ingredients were prepared, Gold washed his hands and let out a sigh. It had been 20 years, but he had finally picked up the knife and ladle again. He selected the parts that looked like tenderloin, cut them into small pieces, and without wine, he could only sprinkle salt to cure them and continuously add water to mix in. He cracked an egg of an unknown creature that a gnoll had dug up in the oasis and continued to mix. Water, flour, and starch were simply mixed into a paste, and then the pork loin was thrown in and mixed thoroughly. After that, the oil was heated in a pan. This oil was special, as it was made from the fat of the hunted prey. Once the oil was hot, the pork loin coated in the paste was slowly added to the pan and fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A sweet and sour sauce was made from tomato sauce, vinegar, sugar, salt, and water mixed with starch. In another pan, the sweet and sour sauce was thickened, and then the fried pork loin was added and tossed a few times before being declared ready to serve. Sweet and sour pork loin. Even the plates were large iron plates. Gold sniffed it, and although there was some difference, it did indeed have that familiar taste. After placing the dish on the nearby counter, Gold warned the foolish ones with a glance not to come near, and began preparing the next dish. After washing the pig's trotters and head, Gold placed them in a large vat in the tribe. Then, he carried the large vat to the mouth of the outdoor smelting furnace. The temperature there was high, and the meat cooked quickly. This vat of meat also used up all of Gold's only remaining meat ingredients over the course of several months. As the aroma of the stewed meat filled the air, all the members swallowed their saliva. The ogres began to fidget. For the other members, just smelling the air was satisfying enough. This was the chief's personal cooking. Apart from the chief and his mother, only the pregnant female ogre could enjoy a feast. As for the other ogres, they could only taste it reluctantly. Large pieces of pork belly were stewed, and Gold intentionally collected and removed the thorns from the cactus fruit to add to the dish. The braised pork belly without potatoes could only be replaced with this. After all, for ogres, anything could be eaten. Even the pig offal that Gold didn't waste was processed and stir-fried with other available auxiliary materials and edible plants picked in the oasis. The pig's blood had solidified in salt water and was cut into large pieces, then boiled to make pig blood blocks. This was the simplest. The method was also simple, stir-frying with leeks. The leeks were obtained from a trading group, and the guy who offered them didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. Unlucky because he couldn't eat it at all. Lucky because as long as it was an ingredient, Gold would not refuse it. Now the tribe was thriving, and anything could be traded for, including food, drinks, tools, weapons, and ammunition. Apart from leaving some for planting, Gold threw everything in. Once stir-fried, this stuff would be gone. The chili peppers hadn't been grown yet, but Gold had some chili peppers. Together with light and dark soy sauce, a large plate of stir-fried chili pepper and leek blood blocks was ready. Gold didn't waste the remaining meat either, and minced it to make meat filling, which was then made into large cakes and stuck to the outside of the large vat stewing the meat. Gold named it pot-stuck meat. The contempt banner of Magrabaya was placed next to the Dragon's Nest tribe's flag, both flags fluttering in the wind. In the expectant eyes of the pregnant female ogre, Gold gestured for her to sit on the solid iron stool specially made by the dwarves. The female ogre eagerly sat down, unable to contain her drool. The other ogres were also restless, but Gold picked up the wolf's tooth club placed on the side and forced them to calm down. The female ogre reached out to grab some, but Gold slapped her hand back. "I made this for you to eat, but don't be so hasty." This was the first time in over 20 years that he had cooked a complete meal, so there was no way he would let this guy ruin it. After that, regardless of whether the ogre could understand, Gold began to introduce the dishes. This is called sweet and sour pork loin, sweet and refreshing. This is braised pork belly, rich and fragrant. This is stewed pork elbow. This is braised pig's trotters. This is pig's head meat, stewed and then smoked. This is cold tossed pig's ear and tail. This is stir-fried pig liver. This is stir-fried pig heart. This is thick pork offal soup. This is blood clots with pepper and leek. This is pan-fried pork. This is rice soup with pork. 10 dishes and 2 soups. This table of nourishing feast is the reward and appreciation from the chief to you for adding offspring to the tribe. Do. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, then was about to start eating. Gold once again stopped her. "You have to know, I used up all the materials I saved for several months for this meal. You have to savor it with a grateful heart and eat it slowly for me to taste. If you dare to pour it into your mouth while holding the plate, don't blame me for not letting you eat and then slapping you." Gold's eyes were unkind. Do. The female ogre immediately became solemn after hearing that she couldn't eat, and her eyes became dignified. Gould. Alright, fine. Gould stood aside and watched the female ogre eat. If he wasn't standing there, the group of ogres nearby would have eaten even the table. Under Gould's watchful eyes, the female ogre began to eat slowly and methodically with her hands. She only put a little bit in her mouth each time, but her expression almost drove all the ogres present crazy. The other female ogres looked at her with jealous eyes, then looked at the other male ogres with disdain. Useless trash. Doing this every day hasn't made me pregnant. Useless. The other male ogres felt somewhat embarrassed under their gaze, but the grand feast deeply attracted their attention. The female ogre was quite interesting. She didn't finish all the dishes, leaving a bit of each. Then, under the gaze of the other ogres, she left her seat with a triumphant air. The other ogres turned their eyes to Gould. Oomph. Gould snorted coldly. Remember what I said, whoever dares to act in the tribe again, I'll skin them. Then Gould turned and walked towards his flagship. The other ogres breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing he's only going to skin them and not stop them from eating. Then they eagerly began to lick the plates. They couldn't fight, but they could snatch. Whoever had the strength licked the plates. The female ogres, relatively weaker, didn't even get a taste. They felt their bodies trembling with anger. Alright. From now on, when I'm pregnant, I'll lick the plates clean and you won't even get a fart to eat. Then these female ogres casually saw a large pot of stewed meat. They secretly threw in some dried meat and then divided the pot of stewed meat in melons. This novel delicacy, even for ogres, was quite miraculous. These usually foolish fellows became much smarter in the face of good food. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. There was bound to be a big battle between the male and female ogres, whose eyes were red and teeth ached. The female ogres were eager to have their own offspring, while the male ogres were eager to lick the plates. Gould returned to the dreadnought, and the prompt in his mind arrived as expected. Dishes, combination feast, 10 dishes, 2 soups, reward, loyalty of the tribespeople. Loyalty of the tribespeople. Each person who is absolutely loyal to you will contribute 1/10 of their overall strength to their great chief. This contribution disappears upon the person's death. In that moment, Gould felt 19 surges of energy rushing into his body, and one of those energies was particularly strong. Gould didn't need to think to know that this energy came from his mother. Compared to his mother's energy, all the other energies combined were far inferior. Roar! Gould let out a deep, muffled roar. This energy is constantly transforming and washing his body, blood, internal organs, bones, and even skin, tonsils, and appendix from the inside out. It's unclear how long it has been, but Gould stood up after feeling no more energy fluctuations in his body. The crackling sound of bones filled the air, and Gould felt better than ever before. If he were to fight Corb, the god who descended to Earth, now, he probably wouldn't have to go through the process of exchanging injuries. After this commotion, Gould temporarily lost the desire to sleep. He walked to the deck of the Fearless and looked down at his tribe. Doug saw the situation and ran to the dwarven camp. After a while, he shook his head and swayed his tail as he ran up carrying a long box. What is this? Your butt is about to fall off from shaking so much, Gould said, slightly puzzled. He. Doug presented the box like a treasure and lifted it high. Oh, Gould was truly surprised this time. It was a nearly 1 meter long cigar. He carefully picked up the large cigar and sniffed it under his nose. Quite interesting. Gould was somewhat amazed. Doug quickly ran to the boiler room, lit a thornwood stick, and ran over to light Gould's cigar. Gould took a shallow breath, and a thick smoke emerged. Then Gould felt dizzy, and he sat heavily on the deck, making a dull sound. Doug's dog face turned pale, and he knelt down with a thud. Chieftain, I really didn't know this thing was poisonous. Chieftain, shut up. Gould closed his eyes and tried hard to recover quickly. I'm just drunk from the smoke. Why are you yelling? Gould held the large cigar in one hand and propped himself up with the other hand for quite some time before recovering. Wow, this stuff is strong. Gould sighed, then reached out and patted Doug's wolf head. Where did you get this? It's not easy to come by. Doug finally relaxed completely, squatting on the deck with a sycophantic smile. When I and Lena and the dwarves went to attack the Hot Sands headquarters, I saw the goblin leader holding one in his mouth from a distance. After the city was breached, I went to look for it. I vaguely remember you, Chieftain, saying something like, if only I had a smoke. So when I saw it, I thought I'd see if I could get some. But there weren't many at the Hot Sands headquarters, and it seemed quite rare. After I brought it back, I had the dwarves dismantle it and make this big one, so you can enjoy it comfortably. Ha. Gould lightly patted Doug's dog head. You're quite thoughtful. Well done. Doug wagged his tail, looking extremely pleased. Gould's praise made him feel happier than becoming a city lord himself. He. As long as it makes you happy, Chieftain. Gould sighed as he smoked. Good. Look down there. I don't even know how long it's been. Probably 2 or 3 months. What was it like here when you first arrived? And what is it like now? Gould squinted, and the cigar, thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, propped up his wide, rugged lips. The ogres licked their plates clean and returned to their huts. Karlov and his orc assistants were still worrying about the chieftain's house and the chieftain's mother's house, which had become ruins. As the largest group in the tribe, the dwarves had already begun to clean up. They worked together to clean Gold's stove, utensils, and tableware, and then several of them carried the dirty water to the oasis. This water couldn't be wasted. Corb and his design team were arguing fiercely with Steel Penny. The dwarves are not good at arguing. Whenever they can't win an argument, Corb will roll up his sleeves and reveal the rock imprint on his left arm. Steel Penny would then shut up resentfully. The rock imprint is the most powerful pass in the Dragon's Nest tribe. The bear goblin watched this scene with his meteor hammer in his arms, deep in thought. He didn't like the condescending look the goblins gave him, as if the city cousin was looking at the poor cousin who couldn't even afford to go to school in the village. Clearly, he was the ruling class among the goblins. Corb's action caught his attention. The clanging sounds from the dwarven camp accompanied the roaring of the neighboring goblin stamping machine as they worked overtime. They worked hard to achieve the chief's goals and to survive. The ogres seemed to have adapted to these sounds and did not run to the oasis to sleep. After dark, only the intermittent snoring of the ogres remained in the Dragon's Nest tribe, but now there were fires everywhere for illumination. Although it was a bit chaotic, it seemed much more prosperous. Chief, under your leadership, the tribe will only get better, Doug flattered, wagging his tail. Strictly speaking, this was not his flattery. The reason why the Dragon's Nest tribe had its current situation, with 3 oases supplying each other, and everyone in the tribe, regardless of race, being judged only by loyalty and ability, was all thanks to Gold. Even though he lay there every day, enjoying the services of the Windmill Tavern's staff and doing nothing but eating and sleeping, everything still revolved around him. As long as he was there, the Dragon's Nest tribe would continue to advance. If he were not there, all the members here would be food for the ogres. The tribe would instantly return to its previous state of strength but desolation. For the owner of the rock imprint, Gold was more like a belief. The only thing is that there were a few scattered customers before. Gold complained. Doug shrank his neck. Chief, we now have our own production line and our own manpower. We can totally engage in independent trade and don't need to wait for those customers. Gould snorted. Independent trade? How can it be as profitable and easy as being a middleman or a platform? Doug smirked. Chief, we used to think that just being alive was the best thing, and it was only after we arrived at our Dragon's Nest that we had the time and opportunity to think about trade and platforms. For me, as long as I can make your day better and more comfortable than the day before, that's enough. Ha, you're quite the smooth talker. If everyone were like you, it would be great. You speak well and handle things in a way that puts my mind at ease. Gold smiled, but no matter how much he smiled, his terrifying face only looked ferocious, not kind. Hee if it weren't for the opportunity you gave me, Chief, I would just be a useless desert hyena, no difference between living today and dying tomorrow, just trash. Chief, Lena actually just has a bit more ambition, but she's also genuinely serving you, Chief. Look at how well she's managed the giant sand city in such a short time. Corb, too. This old dwarf doesn't talk much, and he's stubborn, but he's a reliable guy. He failed as a lord, but as your craftsman, he's very reliable. Look at how well the dreadnought was modified. I was just listening to him and Steel Penny arguing downstairs. Steel Penny's plan was too meticulous for this old dwarf to bear, and they argued until they were red in the face. Gold laughed heartily, extinguishing the half-smoked cigar in his hand and putting it in the box. He couldn't bear to finish it. Good, you have ideas. Work hard, I'm going to enjoy myself, Gold said, returning to his tent. Doug slowly withdrew, calling a few attendants to come and give his chief a massage. As the first henchman of Gold, Doug also became active. He didn't lie down except when he was flattering Gold. He found Karlov. Are you saying that we should build a house for the chief here with that kind of brick? Karlov looked incredulous. What? You were designated by the chief to build the house, shouldn't you be the one to do it? Doug said confidently. No, using bricks and using thorns are completely different. Using bricks requires laying a foundation, and it also requires a considerable amount of water. Do you understand this concept? Karlov stared at the wargen with widened eyes. The bricks smelted by the dwarves don't need much water at all, and besides, laying a foundation is just laying a foundation. Doug waved his hand. No, it's not as simple as you said. Karlov hurried to explain. Doug cut him off. Just tell me if you can do it. In the future, the Dragon's Nest tribe will definitely transition towards the Dragon's Nest city, and we can't all live in desert thorns. Considering that you were designated by the chief as the builder, I'll give you this face. If you can't do it, I'll go find the dwarves. I can't let the chief live in a shack. Karlov panicked visibly. No, I can do it, but it's definitely not realistic with just the 3 of us. I need manpower. Doug snorted. I'll find a way to solve this problem for you. Think about what kind of house can make the chief comfortable and happy. Also, the chief likes things neat, so it's best for the other buildings in the tribe to follow a unified style. You can set the standards yourself, the chief only cares about the results, and so do I. And, what's the matter with you? We arrived at the same time, why is your arm so clean? Doug looked displeased at Karlov's bare left arm. Karlov felt embarrassed. If the chief remembers this one day, I'll see how you die. Doug disdainfully glanced at him and walked away. Originally, this human was treated much better than himself. Building a house for the chief by hand, what a great honor. When he builds a house for the chief, he can also gnaw on a bone. He couldn't even seize such a good opportunity, and now Corb is living better than him. It's not about strength. In terms of strength, Corb, who descended from the heavens, is the most capable besides the ogres. But so what? He still has to give me some face as his henchman. This is the reward for loyalty to the chief. Doug shook his head and walked away, leaving Karlov somewhat at a loss. He quietly opened the chat channel. I've been living well in the ogre tribe, but now there's a visual loyalty indicator here, which can only be obtained by being absolutely loyal to the chief. I don't know what to do. He quietly sent a message, and he had been keeping it updated since he came in, but after the dwarves arrived, he entered a state of overwork and didn't have time to update. Fewer people responded to him, and those who used to pay attention to him were now busy. The remaining active people were no longer worried about food and drink. As they explored a larger area, they now had to face roaming wild beasts in the desert, harsh weather, and the diverse indigenous tribes. Most of the people who came to trade with gold were asking for defensive weapons. Many goblin bombs and dwarf rifles were traded. It was okay to trade the dwarf rifles, but for those who traded the goblin bombs, they could only rely on luck. However, to survive until now, one must have both strength and luck, so it shouldn't be oneself who gets blown up by the bomb. The others found his message somewhat strange. Ogres? Like in the game? I've unlocked 2 spell skills and now I'm a patrol team leader in a human settlement. The treatment feels pretty good. You're really lucky. If you encounter something other than humans, then there's really no way. No, I'm in an orc tribe, used to be a slave, but now I'm helping them manage. The old chieftain is happy with me and treats me well. Agreed, those who survive now have enhanced their strength in various ways. I can only do slow healing. The people in the tribe are afraid I'll die, so they provide me with good food and drink. Karlov, you're all so lucky. I was bound by goblins as soon as I arrived here, then sold to this ogre tribe. I've never even seen what a box looks like. How did you survive until now? Karlov, I can build houses in the wild. The ogre chieftain had me build for him, and later gave me 2 orc slaves to help. Ogres sound terrifying. They must be very strict with you, right? Karlov, it's not too bad. They don't restrict my freedom. I have food and water every day. I eat in the morning, work, rest when it's too hot at noon, then work until evening. They are powerful. No other enemies dare to attack them. So you're saying that these ogres haven't restricted your freedom, haven't beaten or scolded you, haven't deprived you of food, and instead gave you 2 orcs to command, allowing you to live a safe and secure life, and now the loyalty in the tribe is visible, and you have no reaction? Karlov, it seems like that. Actually, I could leave if I wanted to, no one would stop me, but I don't know how to survive outside. Forgive me for saying this, but you seem a bit ungrateful. Yeah, do you think it's easy for us to survive until now? Do you know what it's like to find a treasure chest today and be killed by a monster in another chest tomorrow? Do you know what it's like to only dare to look at a bottle of water and not drink it, to catch sand and cockroaches to eat in order to survive? According to what you said, if it were me, I would be eager to offer my loyalty. Brother, this is not the Blue Star. The rules and systems of the Blue Star are useless here. Only survival is the eternal truth. Ha, my patrol team looks powerful, but one member dies every few days, and I recruit new ones every day. I fight beasts, monsters, and even other intelligent races invading the oasis every day. Do you know why I do that? It's just that there's no GPS here. If there were, I'd offer my loyalty to that chieftain willingly. Karlov. He originally thought that these people were from the Blue Star and would be averse to the so-called loyalty, but he didn't expect to be scolded. Stop talking. This is just a fool who hasn't experienced the harsh desert life. Why bother with him? Yeah, does he really think he's the chosen one just because he can open a box that the natives can't see? If you want to survive, the most important thing is to learn to integrate and use your knowledge to climb up, rather than being in a fortunate position and not realizing it. Karlov. Karlov began to worry and started to study the next building plan. He admitted that the people in the chat channel made sense. He felt that he also needed to try to change his mindset. Doug and Culber huddled together. What were you muttering to that person just now? Giving him a lesson again? Culber was curious. Doug sneered. Culber, from your personal perspective, how do you feel about your life now? Culber was taken aback, thinking while holding the forging hammer. Actually, since getting the rock seal until now, I feel like this has been the most relaxed time for me in a long time. Doug showed a knowing expression, just as I thought. The old dwarf sighed. Formerly the leader of the giant sand city, although it seemed glorious, the pressure of the entire city was on my shoulders. Not only did I have to rack my brains for the food, drink, and sanitation of the entire city, but I also had to deal with the power struggles of those small factions. Now, the most I do every day is forging, and this is actually my favorite thing to do. I don't have to worry about the lives and safety of my people, or navigate between the tribal elders. I live each day very relaxed and fulfilled. Doug said disdainfully, you are not suitable to be a lord, still dealing with tribal elders, scheming and plotting. Brother, are you a native of the desert? Culber laughed heartily, showing a relieved smile. Ha, you are right. I may be a good craftsman, a good warrior, but definitely not a good leader. So when you asked me just now, I told you seriously that my loyalty to the chief is absolute. I live well here, and I am happy to see the tribe improve under my hammer every day from the bottom of my heart. Doug patted Culber's shoulder. Ah, your words make me happy. Welcome to officially become a member of our rock branding mutual aid group. The old dwarf was stunned. What group? The chief and the ogres are supreme, so below them are the recipients of our branding. We should also help each other to make the chief's life better. Of course, this is just my idea. Currently, only Lena and I have reached a consensus. I think with your current understanding, you also have the qualifications. In other words, we approve of you. The old dwarf asked seriously, are you sure? Doug saw Culber's serious expression and also became serious. I'm sure. Good. The old dwarf put down the forging hammer on his shoulder and reached out his hand. Doug grinned and was about to shake hands with him, but he didn't expect the old dwarf to suddenly change his movement and punch Doug in the stomach. The punch made Doug grimace and slowly fall to the ground. You're sure, old man? I've been saving this punch for a long time. You must have enjoyed slapping me in the face back then. Culber clapped his hands and lifted the forging hammer. The gnoll curled up on the ground. Grr, you old bastard. I should have killed you back then. Culber laughed heartily and lifted Doug up and put him on the ground. You have no chance at all. Sometimes, the friendship between males is simple. A cigarette, a movie, a black and white photo, a fishing rod, or a punch. Tell me, what's the plan? Culber now felt much more comfortable. Rubbing his stomach, Doug knew that the old dwarf hadn't used much force, otherwise, he would have been in much worse shape. He grimaced and said, let's talk business. I think I have figured out the chief's specific thoughts now. It's not at all what Lena thought. That silly woman thinks the chief's ultimate goal is to grow and become stronger, but it turns out to be nonsense. What the chief really wants is actually very simple, just to live more and more comfortably. Whether it's the environment, material possessions, or physical and psychological well-being. Culber retorted, but what you're saying is impossible to achieve without growing and becoming stronger. Doug waved his hand. Of course, I am not like those narrow-minded dwarves. As our dragon's nest power becomes richer and has more resources, without enough strength, it's just a dish, isn't it? I'm saying she got it wrong. She got the order wrong. The old dwarf's thoughts turned slowly, and he was puzzled. What do you mean? Growth and strength are the process, but making the chief comfortable and living a good life is the result. These two cannot be reversed. Wasn't Lena almost killed because she took growth and strength as the goal? The chief only looks at the result, not the process. Doug looked up. The chief said to work hard. He's looking forward to enjoying the benefits. Culber was taken aback and could only ask, how do we do that? Doug put his paws behind his back and began to focus. First, our tribe's buildings can't be made of thorns anymore. They need to be made of bricks, the kind that comes from your furnace. You need to quickly set up a dwarven smelting furnace, and if this thing is also achieved through transportation, that's nonsense. Culber nodded in confusion. Okay, what's next? Well, there's no next. This alone is a project that we don't know how long it will take. Also, at the very least, we need to have a group of transport airships and combat airships. A large transport airship needs an escort airship, right? This is the minimum requirement. Culber quickly interrupted. No, the first storage of the giant sand city in the Dragon's Nest tribe has been completely used to transform the dreadnought, so we can't make the airbags now. Doug pondered for a moment. That is also a problem. Which nearby city or tribe has a lot of fur? Let's coordinate a bit. Culber smirked. Coordinate? Is this coordination proper? TSK. What are you saying? We are a regular force now. Of course we coordinate through trade, and if that doesn't work, we can hire. Anyway, we just need fur if we can't get it through trade. He. The gnoll grinned slyly. I don't think anyone can refuse to trade with the Dragon's Nest tribe. Trading with them is giving them face. Culber pursed his lips. What else do you have in mind? The gnoll suddenly became lewd. He rubbed his two paws. Do you know what the first building in our tribe was? Culber shook his head repeatedly. I've only been here for a short time. Just say it quickly. I still have work to do. The brothel. Doug pointed to the tall brothel, where you could vaguely see figures moving. This is also the chief's ambition. We need to expand and enhance it, whether it's in terms of race, quantity, or quality. If we can make the brothel half of heaven on earth, the chief will be so happy. Culber. The old man is getting old and can't stand this. As the chief's lackey, this guy not only flatters with his mouth, but also acts quickly. The whole tribe became lively again. The dwarves clanged and built the furnaces filled with dwarven style. Doug wore a small safety helmet and shuttled through the dwarves' work area, constantly giving instructions. It has to be said that the change in Culber, who has shown absolute loyalty, is unprecedented. He also remembered Lena's words. The chief likes things neat. So his dwarven furnace is next to the original metal smelting furnace, and even the dimensions of the surrounding walls and fences are the same. The dwarven camp has not changed much for the time being, because the plan between him and Doug is to transform the entire Dragon's Nest from thorns to bricks, and these dwarven huts will have to be demolished. To save resources and time, nothing has been done for the time being, but all the new construction must be done neatly. During this period, Colbert and Doug also identified the first trading force, the orc bone-chewing tribe. According to the orcs' habits, there will be a large number of furs in their tribe, and at the same time, they have a great demand for iron weapons and armor. However, it is only limited to weapons, and it is impossible to trade armor with them. When Doug proposed armor, Colbert resolutely refused. When the giant sand city was breached, the ogre heavy armor and shields he personally led the team to build made a great contribution. They couldn't penetrate it, really couldn't penetrate it. It was ridiculous. The orcs' physique is also very strong, giving them heavy armor would just be asking for trouble. Just in case. Just in case. In the future, Lunchi will have to become bigger and stronger, looking at the bone-chewing tribe. Isn't that asking for trouble? Weapons are fine, but armor is out of the question. Doug also thought it made sense. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. A lackey and an old dwarf getting together and muttering all day. When the dwarf forge is ready and successfully lit, the plan for the branding mutual aid group officially begins to operate. In order to survive, Karlov racked his brains to combine the knowledge in his mind to design a chieftain's hall with a strong ogre style. This chieftain's hall will be the tallest and most prominent landmark building of the Lunchi tribe, followed by the chieftain mother's house. The dwarves began to work overtime to smelt iron materials, squeeze the residue into bricks, and then use the iron materials to forge a variety of heavy weapons suitable for orc size. Gold looked at the bustling tribe and scratched his head. What's going on? It's as if there's going to be a big battle. And Doug's words were, "Chieftain, you rest well and enjoy, we will make sure you have a good life." This statement was strong and forceful, and Gold didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, so he turned and went back to the dreadnought. The only thing that could be seen was that they seemed to be building their own houses. The location of the foundation was where their previous houses were located. Gold scratched his head and suddenly felt a bit at a loss about what to do. After another half-month, the first batch of goods was ready. Corb and Doug jointly found Gold, wanting to temporarily use the dreadnought to trade with the bone-chewing tribe. Gold didn't want to at first, and his own house wasn't finished yet, so if they took the dreadnought away, he would have nowhere to go. But Corb explained that it was for future operations, and the foundation of the chieftain's hall had already been laid, and now they were building the walls. After trading for fur, they would have materials to make a transport airship, so they wouldn't need to use the dreadnought flagship. Gold didn't seem to have a better solution. These two weren't going out to cause trouble, they were doing legitimate business, all for their own tribe. He really couldn't find any reason to refuse. Fine, go ahead, take Anger and Steel with you. Although they weren't going out to cause trouble, they couldn't be afraid of trouble when they went out. Anger and Steel were now the muscle of the tribe in their mother's absence. Anger had Big Bang, which was even more beloved than a female ogre, and he even hugged it while sleeping. The fickle three-barreled machine gun was given to Steel. Now this guy was carrying the machine gun and the Wolf's Tooth Club all day, looking very imposing. When the fully armed dreadnought arrived at the bone-chewing tribe, the two heavily armored ogres standing at the bow of the ship looking down really startled the bone-chewing tribe. The rough and crude orc catapults were ready, and all the orcs were on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. Standing next to the burly chieftain of the bone-chewing tribe was an old orc, with occasional flashes of thunder and wind in his eyes, indicating that he was a shaman. Under the control of the dwarves, the dreadnought began to hover and circle, a common trade signal used by the dwarves. And the only ones who came here by airship were the dwarves of Giant Sand City. But what was the deal with the peculiarly shaped ogre on the airship? And this wasn't the dwarven style of airship either. The bone-chewing chieftain gestured for them to land in a place far from the tribe. The dreadnought slowly descended and dropped the sand anchor. The wide ladder was lowered, and Corb and Doug walked down side by side, followed by two heavily armored ogres. The orcs didn't have time to wonder why the dwarves and the jackals were walking together. They were completely drawn to the attention of the two ogres. The most obvious thing was the heavy armor covered in battle scars on these two ogres. Who came up with this idea? How can others fight like this? And besides a Wolf's Tooth Club that's bigger than himself, what about the one he's carrying? If he's not mistaken, it's a cannon? There's also a goblin-style cannon? The ogres are playing with it now. Is it so expensive? Mainly because there are no cannonballs. The OGRE Chieftain and the shaman were both puzzled, not even hearing what Korgal said. No, warrior, is this your weapon? The orc chieftain asked, staring with his eyes wide open. It's not that he's really afraid, he doesn't even know how to write the word fear after fighting orcs, he's just curious, purely curious. Oh, Anger sought his big cannon as soon as he looked at it, his face full of excitement and pride. Big, boom, boom. He earnestly introduced his treasure to the OGRE Chieftain. It's rough, it's big, but you don't have cannonballs. Are you going to use it to smash things? Seems like it could work. Oh, Anger widened his eyes and immediately picked up his big cannon. How could Anger bear this injustice? You can question me, but you can't question my big cannon. Don't. Boom. A loud noise accompanied by strong recoil and smoke, a small sand dune in the distance disappeared on the spot. Big. Boom. Boom. Anger stared with his eyes wide open, pointing at the huge cannon in his arms, very serious. Doug wanted to stop him, but he didn't. The orcs of the Boneshura tribe stared in amazement at the disappearing sand dune, looking at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? The Boneshura chieftain opened his mouth wide and looked at the old shaman with a probing gaze. You also play unscientifically, can you explain? The old shaman stared with his eyes wide open. Although I play with the wind and thunder, I still manipulate the natural elements of wind and thunder, but you, appearing out of thin air, how can I explain that? The old orc looked at Anger with a longing and probing gaze. Can I take a look? Anger was about to refuse without hesitation, but then he heard what the old orc said next. After all, your weapon is too powerful. Anger was happy. Whether you praise me or scold me, I don't care, I can just kill you, but if you praise my big cannon, I'm happy. He handed the big cannon to the old orc. Hey, hey! The old orc's muscles instantly bulged and were pressed to the ground by the big cannon, and the Boneshura chieftain had to help him up. At the same time, they were once again amazed by the absurd power of the ogre. Which tribe does this ogre belong to? Is their strength so overwhelming? They have never heard of such absurd power. The two huge orc chieftains, one orc shaman, are the two most powerful in the tribe, but even they could barely lift it, let alone the guy who just hugged and fired it. How much recoil force does it have? The old orc reluctantly placed the cannon barrel on the sand and asked, pointing to the firing rope. Pull here, right? Can I try it? Involving the absurd methods of the ogre, Korgal and Doug also didn't understand and couldn't intervene, and Anger nodded heavily. Pull. The old orc had a few orcs help hold down the big cannon and pulled hard. Silence, a deathly silence. Even the other orcs who were frowning and preparing to endure the impact were also confused. The orc shaman looked at Anger with a bewildered look, but also saw Anger's bewildered look. He pulled the old orc away, picked up the rope on the ground, and pulled it. Boom! The cannon roared again, and a huge crater appeared in the distance. Oh! Anger looked at the old orc with a puzzled look, and sometimes eyes can speak. For example, at this moment, the old orc received a message from a pair of eyes. Can you do it? The old orc smiled bitterly and shrugged. This world is really absurd. Okay, the farce is over, Lord Anger, we still have things to do. Doug walked over, interrupting the eye contact between the orcs and ogres. He proudly strutted to the side with a smug look in his eyes. With the example of his proud demeanor, no one doubted whether the three-barreled machine gun on his steel shoulder could be used. This, you are. It was only at this moment that the orcs noticed this combination of gnolls and dwarves. We are a caravan from the Dragon's Nest tribe, hoping to see if we can trade with the Bone-Chewing tribe. The Bone-Chewing chieftain scratched his head. Well, we can, but I don't know what you need from our Bone-Chewing tribe. And Dragon's Nest. Why does it sound so familiar? We have had two pleasant cooperations with your Bone-Chewing caravan, the gnoll spoke eloquently, first mentioning the premise of their previous cooperation, then acknowledging the other party's caravan leader, and finally bringing up the Dragon's Nest tribe. Korb didn't say a word. He really wasn't good at this. Cash? The orc chieftain was taken aback. Cash led the team out, and did mention, I remember, Dragon's Nest tribe. Isn't it an ogre tribe? How? After Doug's words, the orc chieftain immediately remembered the experiences and stories that Cash had mentioned after returning. Doug stood up straight, and Korb did the same. The Dragon's Nest tribe, under the leadership of the great chieftain Gold, is a powerful tribe with ogres as the main body and a fusion of multiple races. Under the creed of promises made, promises kept by Chieftain Gold, we have developed rapidly and solemnly request to trade with your tribe. Doug's tone was solemn and serious, the seal on the left arm of the gnoll and the dwarf gleamed, and the two huge and bulky armored ogres emitted a strong aura. The Bone-Chewing tribe chieftain also solemnly pounded his chest twice. Chieftain of the Bone-Chewing tribe, Lorta Bonechewer, on behalf of the Bone-Chewing tribe, welcomes the powerful Dragon's Nest tribe, and welcomes all desert warriors with goodwill and friendliness. Although Lorta didn't understand why the Dragon's Nest tribe had chosen a gnoll as their leader, he had to admit that this gnoll could really talk. Compared to the previous caravans, at least the words and attitude made him feel comfortable. And just by looking at the strength displayed by the Dragon's Nest tribe, he had to take it seriously. This is our master craftsman, Korb. All the weapons for this trade are crafted by him and his people. In terms of quality, dwarves are still trustworthy. Doug once again solemnly introduced his partner to Lorta. We seem to have met before? Both sides bowed, and Lorta hesitated. He felt that the old dwarf looked familiar. That's right, a few months ago I flew an airship through here, and your tribe's cash was with me. Korb admitted openly. He had long wanted to come clean. I used to be the chief of Giant Sand City, but due to some accidents, we now belong to the Dragon's Nest tribe. I am a member of the second tier of the Dragon's Nest tribe and also the chief craftsman of the tribe. Lorta and the old shaman exchanged a glance. Accidents? There were plenty of accidents in this desert. Only those with weak strength would fear accidents. The two orcs tacitly skipped over this topic. Now they knew why these ogres were wearing heavy armor. But the fact that the unseen chieftain Gold could make these dwarves willingly submit to him was really. No matter what the orcs thought, the dwarves continued to walk down with their large weapons. Doug's expression remained unchanged, but Lorta sensed a hint of cunning. Considering that orcs mostly use heavy weapons, the weapons made for trade only come in two shapes, octagonal hammers and single-sided axes. They are roughly half the height of an orc. The long handles of heavy weapons are not ideal. Doug walked up to the weapons, rubbing his hands. "Allow me to introduce our universally applicable heavy weapons to Chief Lorta," he said. "The Dragon's Nest Universal Octagonal Hammer. With a handle and grip of 1.5 meters, solid iron forging, and a grip wrapped in beast skin to reduce impact on the body, the sharp-edged hammer can deliver powerful blows with each swing. The Dragon's Nest Universal Single-Sided Axe. The axe face, repeatedly forged by dwarven craftsmen, with a sturdy body, combined with the unmatched strength of orc warriors, can cleave through any enemy." Doug spoke confidently, while Culber stood by, feeling uncertain. "Are the rough weapons we mass-produce really that impressive?" Culber was puzzled. His dwarven integrity prevented him from agreeing with Doug's praise of the weapons, but his loyalty to the chief made him choose to remain silent. He was torn. Lorta listened to Doug's words, but he believed in personally holding the weapons and letting them speak for themselves. "Can I try them?" Lorta licked his tongue and the fangs on his chin. "Of course, it's the customer's right." Doug stepped aside and gestured for Lorta to try. Lorta first picked up an octagonal hammer. The weight and rugged appearance earned his approval. Stepping back, he began to swing the hammer, finding it satisfactory whether wielded with one or both hands. He then tried the single-sided axe, whose curved blade did not gleam, and even had some rust due to improper maintenance after quenching. This type of weapon is also known as the tetanus blade. Initially, Culber had asked Doug if proper maintenance was needed, but Doug had firmly refused. Culber nervously watched the orc chief testing the weapons, fearing that these flaws might affect the trade. After repeatedly testing the two weapons, Lorta looked at Doug. "Are all the weapons like these? I mean, the same as the ones I tried?" Doug naturally understood what he meant and gave him a confident look. "You can rest assured that all the weapons are crafted by dwarven artisans. You know the dwarven character, there will be no subpar products." Lorta admitted this. Racial traits cannot be changed. Orcs are brutish, elves are proud, dwarves are steadfast, goblins are cunning, and ogres are simple-minded. It's all predetermined. The quality of dwarven production is indeed trustworthy. This is our Dragon's Nest tribe's first foray into foreign trade. We will not sacrifice our tribe's reputation for a small gain, Doug added. Lorta nodded in agreement, finding the statement reasonable. With the ogre's nature, how could they engage in legitimate trade when they can make easy profits without investment? "Well, Doug," Lorta's expression turned serious. "What about the price?" Doug chuckled and gestured to the ogres present. "We, the Dragon's Nest tribe, will not set the price. We will leave that decision to the Bone Chewer tribe. We believe, as does our tribe, that the Bone Chewer tribe will offer a fair price." Culber was about to speak but was stopped by Doug's outstretched hand. "What we need is fur, of all kinds. This is also a resource possessed by the Bone Chewer tribe, and of course, we trust in the honor of the Bone Chewer tribe." Lorta took a deep breath, his chest swelling. His lips trembled, and his fangs quivered. He punched himself hard in the chest. "The glory of the bone-chewing tribe will give you a fair price." Doug's dog face was full of sincerity. The Dragon's Nest tribe is willing to believe in the friends of the bone-chewing tribe. Luo Urta took a deep breath and suddenly turned around. "Everyone, bring out our fur." The orcs shouted and rushed towards their own tribe. Before long, the orcs came out carrying bundles of fur, and Doug's face was filled with a smile. The dreadnought began to climb towards the direction of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Luo Urta was quite satisfied with this trade. The orcs are a typical nomadic race, raising many desert creatures, eating meat, and skinning. Fur is also their most common commodity for trade. In previous situations, including the trade with the giant sand city, the weapons brought out by the dwarves were also unspeakable for the orcs. But being able to use iron weapons is always good, and they don't pick. The orcs are good at using everything in their hands as weapons to kill their enemies. But it has to be said that the Dragon's Nest tribe really hit the mark with this trade. These weapons are neat and heavy, and the size and weight are just right for the orcs. 30 standard weapons were exchanged for all the fur reserves of their tribe, except for the ones left for backup. The dreadnought. Cole finally asked the question he wanted to ask. "Why don't you negotiate the price with them properly? Aren't you afraid of losing out?" Doug retorted. "Did you say we lost out? I don't think so." Cole glanced at the pile of fur on the deck and rubbed his chin. "It looks like we actually made a profit." Doug stood with his hands behind his back, looking mysterious. "That's right, you see, that's why I'm the leader and you're the deputy. If you don't want to say it, then don't." Cole clenched his fist. Doug was taken aback. "Don't, you have to ask." Cole loosened his fist. "I don't want to ask, you can keep it to yourself." "No, don't you want to know why?" "I did just now, but now I don't." "Why?" "Because I want to strangle you." Gurthanol bared his teeth, but seeing Cole's weathered fist, he immediately shut his mouth. All right, I'll tell you." The gnoll surrendered. "No, I don't want to hear it." Cole turned away. No, Cole, listen, I think it's very reasonable, just listen, I'm begging you to listen." Doug hurriedly pulled the old dwarf. Only then did the old dwarf turn around. "If you want to say it, just say it properly." If you try to act tough again, I'll definitely strangle you today. Just say it, I'll say it, isn't that enough? Why are you getting so impatient? Doug rubbed his paws. The gnoll was about to turn away, but then saw the unfriendly look in the old dwarf's eyes, and quickly backed down. In doing business, it's also about dealing with the right people and tailoring your approach to them. When dealing with goblins, you must show 100% seriousness and room for negotiation, because this stingy race can make you bankrupt if you're not careful. But when dealing with the bone-chewing orcs, as seen from the previous orc trade captain in Cash, this tribe is a very traditional orc tribe. They value honor above all else. We gave them the right to set the price, which is a great trust in them, a trust in their honor. Their inherent honor will not allow them to engage in deceitful behavior. And the fact proves that we did not lose out, but instead gained more than expected, right? Cole nodded, admitting this point. But these weapons are ultimately inferior weapons that have come off the assembly line. They haven't even been through much forging. The dwarf sack's strength made him uncomfortable. Inferior? What do you mean by inferior weapons? Doug retorted. Is it a problem with the materials? No, I swear on the stone that these are pure iron weapons, without any adulteration, Corbeck said seriously when it came to weapons. That's enough. For orcs, it's heavy, handy, sturdy, and durable, and that's all that matters. Still inferior weapons? You dwarves carefully forge and repeatedly beat with patterns, and you don't call that inferior weapons? The ones that can't kill the enemy are the inferior weapons. When will you change your mindset? Only by making weapons that satisfy the customers can we make money. You take your so-called excellent dwarf weapons and sell them to orcs. If they find it unsuitable, then that's inferior weapons to them, Doug dismissed. A weapon is a weapon. What's the use of all the fancy forging and patterns? The ultimate purpose of a weapon is to kill the enemy, not to let the enemy admire your forging and patterns, Corbeck argued. The ogre's clubs are roughly made, right? Don't just talk nonsense. No progress at all. Doug rolled his eyes, finally daring to do so. He was afraid that the old dwarf wouldn't listen, which would be unbearable. Corbeck ignored him, lost in thought. It seemed that the best weapon for the user was the superior weapon. This gnoll always seemed to bring him a different insight each time. What kind of gnoll are you? How do you understand even this? Corbeck asked, puzzled by his own question. What else? Lena can serve the chieftain and manage, you old thing can forge, and your combat skills are not bad. What about me? I can wag my tail, Doug replied. What you disdain or consider ordinary, I have to strive and ponder over, to figure out how to survive and live better, and how to make the chieftain happier and the tribe better, Doug snorted. To live well, one must pay the corresponding price and effort. There are definitely many gnolls stronger than me. Among the gnolls who started as guard dogs in grain reserves, I dare say there's only me who has reached this position, Doug continued. Corbeck, sometimes I really envy you. We admit that the fall of Giant Sand City was partly due to your use of the Dragon's Lair to attack the Hot Sands Consortium, but the fundamental reason was that your actions made the chieftain uncomfortable, and the chieftain needed craftsmen. That's all in the past. Why bring it up? Giant Sand and the Dragon's Lair are both fine now. Corbeck's emotions were no longer stirred by this matter. He had found the life he truly wanted. No, you have to know that when I scolded and taught you a lesson, although it was harsh, it was the truth, Doug said, and Corbeck could still feel the sting on his face. You fought to the death, even made the chieftain cough up blood, but in the end, not only did you not die, but even those dwarves didn't die. Corbeck, oh Corbeck, the chieftain is truly kind, and you dwarves are truly useful. If not for that, Corbeck nodded earnestly. You're right. The chieftain's generosity and wisdom have won me over. But think about it from a different perspective. Doug shrugged and chuckled. If it were a gnoll tribe? Let's say it's a gnoll city. Would they receive the same treatment? Haha, I'm afraid they'd all turn into jerky. Doug laughed, not sure if he was laughing at the non-existent gnoll tribe or at himself. It can be imagined how angry you made me in the tribe at the beginning. Corber, why do you think I can do everything? Ha, because if I can't, I'll die. The easy life you have is what I have to strive for with all my efforts. How can there be so many things taken for granted in this world? Look at that human, he was once one of the beings that made me envious. He was so weak that I could easily tear him apart. But just because he can build houses, he can eat well, sleep well, have his freedom, and have orc labor. It's ridiculous that he still doesn't have the rock mark, and instead, I, who was once tied up like a guard dog, have surpassed him. Corber, what do you think? How does that human think? I always feel that he is very proud, but I don't know where his pride lies. The jackal man rambled on, changing expressions from time to time. Corber remained silent, then gently patted his shoulder. You've had it tough. To be honest, before this, I envied you and even felt a bit jealous. I used to think you were just flattering the chief, but I didn't expect that the sacrifices you couldn't see were many times more than ours. As for the human you mentioned, I haven't had much contact with him, but there is a deep-seated pride in his eyes. Although the chief and we can easily decide his life and death, he seems to look down on us. Of course, he doesn't show it. We are not as tall as him, but we can see his eyes, and the eyes don't lie. Doug sneered disdainfully. We can pay attention to some similar humans, and see if we can find a replacement for him. If he still can't contribute his loyalty, don't blame me for being ruthless. The round trip took 10 days. When the dreadnought landed from the sky, Gold finally walked out of the brothel. As soon as Doug got off the ship, he ran over, wagging his tail excitedly. Chief, great chief. Ha, chief, why do you look haggard? Doug's voice changed from surprise to doubt. Gold looked at the long-lost son and felt a bit dazzling. Taking a few steps out, his footsteps seemed a bit uncertain. Gold was shocked. Didn't I just stay in the brothel for 10 days in a row? How did it come to this? How did it come to this? It's nothing. Gold gestured for Doug to speak softly, as he could hear him. How was your trip? Was it smooth? Doug wagged his tail and smiled flatteringly. Everything went smoothly, and the Bone Chewers tribe cooperated well. We not only promoted the principles of our Dragon's Nest tribe, but also demonstrated the tribe's strength to Lord Rage and Lord Steel. Look, this is our extra gain on the way. Doug pointed, and Gold followed his gaze, seeing the dwarf gunners of the dreadnought leading 5 men and women down. Corber and 2 of his tribesmen followed at the end. Seeing Gold, Rage lifted a man on his shoulder and waved with his other hand. Oh, what's going on? Gold was somewhat surprised. For a moment he couldn't tell if these people were natives or Blue Star people. Chief, don't underestimate these humans. They all know magic. When I saw them, they were besieging a large flame rattlesnake. If that thing wanted to eat me, I wouldn't even have time to burp. Doug recounted the scene when he first saw them, and Gold raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then you can take charge of them for now. Find out what skills or abilities these people have that could help our tribe. If they don't have any, slaughter the men and throw the women into the brothel. Gold waved his hand, not paying too much attention. The tribe is not short of manpower now, and neither the natives nor the blue-skin people can attract his attention. Yes, I will handle them properly, Doug said humbly. After Doug reported his work, Cole originally wanted to greet and please Gould, but seeing that Gold was not interested at all, he went to the oasis after listening and Cole did not catch up. Bring down the fur, boys, our work is coming. Cole called out to the dwarf craftsmen in the dwarf camp. The dwarves got busy, and the goblins and Cole gathered together to start researching the production and models of transport airships and armed airships. New and gang returned to their respective tents. Karloff, who was sealing the roof of the chieftain's hall, saw those 5 people and was also startled. He had a bad feeling. Doug walked up to the 5 bound people with his hands behind his back. The chief said, "You are now under my control," Doug said coldly, with a cruel glint in his eyes. "There are no idlers in the tribe. Since you have been captured by us, you must contribute your strength, otherwise, the males will become jerky, and the females will go to serve guests." Doug pointed to the brothel. "However, I, Master Doug, can give you a chance. Do you see that house being built? If one of you can, then all 5 of you can be freed from slavery." Doug rambled on about the class system of the Dragon's Nest tribe. "I have given you a chance. If anyone can obtain the brand, standing side by side with me is nonsense, but entering the second class is no problem. The second class is already a high level in the Dragon's Nest tribe. You figure it out for yourselves." The 5 men and women looked at each other nervously, seeing the fear and relief in each other's eyes. Originally, when they saw the 2 terrifying heavy-armored monsters, they thought they were really going to be food, but they didn't expect that after the other party came back, they would give them a chance. Loyalty visualization? Sir, is the tribe you are talking about the Ogre tribe? The leader of the men asked tentatively, with an unexpected anticipation in his tone. Doug, isn't it obvious? The wise and mighty Ogre Chieftain is the greatest in the tribe. That. Sir, do you have an ungrateful human in your tribe who, because he can build houses, has not been eaten, but instead lives a good life? Doug's eyes narrowed, revealing fangs and claws. How do you know? The man explained eagerly, No, sir, in fact, our people have a special way of communication. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they can communicate. I have seen that person speak, so I know. Doug was stunned, his dog-like brain working frantically. Is that so? Yes, sir, we have long admired the Dragon's Nest tribe. That person cannot obtain the brand. We are willing, sir, we are willing. Doug's mind was almost burnt out and he did not expect such a result. No, we are a tribe of ogres, aren't we? Yes, it's because you are the ogre tribe, so you must be the lackey of the chief in that person's mouth. The man was so excited that he stammered, trying to cover his mouth but his hands were tied. Ah, yes, I am the chief's only lackey. You have a good eye. Doug didn't feel insulted at all. What's wrong with being the chief's lackey? Among the many members of the tribe, only he had this honor. Sir, please take us in. We may not be as skilled as him in building houses, but I grew up in the village and have helped with building houses since I was young. Plus, we know magic and can fight better than him. The man spoke with tears in his eyes, and the other Westerners nodded in agreement. Ha! The shrewd Doug was also puzzled. What does this mean? He looked at Karlov, who was building the house, with suspicion. This guy. What did he say in their conversation? In this desert, are there still people eager to join the ogre tribe? Doug had the dwarves release the people and took them to Karlov. This was already the territory of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Even if he released their hands, giving them 2 more hands wouldn't help. Karlov was dumbfounded. He never expected to see the blue-skinned people he had chatted with here. Is this desert really so small? The leader of the men was named Ningye. At this moment, he looked at Doug and Karlov with sincere eyes. Sir, if life here is really as he said, we will definitely have the mark within a month. Karlov was shocked. Doug was skeptical. As he said? What did he say? How did you corrupt our Dragon's Nest tribe? Karlov shook his head repeatedly. No, I really didn't. Ningye hurriedly explained. He just talked about his life here. He builds houses every morning, has 3 meals a day, and can rest for an hour or two in the hottest part of the afternoon. There's no danger, no restrictions on freedom. Doug nodded. That's true, but it's not without danger. If the task isn't completed well, there will be consequences. Ningye was overjoyed. Is that so, sir? Let us try as well. We are willing to. This eagerness made Doug hesitate. No, I said there will be consequences. Didn't you hear at all? If you mess up, you could die. Ningye and the other Westerners, even the 2 women, looked unfazed. Karlov was bewildered. Can't you understand human speech? Messing up could cost lives. Ningye smiled bitterly. Sir, you are clearly a native of the desert. Do you think life outside is really life? I don't know if you have seen the life in other tribal cities. Compared to those places, the Dragon's Nest tribe is simply paradise. This struck a chord with Doug. You're quite interesting, but I do agree with what you said. Before encountering the great Chief Gold, my days were. Doug's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, then he restrained all his emotions. Well, let's do this. You can temporarily build houses together. If you perform well, the 2 females may not have to serve clients anymore. If you obtain the mark, you can join the armed forces of the Dragon's Nest as a spellcaster. Doug's words delighted the 5 people but crushed Karlov's heart. Karlov, these people are also your fellow countrymen. If they obtain the mark first or do better than you in their work. Doug showed a cruel smile. The chief's favor can be given to you, but it can also be taken away. You're on your own. With a meaningful look, Doug turned and walked away. Finally joined the long-cherished Dragon's Nest tribe. Not to mention now, even placed on the Blue Star, such a stable life is also envied by many people, especially in this unpredictable and endless desert world. Every day, countless tribal cities rise, and countless tribal cities are breached, causing great suffering. Just the 5 words, a stable life, are enough. Alright, buddy, thank you for sharing on the World Channel. We need to start working now. Ningye patted Karlov's shoulder and curiously glanced at the 2 orc laborers, leading the way towards the construction site. Karlov felt a bit lost. With the addition of Ningye's group of 5 and Karlov's 3-person construction team, along with the coordination of 15 dwarves by Doug and Korb, the Chieftain's Hall of Gold is rapidly nearing completion. With the completion of the first trade, the Dragon's Nest tribe has once again entered a phase of rapid development. The expansion of the construction team has led to a shortage of bricks, and a second dwarf smelter has risen alongside the first one. There are now 3 smelters and a goblin mechanical press here. The goblins actually want to produce mechs, but with so few goblins and not even a single insignia, gold absolutely does not allow them to build combat mechs. However, with the increase in smelters, goblin excavators and tracked transport vehicles have once again come into use, albeit in a rudimentary form. Ningye made a contribution by proposing the concept in simple blueprints for an excavator, and the experienced dwarves and goblins almost built the first practical steam-powered excavator within a few days. Gold also expressed strong approval. The Dragon's Nest tribe doesn't lack the combat power of your goblin excavators now. Professional excavators not only save materials, but also simplify the structure. This move once again made Karlov's face darken. He has completely fallen out with this group of 5. It's obvious that these 5 people were specifically sent by the Jackal people to target him. And this kid has only been here for a few days and has already made a contribution, which makes him very embarrassed. Gold doesn't even pay attention to this, as he believes Doug will handle it. Doug has repeatedly proven himself, and Gold is also happy and relaxed. Doug is very clever. When Ningye proposed the concept of an excavator, he looked even more unfriendly towards Karlov. This kid knew about the goblins proposing the use of excavators at the beginning, but he didn't say a word. Since that kid Ningye said he and this guy are from the same place, and seeing the other Westerners take the sight of the excavator for granted, it's clear that this thing is very common in their place. If Ningye could say it right away, why couldn't Karlov? Doug publicly praised Ningye and the other Westerners, and gave them an extra portion of jerky as a reward. Ningye's group of 5 were very happy. Although there is no salary here, they have already surpassed 95% of the people who were transported to this desert. Moreover, the leadership here is fair and just, which is what any struggler hopes to see. Indeed, integrating into the indigenous people, becoming one of them, and using the knowledge of the Blue Star to climb upwards is the most suitable way of life in this endless desert. The treasure chest is good, but it can only help the people of the Blue Star, allowing them to narrow the gap with the indigenous people and possibly surpass some of them, but it cannot make the people of the Blue Star become the chosen ones. It is oneself who can ensure their own survival. Ningye and his group, who have struggled to survive outside for nearly half a year, truly feel a sense of belonging here. This safe life is really so good. Iron materials from the Moan and Giant Sands have also been delivered. Combined with the iron materials produced by the Dragon's Nest tribe, the tribe is filled with the sound of ironworking. Although it looks primitive, it is full of hope for survival. Gold has finally moved into his new house. It is a tall and spacious house. Because this house, Ningyi and Karloff even had a fight. Karloff was completely overwhelmed and almost struck by the lightning that Ningyi conjured. How could the five of them, who had survived in the endless desert for half a year, be as powerless as Karloff? Not only him, the other 2 men and 2 women also had their own abilities. Karloff didn't know that when Doug captured them, they were surrounding and killing a large rattlesnake monster. Who else would have the courage to do that? In the end, 2 people knelt outside for a night. Because Gold said that there should be no fighting within the tribe, not even against ogres. If you want to fight, get out. Ningya's merits and demerits offset each other, and Karloff's efforts in building the house were all in vain overnight. Ningyi felt it was okay. It was right for him to be punished for violating the chief's rules. Having lived in the desert for so long, everything except life and death was just a scratch. But Karloff felt a little uncomfortable. This was the subconscious mentality brought about by a long period of comfortable living. But whether it was Gold, Doug, or other members, no one cared about his feelings. Not even a Mark. Who do you think you are? And Ningyi finally realized his plan. He added a wall to Gold's house, including a kitchen and a toilet. He also planned to find a way to get 2 large lions at the entrance. The dwarves moved all the kitchenware and stoves they had made for Gold into the house, and Ningyi found Doug again, telling him about many kitchen utensils that the dwarves had not made. After moving in, Gold had to admit that it was not easy for Ningyi and the others to struggle in this ghostly place for half a year. When he discovered these kitchen utensils and stoves, he immediately associated them with the snippets of conversation from others, and immediately speculated that the chief here might have a connection with the Blue Star. It was obvious that these were kitchen stoves and utensils. However, this was not important. The most important thing was to please the chief. He had all the kitchen utensils from his memory made by the dwarves. It turned out that he was right. Gold looked at the kitchen full of kitchen utensils and stoves made to his height, full of nostalgia. Ningya's group of 5 went from the first western level to the 3rd level. Their treatment had a leapfrog promotion. Karloff became his assistant, including the 2 orc beasts. What Doug could think of, Gold could think of. Karloff, for such a long time, might have thought of Ningya's ideas. His ideas were probably just to get by. Gold sat on the huge throne made of iron pillars, bricks, and animal skins that Ningyi had made. Doug squatted at his feet, wagging his tail. This Karloff. Really disappointing. Gold sat on the throne, looking inexplicably serious. Yes, Chief, but I don't know what he and Ningyi mean by the same place. They clearly don't look the same. He, Gold sneered. You don't know, but I do. There was no comparison before, but now with the appearance of Ningya's group, it seems that Karloff is just here to get by. Do you think there are still people in this world who can't distinguish right from wrong? Doug humbly smiled with his head down. Chief, it seems that he just suddenly appeared in this world, and then appeared in the alchemist's circle with us. At that time, the person who entered the dragon's nest and died on the same day also appeared. The most difficult thing he has experienced is being poisoned and mute by the alchemist, and then being sold to the dragon's nest as goods. He has not experienced the other horrors and difficulties in the desert. The peaceful life in the dragon's nest made him think that this is what he deserves. All the members are working hard for the chief and the dragon's nest to be better, but he only worked hard for a while after the dwarves arrived, and then returned to his previous state when he found that the dwarves did not threaten his position. Gold scratched his scalp. This is the inferior nature of living beings, no matter which world. Doug lowered his head and didn't speak again, as speaking further would have seemed deliberate. The situation with Karloff indeed made this jackal man feel very uncomfortable. He had placed the chieftain in his supreme position, but the actions of this guy left him very dissatisfied. Well, let's see how he handles it himself. If they all have the rock brand by the time of Ningye. Anyway, at least for now, looking at their momentum, the chances of them having the brand are high. And even if they don't have the brand, the work and attitude of these 5 people are much more comfortable than the feeling Karloff gives. In the time that followed, the rhythm of the Dragon's Nest tribe remained unchanged. When the first transport airship and armed airship set sail, the Dragon's Nest tribe began to select personnel throughout its sphere of influence to form a professional combat patrol force. The appearance of these 2 airships also held great significance for the Dragon's Nest, representing the tribe's departure from ground transportation and the acquisition of independently developed aerial capabilities. Gold attached great importance to the appearance of these 2 airships and personally named them. Gold named the transport airship the Great Force Transport Ship. As the initial transport airship, this Great Force type was obviously the No. 1 Great Force. Its airbag was even almost the same size as the Fear flagship's airbag, but it lacked the protective ability of the Fear flagship, standing out only for its large carrying capacity. The size of the armed airship was only 1/5 that of the transport airship, and Gold named it the Barbarian class escort ship. Like the No. 1 Great Force, this airship was the No. 1 Barbarian class. It was small and agile, with powerful propulsion, and its airbag was also protected and thickened. Apart from the steam engine, it was equipped with weapons all over both sides of the No. 1 barbarian class were covered with densely packed gun barrels. These rapid-fire guns had small calibers, but they were quick to load, had a rapid rate of fire, and high accuracy, representing the latest development in goblin technology and dwarf military industry. Its cabin could also carry 2 large-caliber aerial bombs. Gold found it fierce just looking at it. Although he was much stronger now and not necessarily afraid, appearance was often a form of deterrence. Before these 2 airships set sail, the watchtowers for the airships in Giant Sand and Roar had already been completed. The dwarf's track transport device had also been put into use. If this thing was only used on the battlefield, it would be a waste of resources. Everything was flourishing, but then something happened that made Gold and Doug's faces turn black. Karlov left. Gold angrily overturned the table, roaring in anger, "I let him live. He actually betrayed me." Is the 3rd and 4th tier of the Dragon's Nest still not as good as the struggle for survival in the desert? Find him. Originally, I didn't want to kill him, even if he didn't have the rot brand. But now I've changed my mind. Find him, kill him, sun-dry him into jerky. Gold's angry roar made the entire Dragon's Nest, from the ogres to the dwarf children, tremble. 3 airships of the Dragon's Nest set sail together. All 3 airships were operated by dwarves. The dwarves were now the largest population in the tribe, and the airships were also built by dwarves, which was inevitable. However, more and more dwarves were getting the rot brand, so it was reassuring to have them take on these roles. The captains of the 3 airships were all dwarves who had received the brand. The ogres were also sent out. They carried their own wolf-tooth clubs and began to roam around the tribe. Doug had arranged his jackal patrol team to go out. These jackalmen had long since upgraded their weapons. The dwarf military industry and goblin technology had improved their firearms. The traditional dwarf flintlock horn rifle has great power, but its effective range is only 50 meters. The goblin rifle, on the other hand, leans more towards the blue star rifle, but its outrageous design and exaggerated self-detonation probability make every shot feel like a gamble with death. The improved long gun leans more towards the dwarf style, but with a magazine supply, the dwarves have improved the bullets and barrel, and added a long bayonet. This rifle is not only equipped among the gnolls, but even the dwarves on the airship also have it equipped. Gold named it the Ambusher rifle. The deployment of the Ambusher greatly enhances the strength of the patrol gnolls. This rifle has an effective range of 100 meters, impressive power, stability, a heavy gun body, and a sharp bayonet with blood grooves and spikes, allowing the gnolls to unleash formidable power in close combat. In addition, there are small portable goblin bombs. The combination of goblin technology and dwarf military industry has had an unprecedented impact. The transformation and appearance of this series of weapons is what has allowed the dwarves to thrive here, and the goblins to live well even without the brand. They are busy all day, which is what gave Karloff the illusion that the dwarves did not threaten him in the beginning. But it's too late to say anything now. Karloff buried himself in the sand, breathing through a hollow tube, and an ogre roamed past in the distance without noticing him. Damn it! Karloff's face looked grim. Why? Didn't they say I could leave at will in the beginning? Why send out so many pursuers now? After making sure there was no movement nearby, Karloff cautiously emerged from the sand and ran off into the distance. He never expected the Dragon's Nest tribe to pursue him so vigorously. In his understanding, the lazy ogre chieftain should not care about an insignificant human like him. He didn't take anything, just brought some water and food, that's all. On the alarm, Doug looked serious, holding a monocular telescope and constantly searching below. The thing you took out is quite interesting. If you can find that damn Karloff, you'll have done a small favor. Doug's words were dark and somewhat cruel. Ningye, standing behind him, couldn't help but shiver. This telescope was his contribution to Doug. It was something he accidentally obtained from opening a white chest, not useless, but not so useful for him. But he didn't expect a turn of events here. Lord Doug, is it necessary for the tribe to go to such lengths for a Karloff? The outside world is not as easy as he thinks, let him fend for himself, isn't that enough? Ningye was somewhat puzzled. Humph. Doug snorted, I've had my eye on this kid for a long time, just building a simple house and loafing around every day. How the chieftain treats him, I think you've seen during your time here. If he really wants to leave, with the chieftain's character, as long as he pleads with the chieftain, considering his previous contributions to the tribe, the chieftain won't bother with a dispensable ant like him. But he shouldn't have stolen the tribe's resources and left secretly. Even if it's just a small amount, he doesn't deserve it. As for why such a big fuss? He with so much cunning, can't you see? In the end, Doug gave Ningye a meaningful glance. Ningye smiled awkwardly. He had long known that his little scheming couldn't fool this indigenous person who lived between life and death every day. I know. It's to set an example and warn others, otherwise he will set a bad example for the other members of the tribe. Doug nodded, I hope you won't follow his old path. Then Doug spoke into the microphone, turned to the southeast and gradually descend in altitude. I've found that idiot. The dreadnought began to turn and slowly descend. Karlov, who was fleeing, vaguely heard a rumbling sound and looked up to see a huge black shadow in the sky. He fell to his knees in despair. How could this How could? The dreadnought descended slowly, exuding unparalleled pressure and a breathtaking aura. Doug stood with his hands behind his back at the bow of the ship, looking down at Karlalov on the ground. Initially, he was full of resentment when he couldn't find him, thinking about how to torture him. But now, seeing him in person, all those messy thoughts disappeared. Land, Doug ordered calmly. The dreadnought began to descend near Karlalov and then lowered the gangway. Behind Doug were Ninye and a team of 5 armed dwarves. Karlov. Doug looked at the man who had stayed in the Dragon's Nest tribe at the same time as him, feeling complex emotions. You, Karlalov said in despair. He couldn't understand why, despite his efforts, a dog that did nothing but wag its tail could reach such heights while he, who worked hard every day, had fallen to this point. Not only did he have to compete with the dwarves for a living, but also with Ninye and other Blue Star people. Not only did they not stick together, but they also kept competing. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Karlalov bitterly smiled. The ogre's words were just nonsense. He said I could leave. Karlalov was unwilling, angry, and desperate. Now he had no chance, he was doomed. Doug fell silent for a moment, not saying anything more, just waved his hand coldly. Give him a quick death, in consideration of being sent to the Dragon's Nest tribe with me. One of the dwarves behind him raised his rifle and coldly pulled the trigger. The rifle, assassin, made a big hole in Karlalov's chest. Karlalov's eyes instantly lost their luster. Doug waved his hand. Take his body and hang it on the ship's side. The chief said to dry him into jerky. With that, Doug turned away and walked towards the dreadnought. Ninye followed, showing no change in emotion or mentality. Doug was quite appreciative. The difference between you and Karlalov is like night and day. Ninye smiled. Doug, even if Karlalov hadn't been found, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the desert. Ninye's eyes were deep, with a special meaning. In the endless desert, the first to be eliminated are those who cannot adjust their attitudes and cling to old ideas. Living in the past is not a good thing. Adapting to the current environment and rules is what allows one to survive. Doug turned back, looking at him with surprise. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. I have to admit that you are indeed more suitable for survival in the desert. Ninye smiled awkwardly. Doug, life in the desert is too hard. The 5 of us would rather pledge loyalty to the chief and integrate completely with the Dragon's Nest. The feeling of not knowing if you will see the sunrise the next day is really too difficult. Doug chuckled. In the endless desert, countless creatures are born and countless creatures perish every day. Death is just the most ordinary thing here. I hope you will be steadfast and obtain the rock seal as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Karlalov as an example, it's hard for me to have even a shred of trust in the people from your place. Ninye solemnly said, please rest assured, Lord Doug. We just don't want to live in uncertainty about whether we'll survive tomorrow. Whoever can provide us with a stable life, we will protect with all our might. Doug remained noncommittal and turned back to the fearless. Meanwhile, in the Dragon's Nest tribe, Gold, who had just finished bathing in the oasis, happened to see Chumai fetching water with a few female dwarves. Feeling curious, he went to where Chumai was working. He wanted to see how this master's degree holder from the Agricultural Academy was doing. Gold had high expectations for this woman. Blue Star people might have some knowledge of farming, but to truly excel, one would need years of experience or be a top student from an agricultural academy. Since Chumai arrived, Gold had only asked her to serve him once, and otherwise had not disturbed her. It had been quite some time, and Gold estimated that Chumai should at least have something reasonable and satisfactory to show for herself. Chumai seemed quite composed as she led Gold to her planting area. As far as the eye could see, it gave Gold the feeling of a well-organized network of fields. Various crops were neatly divided, with fruits of different colors hanging from them, making Gold's mouth water. Chieftain, considering the oasis's own operation in balance, this planting area is the largest I could determine after repeated testing, Chumai said proudly, wearing a straw hat she had made herself. Her fair skin had turned a deep wheat color from the sun. It looks very good, Chumai. You have not disappointed my trust. You truly deserve to be a top student from the Agricultural Academy, Gold said, unable to help but admire the well-organized and vibrant planting area. Chumai also sighed with emotion. What is learned on paper is shallow, and even with rich knowledge from books, it is far less effective than personal practice. To have such an oasis in the desert, and with special energy, truly broadens one's horizons. I don't recognize many of the crops in this planting area, but most of the knowledge I learned before can be applied. In about 10 days, I will be able to present the first batch of mature crops to the chieftain. I guess I have not let you down, Chieftain, with your trust and care. Gold looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. Oh, shouldn't you hate me? I deprived you of your dignity as a woman, imprisoned you here to serve me, and yet you have such thoughts? Chumai's long hair reached her waist, and the side bangs under her straw hat danced in the desert heat. The current Chumai gave Gold a more mature feeling. She smiled, exuding a carefree air. Chieftain, I have long since come to terms with it. After all, this is not the previous world. In this godforsaken place, being able to let me live is already a great blessing. Here, I don't have to worry about food and water like everyone else, nor do I have to worry about the scorching heat and cold nights, the desert monsters and poisons, or whether I will see the sun the next day, like everyone else. As for the initial punishment, Shumai had long since come to terms with it, but the scene of the gruel still made her feel a little uneasy. The weak have no rights, this is an unspoken rule in any world. You letting me continue to do the work I love here, without having to worry about anything else, now seems reasonable to me. Ha ha ha, Gold laughed heartily. Shumai's words made him very happy. If you were a little bigger, I would definitely reward you and make you one of my exclusive servants. Gold looked at Shumai with a hint of regret, her mature and noble figure catching his eye. Shumai's face stiffened, thinking of the terrifying appearance of the young chieftain, she subconsciously swallowed. This is really not good. Gold looked at the expanse of crops with anticipation. I'm waiting for the day you harvest, Shumai. I have a cold storage, not big, but it's no problem to store these crops. I'm looking forward to it. If you do well, I can entrust you with the management of 3 oases. If you can obtain the rock brand and offer me your loyalty, I can even appoint you as the plantation steward of Dragon's Nest. Anything related to planting, you can act first and report later. Gold laughed heartily as he left. Ha ha, Shumai, I look forward to your performance. Shumai bowed and respectfully saw the chieftain off. In the evening, Shumai returned to the wind pavilion and told Xiao Wanhong about what had happened today. How about it? I was right when I told you. If you sincerely integrate into this place and discard the burdens of Blue Star, the chieftain is definitely worth your loyalty. Xiao Wanhong said firmly. Red sister, to be honest, I really should thank you. Shumai looked at the woman in front of her with deep emotion. If it weren't for her encouragement and comfort, she might not have been able to move on and accept this cruel reality. Once one accepts reality, many things that were previously unacceptable become less important. The cruelty of this world, whether experienced firsthand or heard from others, is stark. Surviving becomes the sole theme for all Blue Star people. When she was on Blue Star, she had read novels similar to the opening of treasure chests by the public. But this ghost world is completely different from what the novels described. In those novels, humans, after gaining the ability to open treasure chests, became invincible and reached the pinnacle of life one by one. In this world, the items obtained from high-level treasure chests indeed have very good effects. However, this world has its own complete system and operating rules, and the harsh living environment makes the creatures here incomparable to the Blue Star people. Those with strong acceptance and good luck may have much less pressure to survive. But most people, even with the special ability of treasure chests, are still not as adept at living as the natives who have been through countless years of natural selection. Sometimes Shumai herself wonders, if this were a grassland or a forest, Blue Star people wouldn't have to worry about food and water. Would it be better than the current desert situation? Xiao Wanhong quickly said, you're being too polite, we should help each other. I can't help you much, I can only comfort you more. Shumai shook her head gently. Red sister, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be. In the end, why is it so difficult for us to integrate here? In fact, it all comes down to the fact that we come from Blue Star, have received orthodox education, and consider ourselves to have a high level of wisdom. So even though they can dominate our life and death, we fear and dread them, but deep down we still see them as barbarians and uncivilized natives, looking down on them. And this is the biggest problem for us Blue Star people. Like a lion, it can easily kill us, but if it doesn't, will we offer it our loyalty? Shumai's gaze was profound. What I am doing now, and what I am doing, is just remembering the knowledge learned on Blue Star, forgetting the principles of Blue Star people, and living on, obtaining the brand, and living well. People only think about those things after they are full. I am the same. When I have a place in the tribe again, it's not too late to pick up those things I've discarded. Xiao Ruan stared blankly at the woman in front of him, who had been tanned to a wheat color. Is this the awakening of a talented student? For a moment, she felt a little ashamed. Besides serving the chieftain, she realized she didn't know how to do anything else. Shumai, with a determined look, cleaned herself up and lay down. With the end of the Karlov incident, the scattered troops also returned. Guerda no longer had any thoughts about the corpse. In Guerda's eyes, this man was somewhat ungrateful. You can leave, but at least I've sheltered you for so long. Say something to me, at least bow your head and thank me. You're doing well, not only did you leave secretly, but you also stole from me. Isn't this bullying an honest person? With the conclusion of this matter, the Longchi tribe not only did not return to calm, but instead became lively. The appearance of the Great Power Transport Airship and the Barbarian-class armed airship began to connect the 3 oases. Lina and Nuya returned to the Longchi tribe to report as soon as the 2 airships arrived. At the same time, they were also there for the ongoing armed reform in Longchi. After Lina returned, she first paid her respects to Guerda before returning to the Wind Pavilion. She was not only the lord of the giant sand city but also the manager of the Wind Pavilion. Nuya first found Nui and paid his respects before reporting to Guerda. His immediate superior was Nui, so this process was not a problem. However, Nui had no idea what it meant. The changes in the Longchi tribe surprised both Lina and Nuya. The hall of Guerda, the chieftain, and Honi's house were all made of bricks instead of thorns. The houses of the ogres were also completed, neatly arranged in a circle, surrounding the core of the entire tribe. Then a wall was built to separate the core area of the Longchi tribe from the outside foreign area. This was the living area of the first class and needed to be distinguished. Then there were several other buildings under construction. The style of these buildings was the same, but the specifications were lower than those of the first-class buildings. This was the living area of the second class, with a considerable number of houses, most of which were dwarves. Nuya and Lena also had their own houses here. The most prominent building under construction was the expanding Wind Pavilion. When this was completed, the staff of the Wind Pavilion would move there. Guerda also gave instructions to Lena. The Wind Pavilion was about to expand, and except for a few people who could serve as exclusive attendants, all other staff members were to be ready to serve guests. At least for now, apart from Lena, only Chumai had the qualification. Lena had earned it herself and had the rock mark, while Guerda temporarily needed Chumai's knowledge. As for the other staff of the Wind Pavilion, Guerda's final ultimatum was, if they obtained the rock mark before the Wind Pavilion was completely built, they could become his exclusive attendants and no longer had to serve guests. If they started serving guests afterward, even if they had the rock mark, they would not qualify as the chieftain's exclusive attendants, at most gaining some expansion in power and resources. This caused a stir throughout the Wind Pavilion. Lena watched coldly. It serves you right for not showing loyalty to the chieftain. If you had served other guests, how could the chieftain accept you as his exclusive attendant? She didn't care about these things. With the first and second times, Lena became more composed the third time, and her skills also improved a lot, making Guerda unable to help but feel satisfied. On the contrary, after experiencing Guerda's irrigation 3 times, Lena's own strength also strengthened. This was the exclusive skill of the succubus, absorbing the essence of the strong to strengthen oneself. Especially after this time, the enhanced power she received was even greater. Although it was still the same 3 skills, they were definitely no longer as powerful as they were at the beginning. The longer the time, the brighter Lena's mark became. The longer the time, the more mysterious and powerful the chieftain's depth and strength deeply impressed and admired her. In Lena's eyes, how could an ogre be so handsome? It must be said that succubi are a magical race. Under the leadership of the ogre, the western giant heads of the Dragon's Nest forces officially gathered together. The chieftain's only lackey dug Dragon's Nest. The manager of the chieftain's manor, the lord of the giant sand city, Lena. The chief craftsman of the Dragon's Nest forces, the leader of the dwarf military industry, Korb. The chieftain's first hand of anger, the manager of the howling tribe, Nuya. It seems that Nuya has the lowest style. The leaders of the other 3 are all gold, and he is angry. But he is at least a manager, and both his combat power and intelligence are not bad. In addition, with the chieftain's mother personally presiding over there, he also has the qualifications. Members of different races from the west gathered together, showing distinct styles. The most burly is Nuya, the red-skinned orc, who has eaten well since he was no longer a slave, and his body is full of muscles, even his fangs have become sharper. He is still using the dwarf warhammer he snatched during the battle in the giant sand city, although it can be used, but it always feels a bit awkward. When selecting personnel for professional combat, they will definitely need standardized weapons and armor. These members will serve as the main combat and patrol forces of the Dragon's Nest forces, in addition to the ogres. Gold threw this problem to them. Is it not good to eat, drink, and sleep during this time? Managing things is troublesome to think about. With the authorization of the great chieftain Gold, they officially held a meeting. The first Armed Forces Organization and Selection meeting of the Dragon's Nest forces. Steel coins thickened their faces and still wanted to participate. Doug immediately blackened his face and Nuya saw the situation and threw the goblin out. What level are you at to participate in this kind of meeting? Doug pointed at Steelcoin's nose and scolded. You don't even have a brand. Even if you have a brand, you don't have the qualifications. How come my wolf patrol team now has brands, and I've called them over to participate? I'm giving you face by calling your goblin technology. Without giving you face, you're nothing. Steelcoin walked away with a disgruntled face. He wanted to be resentful, but he didn't dare. Karloff, a veteran member of the Dragon's Nest tribe, is almost one of the first foreign members, and is still hanging outside, and in a few days, he will probably become jerky. This incident greatly deterred those foreign members without brands. At the meeting, as the chieftain's close advisor, Doug Dragon's Nest delivered a speech. The appearance of the Karloff incident is a wake-up call and a shame for the tribe. Doug Dragon's Nest's tone was serious and resounding, and the other 3 members involuntarily sat up straight. They all acknowledged the mind of this wolf. As he said, with a wolf reaching this level, he is the only one on this desert. The manifestation of this incident shows the inadequacy of our Dragon's Nest defense forces. Now the entire Dragon's Nest forces only have our 3 wolf patrol teams. To capture a Karloff, the entire Dragon's Nest tribe was mobilized, and even the ogres took action. Although the great chieftain did not say anything. What is this? Doug's stern gaze swept around the 3 figures who were considered big shots in the Dragon's Nest forces apart from the ogres. Korb, Lena, and Nuya involuntarily shrank their heads. This is our incompetence. This is Karloff using his own life to slap us in the face. Doug clapped his own dog face. Shame. Everyone, Let me tell you, do you feel ashamed? The dragon's nest has given us such a superior living environment, and the chieftain has given us such great rights and trust. Everyone says that there is no conscience in the desert, but if it weren't for the wise and great chieftain, and the broad platform of Dragon's Nest, you, and all of you wouldn't be here today. Can I, as a big shot, lead this meeting? Doug's tone was passionate and intense as he pointed at himself and the other three. Being able to obtain the rock seal proves loyalty, and being in this position proves competence. Doug's words were thought-provoking and awakening. Gold, who was about to leave, overheard this and felt bewildered. Is that what I think? Oh well, I won't think about it. Let them play by themselves. Gold scratched his butt, about to leave, but then remembered a serious issue. Can I interrupt? Gold walked to the back of the meeting group, startling them as they stood up. I've found a serious problem. Corb, when you return, you need to build universal public toilets within the tribe according to the sizes of each race. These guys relieving themselves anywhere and everywhere is not acceptable. We need to ensure that the odor doesn't spread, and find a way to dispose of those things, then use them as fertilizer for the oasis. You might need to communicate with Tsumai about this. The old dwarf looked puzzled. Public toilets? Doug immediately said, please rest assured, chieftain. We will take care of this right away. Gold nodded, good, carry on. Then Gold rumbled away. The meeting group looked at each other. What are public toilets? Asked Ningye later. This guy seemed spirited and full of energy, much better than that stupid guy. Doug was somewhat satisfied with the 5 new members. It's strange that those 2 women weren't thrown into the brothel. Lena was curious. Don't underestimate those 2 women. They are both spellcasters. More importantly, although they are not as skilled in construction as that foolish Karlov, they are diligent. It would be a waste to put them in the brothel. Doug glanced at the 3 men and 2 women who were working and said lightly, alright, enough chit-chat. Do you have any opinions or ideas about selecting combat personnel? The other 3 looked at each other. It seems you have your own ideas, so go ahead and speak. We trust your judgment. Lena spoke first, and Korb and Nuya nodded in agreement. In the end, the unified armed forces of Dragon's Nest were determined. The pressure was now on Korb's dwarf military industry. In Doug's plan, Dragon's Nest needed a permanent station force and 3 oases, as well as at least 5 patrol teams. These patrol teams needed to have rapid mobility. Therefore, Korb needed to come up with a tank plan as soon as possible. This tank needed enough space to accommodate the members of each patrol team. Each patrol team needed at least 2 close combat main fighters, who would be selected from the powerful warriors of the various tribes in the Nuya tribe. In addition to the main fighters, there also needed to be at least 2 long-range support and assistance members. These could be dwarf marksmen or troll archers. Doug leaned towards the trolls. These guys had superb and precise throwing abilities. They were natural hunters, and their spears could even pierce Nuya's eyelids from a distance, even with Nuya's rock seal protection and formidable defense. If it weren't for the rock seal, Nuya, the one-eyed ogre, would have been completely blind. Of course, trolls were not only good at throwing spears, any long-range weapon in their hands could inflict powerful damage. And compared to dwarves, these trolls do not have much need for armor protection. Like ogres, their own bodies are their greatest advantage. Their healing ability is even more outrageous than ogres. Most importantly, these trolls also have decent melee abilities. Although there is still some gap compared to orcs, they are also among the top conventional races in this desert. And their reproductive ability is also good. In the end, the choice for ranged warriors has become trolls. At the same time, each patrol unit also has a group of gunners. The impression of the dwarven mortar gunners left a deep impression on Doug. These gunners can only be chosen from the dwarves. Now the dwarves' work is the most complicated and important. They not only have to bear the heavy responsibility of the tribe's rapid development, but also need to take on the duty of combat, and every appearance of an airship also requires the deployment of dwarves. The mortar teams now also need dwarves. Korb's face turned red and he almost flipped the table. People, I need manpower. I have so few dwarves, and they are needed here and there, but I can't just make dwarves out of thin air. Doug said calmly, this is a test from the Dragon's Nest and Rock Imprint Mutual Aid Group to you. Korb grabbed Doug's leather armor. I bet you don't want to test my fists with your belly. Doug had to give in. Alright, I'll find a way to solve this problem later. Oomph. Korb finally let go of Doug. But for the tribe, Korb still took on this task. He planned to go back and improve the mortar, preferably reducing the need for manpower, and ideally operated by 2 people. At the same time, these 2 people could also take on the role of tank drivers. During patrols, they would be drivers, and during combat, they would be gunners. Korb also planned to find a way to recreate the weapon that the brainless woman from the human tribe used to ambush the startle. Of course, the power aspect would still require goblin technology. For ordinary tribesmen, serving as fire support would be sufficient. In addition, Doug suggested splitting the 3 teams of gnolls into each group. These gnolls roam within the Dragon's Nest tribe's territory every day and are very familiar with the terrain. 2 main melee fighters, 2 ranged fighters, 2 gunners for fire support, and gnoll marksmen for ambushes. In terms of combat power, these members would be equipped with excellent weapons and armor. For a patrol team, this would be more than enough. However, the Dragon's Nest tribe's territory is now too large, and if a patrol team encounters a situation they cannot handle, the support of other teams would be a big problem. Corb proposed to independently produce an armed patrol support airship. This airship would remain in the high altitude of the Dragon's Nest tribe's territory for a long time, and it would have powerful support firepower and speed. Once a problem occurred, it could head straight there. The others also agreed with this proposal. Although the airship's agility is not strong, its comfort, ability to remain in the air, and firepower are unparalleled. Some forces may obtain flying mounts, which are fast and agile, but they cannot cause as much damage as an airship. This is also why Gold values airships. As a result, a group of airship members would need to be deployed. Corb felt for the first time that manpower was not enough. Damn it, if only they had surrendered earlier, so many young and strong wouldn't have died in vain. Corb regretted deeply. If they had added so many young and strong, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Lena felt embarrassed not to speak up. Anyway, the operation in my area is basically back to normal now. Maybe I can see if I can allocate some manpower to support you? Corb's eyes lit up, then he sighed. Shifting from left to right, there's actually not much difference. So you don't want it? I do, Corb quickly said. Lena rolled her eyes. By the way, I think it's necessary to find a way to evenly set up several small towers or similar structures within the radiation range of our Dragon's Nest 3 Green Isles, as a warning or resting place for patrol teams. This way, if there's a problem, we can light a signal fire to call for support, and during quiet times, it can provide a resting and stopping point for the patrol teams. Doug's eyes sparkled, proving that his mind was working at high speed. The idea is good, but these things need to be manned and maintained, which adds to the manpower pressure. Cole sighed. Those without the mark can't be arranged to go out at all, and we must ensure that the supplies are watched over and not taken away with them. There are only a few with the mark now, and they definitely need to be used in more important positions. Doug couldn't help but sigh. Population. Population. One of the silent gnolls couldn't help but speak. The reason he hadn't spoken was because he felt that although he had a brain, he didn't have the status of the other three, and his actual position was the lowest. Most importantly, it was obvious that the three were sticking together, and it was clear that they were some kind of mutual aid organization. It really made him envious. But both Doug and Lena were elders in the tribe, and Doug had started to stand out when he arrived at the tribe. Although Cole came to the tribe later, he couldn't resist the fact that he had work to do. Now, what item in the tribe doesn't come from the hands of the dwarven military industry? That's the reason why he hadn't spoken. Well, if we really lack manpower, we can completely mobilize the members with the mark to take on the role of small managers, increase the number of the second tier, and assign the dirty and laborious work to the second tier. The second tier. In plain terms, they were slaves, but it sounded better. The dwarves had completely broken away from the second tier and entered the third tier. With more and more dwarves having the mark, the number of dwarves in the second tier also increased. Regardless of the race, in Dragon's Nest, if nothing unexpected happened, having the mark would officially make one a member of Dragon's Nest, and one could live a good life until death. You could proudly say that you came from Dragon's Nest. This was something the third tier didn't have. The members of the second tier were already free, and they were the only ones, apart from the ogres, who could eat and drink as they pleased. This included the down-and-out jackal people that Doug had brought back. Initially, some of them had the mark, and now, they were all members of the second tier. However, there were also distinctions within the second tier. But the creatures in the desert knew how to be content. The superior life of the second tier had already made them very satisfied. Initially, the jackal people gave Gold the feeling of a group of down-and-out and emaciated stray dogs. And now, the jackal people were shining with a healthy glow, refined and strong, with sharp and gleaming fangs. They truly lived up to the name jackal people. It was no exaggeration to say that now, the jackal people could easily overturn the dozen or so jackal people from before, even without the assaulter rifles, just using their bayonets. As for Doug, the other jackal people were strong and fit, but this guy was just fat. Doug and the others were quite tempted by Nash's proposal. After all, where couldn't they find slaves? But, your idea is good, but we don't have the resources to expand the second tier right now. Doug was in charge of the supplies and naturally knew that they were barely balancing their income and expenses. Here, income and expenses referred to food. Nash chuckled. Aren't we trading now? And we, the Howlers, live by hunting, and we also have a certain amount of dried meat stored now. At that time, part of the trade, we hunt part of it ourselves, and our patrol team can also hunt part of it. The Western class. Just give them enough to eat and drink, no need to waste too many resources. Lena covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at this guy, he was also from the Western class at first. Now is this considered biting the hand that feeds? Nugia spoke seriously. It is precisely because I come from the Western class that I deeply understand. For the slaves, having enough to eat and drink without being abused is sufficient. The treatment of each class should be clearly distinguished, so as to better stimulate those members to make contributions or show loyalty across classes. Doug clapped his hands. Well said, sometimes it's hard to imagine you're an orc. The other three immediately started teasing. It's as if you're just like a gnoll. Yeah, which gnoll has a brain like yours? It's hard to imagine, really hard to imagine. Doug rolled his eyes. Alright, let's vote now. Minority obeys majority. In favor of the expansion plan for the Western class, raise your hand. As soon as Doug finished speaking, he raised his hand, and then saw 3 other arms of different thickness also raised. It seems like none of us are good people. Doug revealed a sinister smile. So, let's find a way to coordinate with other forces to recruit some members of the Western class? Doug suggested. Agreed, the other 3 nodded. But don't go empty-handed, we can trade goods while we're at it. With the general goal confirmed, Doug's mind started spinning rapidly. As for which forces to coordinate with, I think we should try to go further away. It's better to maintain friendly trade with the nearby forces until we have plans to annex them. If the nearby forces are secure, then we can stir things up in the distance. After all, we are the ones who control the sky. What can they do? If Gold knew about Doug's plan, he would immediately recognize it as the far conquest, near trade strategy. The other 3 also found it reasonable. So let's prepare quickly during this time, Doug concluded. Nugia, you go back and select the main combat and long-range personnel for the patrol team, and arrange for them to report to Dragon's Nest as soon as possible. Culber, your responsibility is the greatest. It looks like we need to add a team for the patrol and support airships, as well as the weapons and equipment for the patrol team. After selecting all the members, we need to implement it as soon as possible. Lena, try to reduce the manpower as much as possible, and send all the available dwarves to Dragon's Nest. The main camp is really lacking manpower right now. Doug began to pace, distributing the plan item by item. I will consider preparing the materials needed for the next trade. Our aerial ship plan cannot be paused. It is not safe to control only the ground. Only by controlling the sky can we have absolute initiative. In addition, I will communicate with the goblins and ask them to cooperate with you to come up with an improved plan for the patrol war chariot. Speaking of goblins, Doug couldn't help but roll his eyes. Those guys are only useful for now. Otherwise I really want to let that bear goblin lead them. Culber, you can clearly tell Steelbuck later that whoever gets the first brand between him and that bear goblin will be the leader of the Dragon's Nest goblins. If neither of them has it, I will do my best to bring back a bunch of gnomes. Let him not be so arrogant. I am the chief's dog. The chief's dog also is. Culber nodded. Okay, I'll talk to him since we've been cooperating for so long. Well, thank you. After all, the heaviest task in our western area is Culber. The greatest contribution and pressure are also from Culber and his dwarves. We all know this in our hearts, so don't try to take advantage again. Doug looked at Nuya and Lena with a serious expression. Lena and Nuya nodded in agreement. Nuya didn't need to say anything, as he was the farthest away and basically in a free-range mode, but with the chieftain's mother in the tribe, safety was absolutely not an issue, and it was the most worry-free. Lena herself was used to having everything handed to her and using the resources of the giant sand city. Cole bore the most poisonous attacks and lost the most tribe members, and now the entire tribe, except for the children, was mobilized. They were already preparing for the third dwarf smelter. The future plans also depended on the dwarves. It could be said that the operation of Dragon's Nest now relied entirely on this group of dwarves. Doug saw and remembered all of this. Cole wouldn't say it, but he would tell the chieftain everything as it was. The powerful type No. 1 and barbarian class No. 1 airships had officially started their rotation. These 2 officially formed a caravan, departing from Dragon's Nest tribe, heading to Giant Sand City, then turning to the roar of the Demon tribe, and finally returning to Dragon's Nest tribe, repeating the cycle. The powerful type would continuously transport resources from Giant Sand City and the roar of the Demon tribe to Dragon's Nest, allowing the personnel of the 3 cities to circulate. Orders from Dragon's Nest would no longer have to go through a long journey to reach the 2 oases. However, Gold had not issued any orders. Now, the operation of Dragon's Nest mostly came from Doug, the Gnoll. This was something that would be impossible in any other force, but it had indeed happened in Dragon's Nest tribe. The most absurd thing was that other members of the tribe were jealous and envious, but they couldn't deny it. Privately, you could say that this guy was obsequious and scheming, but you had to admit that his mind was indeed sharp. Every one of his orders was making Dragon's Nest tribe and even the entire Dragon's Nest force operate in an orderly and thriving manner. Gold said he had no interest in power, and he really didn't. The few things he did were only to make himself enjoy better. Doug's ability and loyalty had gained his approval, so he was happy to leisurely watch Doug bustling around every day. Of course, Doug would report all his arrangements to Gold in detail every day. He didn't know if his chieftain really listened, but whether he did or not was his own business. The third dwarf smelter was completed. It was officially designated as an industrial area. The thorn walls were all dismantled and stuffed into the smelter as fuel, and brick walls rose up, separating the core area of Dragon's Nest tribe, the second-tier living area, the industrial area, the dwarf gathering area, and the goblin gathering area. A city was slowly rising. Orders from Gold were immediately implemented. All of Doug's arrangements had to take a back seat, as the chieftain's orders were above all else, a common belief among all members. And Doug also found Ning Yi for the first time, and this guy had come up with a plan to build a public toilet in just one night. Because considering that it only rained once a year in this desolate place, and all the water was absorbed by the desert, there were no drainage issues, so the problem of building the city was much simpler. Ningyi built a public toilet in the core area where the ogres lived, which was 8 meters high. He wanted to separate it by gender, but the ogres reproduced randomly, so that was a bit redundant. At the same time, common public toilets in other areas also sprang up like mushrooms after rain. He even took people to a place a distance from the oasis and far from the residential area to set up a simple area for drying excrement. Later, that dried excrement could be used as fertilizer for the oasis. Finally, he made a suggestion to Doug. He believed that it was disrespectful for the chieftain to use a public toilet. When he designed the chieftain's courtyard, he instinctively left a space, which could be used to build a separate toilet for the chieftain, allowing the chieftain to solve all problems without leaving the house. Doug raised his thumb in amazement. "You're really skilled." Ningyi showed a modest and embarrassed smile. "It's all thanks to you. Without your help, even if we had ideas, we wouldn't have been able to carry them out." Doug raised an eyebrow. "Your attitude makes me feel comfortable, but the chief and I both know who deserves credit and who has done the most. You don't need to be like this." Ningyi went off with his people to get busy. The 2 orc laborers were temporarily under his command. They were living quite comfortably now, working hard every day, and their strength was not being wasted. The only thing that made them unhappy was that their leader did not have the strength to command their respect. After staying here for a few days, Lena and Angry Tooth left with the rotating caravan. Even including the time for loading and unloading, it only took 3 days for the No. 1 and No. 2 rotating caravans to complete a circuit. With the use of caterpillar tracks for loading and unloading, the efficiency of the 3 oases was greatly enhanced. This was the convenience of opening the sky passage. Previously, it would have taken 3 days just to reach Giant Sand from Dragon's Nest, and it would have taken 10 days to go to Roar of the Demon. Even with a steam-powered caterpillar vehicle, it would have taken 3 days and 3 nights. And that was just for 1 rotating caravan. Doug's plan was to have 2 rotating caravans depart at intervals of 1.5 days, so that every 1.5 days, a supply airship would arrive at Dragon's Nest, connecting the 3 oases completely. After Lena returned to Giant Sand City, she transported 500 dwarves, including 50 strong dwarves, to Dragon's Nest when the rotating caravan arrived at Giant Sand City again. And Dragon's Nest brought a batch of assailant rifles and a large number of portable goblin bombs to this place. Lena needed to form her own security team. She couldn't rely on the 3 ogres for everything. Roar of the Demon was also hastily selecting frontline and long-range personnel. As for the frontline personnel, Angry Tooth tried to select from orcs, Tauren, and centaurs. These 3 races were all top-notch muscle warriors. Among them, the Tauren had the greatest strength, but most of them had a stable temperament. Of course, they could suppress their own temperament in order to survive. Angry Tooth also considered including centaurs in the long-range selection series. The title of centaur archers was also well known in this desert. These guys themselves had extremely high mobility, and their upper bodies were also full of bulging muscles, full of strength. The only problem was that if centaurs were chosen, the size of the patrol vehicles might have to be changed. Among all the candidates, centaurs had the largest physique. If they took up space on the vehicle, they would probably get tired. But if they weren't chosen, these guys were indeed brave and good at fighting, and they had almost the highest mobility among all the races present. They were really good at hunting and such. Angry Tooth scratched his head, not knowing how to decide, and carefully found the dual-headed ogre mage who presided over this place, the old mother of the chieftain Gold, Honi. Honi's left head said, "If you can't handle it, just change someone else. Don't bother me." Honi's right head said, "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You're just an executor, not a decision maker. Whoever makes the suggestion should make the decision themselves, right?" Angry Tooth was scolded and came back scratching his head. He suddenly realized, yeah, he was only responsible for selecting people, and as long as the people he selected could fight, it was fine. Whether to use them and how to use them was not his concern. When the rotating caravan arrived, he immediately stuffed all the people he had selected onto it. Let Doug and Colbert figure it out. When the personnel from Giant Sand and Roar of the Demon arrived at Dragon's Nest, Doug's plan officially began to operate. The tribe became lively again, with the voices of members of various races constantly intermingling. The dwarves thought this place was a wild scene, but they were surprised to see a large city rising up neatly. It was even larger than the city of Giant Sand just by looking at the buildings inside. Currently, there are only walls to separate each area, and there are no city walls yet, but the height and thickness of those walls cannot be compared to the city walls of Giant Sand. The members from the Roar of the Demon are the same. When they last came here, it was just a smelting furnace surrounded by a fence and a goblin stamping machine. And when they last came, they were in the position of slaves, but now they are members of the 3rd tier of the Dragon's Nest and a small number of 2nd tier members. 3rd tier members are not allowed to enter the 2nd tier and higher areas, while the 2nd tier can go anywhere except the core area of the ogres. As for the 4th tier, apart from the area where they work in the dormitory for collective rest, they have no freedom. Each tier represents different treatment and harsh reality. Members with brands will greet each other friendly regardless of race. Their lives are busy but worry-free, busy and fulfilling, with laughter and joy coming from the living area of the second tier every night. Except for those members who need to work overtime at night, most of the second tier's time at night belongs to themselves. They basically do what they want. They are the true members of the Dragon's Nest tribe, except for the ogres, and can live here with their heads held high. But they can also offer everything, including their lives, for the chieftain. Most of the second tier are now middle and senior managers, and although they still need to work, the complicated work no longer requires their personal involvement. The third tier is the grassroots of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Those who perform well can become small grassroots cadres, and those who do not need to do most of the hard work. Their lives are greatly restricted, but they are relatively free. As for the fourth tier, they are essentially a slave class, with no freedom, and can only barely sustain themselves. Their daily lives are either work or sleep, and to ensure maximum work efficiency, they are divided into 2 shifts, with only an hour of rest in between, apart from mealtimes. After Nuna's proposal was adopted and implemented by Doug, the treatment and lines of each tier became more distinct. If you want a better life, you have to work hard, and even slaves can move up to the third tier. If they can obtain the rock brand, it is only natural for them to enter the coveted second tier. These rules and regulations clearly tell all members of the Dragon's Nest tribe what kind of life they want and what price they have to pay for it. Just like the selection of patrol guards this time, there are a total of 5 patrol teams, each with 10 members. 2 main fighters, 2 long-range fighters, 2 guide hyenas, 2 drivers who also serve as gunners, plus 2 supplementary support members. To join a patrol team, you must be at least a third-tier member, and the captain and vice-captain can only be second-tier members. These members will be an important force in maintaining the territory of the Dragon's Nest 3 green zones, preventing external forces from entering, and maintaining internal security. To create the equipment for these patrol guards, Cobra also put in a lot of effort. From the main fighters of the Centaur and Minotaur down to the dwarf drivers, gunners, and hyena navigators, they are all equipped with armor of uniform color and style. This armor, named Patrol Defender by Cobra in the style of the tribe's past names, comes in 3 levels of protection and armor.